have actually like a ton of gadgets that I have set up and a few other things that I've worked pretty hard in the last few days to show you. So I'm excited. This is actually going to be an exciting day. Obviously, I took 3 days off WoW, so I have a lot of PTR testing to catch back up on. I need to unfortunately do King's Rest again and other things, but I am back. I'm back. So today, obviously, first and foremost, the Guardian Druid Apex talent has been fixed, so we're going to be doing that. And then, for the IRL tie stream fund, I invested in a few little gadgets that are very exciting, which kind of gives me the ability to do it, which is also exciting. But I'm going to need your help figuring it out. What's up, Uno? Uno, I may or may not have figured out how to be an IRL streamer. Like I have the gadgets now. Like my phone right now has this gigantic attachment, which is like a microphone, which is actually a good microphone. And I figured out how to potentially not rely on Wi-Fi. So like my computer and my phone don't have to be on the same network. It streams to a cloud network. And then OBS pulls from the cloud network. It was crazy. I don't know how technology works. Yeah, I technology is crazy. What's up, Rob? Yeah, you did actually get the first redeem. Dude, it's so crazy to think about. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? All right, let's put this little notification out here. Wild. I was going to stream yesterday, and my health wasn't feeling so good. And today, I'm feeling a little better. So here we are. But yeah, so what I have at the moment, what I'm able to do is at any point during stream, I should be able to turn on my IRL stream setup and then just like walk and then do whatever I want to do on my phone, but keep you with me and also be able to read chat on my phone, which is really cool. You know, great question about what feels good on PTR. Hard for me to answer that question. Yeah, well, it's not HPAL. Okay, it's not that hard for me to answer that question. PTR always does some weird things to my computer. It isn't HPAL. It's well, hold up, guys. It's not HPriest either. Your job here is done. Good night, Road. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Until next time. Today, you guys know, if you've been here for any amount of time, my health has been frustrating me, to say the least, in the last few months. I've just had to deal with a lot of things that I haven't had to deal with in a very long time. It's been rough because you just spend years kind of in like an actual remission where you don't worry about a lot of it, and then all of a sudden, bam, it just hits you real hard. So one thing I told myself is when I do come back to stream, that's why I have to take a month and a half off stream. I told myself when I come back, I'm going to be better about taking care of myself. And one of those things is just getting a little bit more motion throughout the day, spending a bit more time at the gym if I could. I was sick though, so I didn't get to go to the gym for about 2 months. Now I'm kind of back. Like I'm able to eat enough that I could work out, which is nice. And that's my plan. So I was thinking though, but I also like streaming. And then I was thinking, wait a second. I had this 3,000 IQ moment. It was a moment, maybe not even 3,000 IQ. I think it was 4,000 IQ. And I thought to myself, wait a second. Why choose? Why would I choose when I could do both? And that's when I figured it out. There is potentially a way for me to just play World of Warcraft, and then whenever I am ready, I simply take you with me to the gym. Like I just like same stream. Like I literally set it up so that I just go, all right, boop, and I hop over to my phone, and my phone, look at this. I'm gonna show you if there's nothing to show here. Watch this. I figured it out. Look at this setup. Look at this microphone. I've got this app loaded here where this is my stream, and this is a whole ass microphone setup. And I've got this, it's a giant clip, it's a DJI microphone, right? And then what happens is I basically hit go live here, and then now I'm just live here, but it's the same stream. However, I do have to finish working on some settings, and I was kind of hoping that you guys would help me with the settings. Is it Boomy season? Right now, Strange? Absolutely. Boomy is incredibly strong on PTR, but keep in mind, nerfs and stuff incoming. Very important to understand that. So to hero where you do a set for every time it bugs or something toxic. No, I don't want to get that fit right now, cheeky. That sounds like a lot of work. That's too much work. A set for every time somebody says something toxic? Impossible. I am looking forward to testing the Guardian Druid Apex now that it is back and seeing how that performs. Also, hi Mavina, how are you? Long time no see. I think it's my first time seeing you since I got back to stream. How are you? How's it going? Who's this guy? they in a key right now? I want to test first and foremost in Ruby life pools because the other dungeons suck. So let's do Ruby life pools. How about 17? Are there any keys listed right now? Are we going to find people for this? Like 17 seems decent. Browse group. There's an 18 stone. Oh, we know him. He's good. We could just try to queue for the 18, I guess. I don't know how hard that hits me, though. I had to vacate. I was sick. I got really sick, Mavino. Yeah. What's up, Miss Biscuit? Hello. I got sick, and it's been frustrating. Feeling a little better. Uno, in terms of what healers feel the best, you still have the group buff dominance. It's Mistweaver, Resto Shaman, and I think I've seen a few Disc Priests perform all right, but it's hard to say on PTR. It's very hard to say on PTR. Things will change a lot. Like a cold, like worse. Yeah, I got like the flu, right? Oh, congratulations on 21 Alcathar Academy. Nice job, Cheeky. That's good. Yeah. I had like the flu, and it was rough. I did not feel very good at all. And then it triggered just a bunch of other autoimmune conditions that I have, so everything kind of flared up, and all of a sudden I was just sitting here like, this feels terrible, you know? This looks way less RNG. I think that as far as I know, Disc Priests are relatively happy with the changes. Holy Priests continue to be unhappy with the changes because they didn't really get any changes, so Holy is in the same spot it was before. Prez Evoker apparently is strong, but the problem is that Prez is Prez and doesn't have a group buff, so that's still the main issue there. I don't know. I do think they just have to look at how keys are working right now. Glad you're better now. Thank you, Mavina. Mavina, you want to see something cool? You guys want to help me test this to see if it works? You will have to let me know, because I have no other way of knowing. Yeah, hold up. Let me just run a real test, because I swear I'm going to do this today. Okay, maybe not today, but at some point I'm going to do this so I can actually take care of my own health, but also just stream more because I don't want to have to make that choice. Like yesterday, I had to make that choice. I was busy, and I was like, but I really told myself I would be active, and I can't stream. So I just ended up recording a WoW video at the gym, but I was like, why can't I do both? My gym, as long as you don't go during peak hours, is normally pretty empty. And I was like, I'll just take you with me. It's like IRL tie stream, but at the gym, you know? Kid is sick. Okay, no problem, Avina. Tell me if the audio sounds okay, because what I'm going to do and what I should be able to do here, if I just hit go live on this thing and maybe increase the bitrate slightly, which is the quality thing I was going to do. Watch this. So this is the app. If I hold this app here and I hit go live on this, what happens is this is kind of cool. I think this is cool. We have a lot of time before anybody applies to this key on PTR. Nobody plays PTR right now. Okay, so this is now live. It streams to a cloud server. I don't know how servers work. It streams, Claude says, it streams to a cloud server all the way somewhere. I think it's in Singapore. Then what happens is I pull the stream onto OBS. So I have to unmute the IRL streaming thing. 1 second. 1 second. So let me just go 3, 2, 1. Anybody applies to this key on PTR. Nobody plays PTR right now. Okay, so this is now live. It streams to a cloud server. I don't know how servers work. It streams, Claude says, it streams to a cloud server all the way somewhere. I think it's in Singapore. Then what happens is I pull the stream onto OBS. So I have to unmute the IRL streaming thing. 1 second. 1 second. So let me just go 3, 2, 1. Bam. Okay. So the question is, now I'm on my phone here. Can you hear me okay? How's the audio? What does this audio sound like? It should be in this microphone. Like I should be talking into this microphone. That's the thing that should be connected. Thoughts? Questions? Comments? Concerns? Why does it look like I'm covering something right now? Okay. Wait, not working? Working? There's still a pretty heavy delay. I think that's the main issue, is just the delay with this. But somebody tell me if this is working and if you can hear me okay. The video appears to be working, it's just delayed. Okay. No, maybe not. It's a little quiet. Is it better if I talk somehow into the microphone? Would that work? If I was talking like this is the microphone, it should be this one. If I was talking more directly into it, is that better? Because this is the tech for how I'm going to be able to basically just do IRL stuff. And obviously I'll have something here. Yeah. So it's the microphone is the issue. Problem is my shirt is too loose and it hangs low. So I have... Okay, and we're back to normal. Ooh, people have applied. Go. Pop Hunt and this guy. Excellent. It's Billy. So that delay is quite a bit. I want to be able to talk to people when I stream. Therefore, I am going to need to figure out how to make that delay even less. Let me ask. So the delay is still massive, but first test went well. Any idea how to perhaps reduce it? Have you ever, let me ask you another question. Have you ever actually hung out with an IRL streamer before? Has this ever been something you've done? Like J Today, Nominal, Stargazer? Out of curiosity, have you ever been like, oh, like I just want to hang out with somebody who's walking around town type thing, like an actual IRL streamer? Also, hi, NeoFixer. Hello. I'm trying to learn more tech stuff because I like streaming, but I don't know anything about it. I am super, super unaware. You watch Nagura? Yeah, she's awesome. But, like, I want to be able to do things like that, Stargazer. To be honest with you, like, that's actually something I'd like to be able to do. Right now, if you ask me, hey, can you ride a bike? You know, I don't know how to ride a bike. Never actually learned. I've never learned how to ride a bike. I'm pretty sure I could, but I have never had the opportunity to. So how cool would it be if I had the chance to ride a bike? But then, again, if I'm like, well, the only day I could do that is in the middle of my day, and I'm like, well, I normally stream during the middle of my day, and I see the 4,000 IQ play starts to happen. What if I simply combined those two activities into one activity? Voila. Easy. You see? It's clever. It's clever. Are you a bear main no matter the meta? Grizzly Cuts, I've actually played everything. I'm not exactly a fodder reroller. I just reroll to what I find fun. Fun tends to be what's powerful, but I mained Preservation Evoker for a season before. I played Resto Shaman once, season 1. I played Prop Pally during that season in Resto. There are a few specs I like. Believe it or not, when I first started playing WoW, I was actually a Hunter main. Like, I really liked Marksman Hunter, BM was second, and Warlock. I enjoy Warlock as well, but it's been many years since I played them. I think these days, though, my personality, I'm a little bit older, I have different interests. I definitely think I'll just be a Guardian Druid main next season. Like, I don't think I'm not swapping off Bear for season 2, even if it is not in the best of spots. There are two big reasons, but the main one is just I like it. Bear is the tank that fits my playstyle. It's not because I'm a giant fluffy bear. It isn't really class fantasy based for me in particular. It is a lot more just straight up. It fits my playstyle. The way that Guardian Druid plays is something I like, which means if we had to, for some reason, play Druid of the Claw, I don't think I would be a Guardian Druid main. I don't like Druid of the Claw. It's not my thing. It's just personally, it's not for me. That's the truth. Also, Grizzly Cuts, if you're still there on YouTube, can I ask you a question? When I tried the IRL stream setup just now, could you hear me? Did that also go through to YouTube out of curiosity? I don't know if I were to do that, if I would keep it through to YouTube or if I would have to end stream on YouTube. That would be a potential. Because, yeah. Stream operates a very interesting place in my life these days. I'd be curious to know if I just ask people this genuinely. I would actually be very curious to know the answer to this question. How many of you who are listening feel very busy nowadays? General question. It was fine? Oh, that's good. That's good. The only problem is, like, I don't know if I can connect this mobile app thing to both chats. TinyPox, you. My theory is that most people would say yes to this question. Like, unless you are actually young and you still live with your parents and you don't really have to figure out work. But even then, I mean, it's still a stressful world we live in. I still feel like everybody has so much to do. Like TinyPox, when I say, do you feel busy or overwhelmed these days? What is the busy? What is the overwhelm? Is it work? Is it just school? Is it caring for this? Is it that? Every time I tab back into the PTR, sometimes my computer just almost craps itself. The PTR needs to fix this issue because this is happening a lot and it is breaking my entire PC. I have to be very careful. I might have to shut down WoW. If stream shuts down, I'd be upset. I had a surgery, so I can't do much anyways. It's very interesting how much WoW does not load right on PTR. Okay. It looks good for now. The stress is high, but not much to do. It's just surgery, so you can't do much. Zagitsi, what surgery did you have? We're always busy. Just work, taking care of the kids, doing projects in the house, missing the old days. I don't know if I miss the old days because my life back in the day was bad. Like, I didn't like my life back in the day. I wasn't as busy. But it wasn't about being busy. I had a clear directive, and I did not have as many things to manage, you know? Like, it was just, this is what you have to do this thing, don't worry about the rest. Like, it is just what you accept it. This is your life. Nowadays, because I've been healthier, I also have more choice about what I fill my time with, and I think I'm an overachiever. Because I think I try to do too much, and then when I get sick or I feel a little burnt out, I end up doing too little. Like, I've put too much on my plate, you know. Osteo told me they cut the bone just up the knee. Ugh, because of an accident a year ago. That is rough. Leg injuries are no fun, Zagitsi. I hope that it heals well enough for you to function. That's a tough one. Grizzly cuts back to WoW. I ask because I'm expected to DPS for your raid team, but I like to tank. I've been learning Bear. I mean, so you would have to. You prefer range DPS for? I think you'd have to play Feral realistically. If you play Boomy but gear for Guardian, you just have to accept the fact that your Boomy DPS and raid will just be nerfed by 5% because you would want to, first things first, get a higher level intellect weapon, and you wouldn't want to do that for Bear. Although the stats you can gear for Boomy stat-wise, like with your rings and whatnot. But there are some special cantrip items for agility users, and you'd want to be accessing those. So if you were Feral, they cross over to Guardian. If you're Boomy, you might have to be hunting for a few different trinkets and weapon. It's not the end of the world, but it will affect your Boomy's performance if you're trying to be both Boomy in raid and then Guardian in keys. It's probably better if you could play Feral in raid. Then it's a easy crossover. Yeah, Miss Biscuit and Tiny Pox, thanks for sharing. The reason I ask is because a lot of the content that I've made talking about WoW recently has the main backlash, the main sense of people who are against a lot of what I've been saying, which is just mostly about how I think maybe they need to make the game a bit more accessible. maybe they have to stop caring a little bit as much about designing the game for the people who have 40 hours a week to play, because I think that if you were to poll the average WoW player base, I think we're all a little bit older now. Actually, I'll take a stance. I was trying to approach this from both perspectives, but I'll just straight up be honest with you. The WoW player base is significantly older than we used to be, and I definitely think they have to stop designing the game as if everyone had 40 hours a week to play. It's just not the reality. There are people who are passionate, but they have to play on their own schedule with their own lives to manage, and everyone is a little overwhelmed these days. There are very few players, I think, who can just casually dedicate 40 hours a week, plus, whatever it ends up being, for the sake of this game. It's not just the reality for a lot of people. I just don't think that's how we interact with games anymore. I think that it might have been more true 5 years ago. I remember myself 5 years ago, and I was like, whatever I have to do, I'm going to do it. And if you told me I have to farm Korthia for weeks just for the sake of 2 sockets today, I would be like, I just know. But back in the day when COVID was happening and you asked me to do Shards of Domination and Torghast on every single character and blah, 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 I was like, okay. I mean, but I didn't really have anything to worry about, you know? But it wasn't something that I had to. There's a Holy Paladin. Let's go. I'll take a Holy Paladin. See how he does. It wasn't something I had to be so scared to think about the time investment. Like, I just had the time. 40 hours of, yeah, Miss Biscuit. No, I mean, borderline, there are people who put more than 40 hours a week. 40 hours a week is what? 5 hours a day. Let me do the math here. It's like 6 hours. It's like 6-7 hour days most days, and then some days are like you have like an 8-9 hour session. You play 7 days a week. Okay, 40 is a lot, perhaps. Maybe 40 is a lot. Oh, what's up, Sin? Are you playing Holy? I want to see your Holy Paladin in this key. If we brick it, we brick it. I'm just testing. I don't want to play any of the overpowered trinkets. I'm just going to play something kind of passive. And I don't think I want to test with the cantrip weapon, although I could get it real quick. Thank you, Sin. I'm lucky if I get 10 to 15 hours a week. And then I think still the 10 to 15 hours a week is still much more than a lot of people would have access to. Which is, again, weird to think about because you're like, well, when you compare it to the 40 hours, you go 10 hours is not a lot. But then you realize that many people are seriously playing 3 hours a week, 4 hours. Some people only have 5 or whatever it is. Is the weapon from the last boss? It's got to be here, right? Let me just check. The weapon from the last boss, if I'm going to be logging, I might as well test it. Where is the weapon? I see the headpiece. I see the neck piece. I've got these. I don't have any sockets or enchants on. Wait, where's the... You would think that they would have put the weapon on here. No? The agility polearm? The mastery one? Did they not add it? Huh. Does anybody know if they added this agility polearm? I just kind of assumed they would, but maybe not. Okay. It's not like I need to test it. I just wanted to see the proc rate for when I don't have it. How much do you think the one rating for the 1% will be? Dude, I made a video about it yesterday, Tunisius. Did you see that video? Because I thought it was very funny, by the way. Listen, I thought it was very funny. I wondered if people would watch it because let me just figure out what trinket I'm playing real quick. Bottomless bag, equip. I want to play this. This seems like it'll be really bad. This is the one I want to play. Excellent. The bottomless bag trinket. Okay, let's go. You're putting 40 hours, but I'll not put in heavy farming for things. Tunisius, I'll watch. So I made a video yesterday talking specifically about the 1%, but also how the 1% is going to be much higher than you think it is. And the reason that it's going to be much higher is just because of the reality of the fact many people will get it because they have friends. The last 2 weeks, your guildies simply say, oh, I know I only push for like 3,400 this season, but actually I'm kind of interested. That 1% mount looks really cool. Can you help me get it? And their friends have Resil 22. So they just drop the 21s, get them a 22 Pit of Saran, and done. Now they have 1%. It will happen. Like that is a reality for many people. You just don't have those people doing it yet. So I think it's important, if anything, to just realize that 1% title is going way higher than you think it is. Like, for sure. I think there's going to be a jump. I'm pretty sure it's around 4K, if not slightly higher, just because of how Resil works. Like, people will get Resil 20, then it will be Resil close to Resil 21. It's either just under or it's just over. And if it's just over, then 4K isn't safe. It's actually going to be 4,050. We don't know. Hard to say because we've never had a title like this before. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was something along those lines. Just because of fundamental how it works. That makes sense. 5 years ago, Jack McKenzie says, 5 years ago, I could barely justify cutting edge rating. Now there's just no chance. Right. You give 3 evenings a week to rating. I mean, it's absolutely not. Complains about gearing coming too fast and easy this expansion, but as a grown-ass adult with responsibilities, midnight is a huge W. I think that Shaw had a point in the podcast that I made with him that they should look at how we get gear. But I honestly think they need to check our relationship with gear more than they do need to check the availability of it. Because right now, if you pull back and you don't give people the gear that they want, there'll just be such an uproar. Like, that would feel so incredibly bad. You can't do it that way. So instead of not giving people access to the gear, you have to somehow change our relationship with it so that we don't feel as though we need the gear. That has to be the future of WoW. I know it sounds weird, but that really has to be what you're going to be wanting to do here. That's the only way forward for them. They've backed themselves into a corner, which is straight up unsustainable. Where's my Boomy form? Oh, okay, no Boomy form. My stance bar got messed up with my UI. Noted. Super fast alt gearing. Yeah, we have the ability to alt gear, though, which is good. That is a good thing, and that's excellent. And I'm glad that we have the ability to do alt gearing. Okay, let me go here. Let me remember I have to press this button because I'm playing Apex now. Then I can proc it again. But I should have probably saved that proc. Is it here? And then I go, wait, it's going to be a Thrash, on top of this first competing globals. 1 second. I haven't actually played with the Apex yet. So I'm going to have to figure out how to do that better. There's the Apex again for Bear. I have to live. I got 4 stacks on me. Barkson should be here, though. Can't be done in a seasonal style game. I know. But I think that that's a problem. Like, I think that they really do need to be careful about it. I mean, my AoE damage doesn't seem terrible. That was with Combat Potion and Big Burst, though. But, I mean, I'm pretty tanky. Like, the thing about Guardian right now is I don't feel untanky. I just have to save the Lunar Beam now for next pull. And then we chain in. We do a slightly smaller pull. I kind of wish these bolters, though, only hit the tank. So the question is, can I live this? Not even a problem, actually. Did they either nerf it or did I just dodge it? Was that dodgeable? That didn't even scratch me. What? I feel very tanky right now. That's nice. I think it's important to realize this. Yeah, here's the thing. Did you get to listen to the podcast I did, by the way, Cheeky, with Shaw? Because Shaw had some fucking wild takes. Like, he had some takes in there which I thought were not just wild, but potentially unbelievably far out. You watch part of it. The first part of it, in particular, he went for it. And I mean, I knew that I admire his bravery because he knew that people would come for him, but he stuck his grounds and he stood up for his point. By the end of the video, I kind of agreed. But it has to be done correctly. He didn't, for example, though, but one of the things you got to realize, not yet, Royal Snipers. I've been away for too long, and I don't want to make a tier list without having actually tested stuff. For sure, though, people are getting Guardian Druid wrong because everyone who has tested with Guardian thus far has only tested with the no Apex variety. Unless your tier list has been updated for the last 3 days of play in very specific, then you have only tested the version that is not this version. Because what I'm going to do here is set up this Apex window. I'm going to spawn my bear with the Lunar Beam down. And then here we go. So, podcasts are live content. I do not send him questions beforehand. It's completely off the rip takes. I didn't really tell him. I just said, hey, we're going to hop on a podcast. It's going to be completely unfiltered. That's the whole point. Let's just talk about tanking. I didn't tell him to be divisive. But at the end of the podcast, if you actually got to listen to that, first of all, he acknowledges that he is a little out of touch because he has teams to play with. That's like one of the biggest, most hard to express concepts in World of Warcraft is for people who have a BNet and can play with a higher level people. Their relationship with what meta is and also just how specs perform is just different. Like straight, like it's just actually fundamentally a different relationship with things. Do you know what I mean? And so that's a big part of it for sure, but it's not the only part. Ooh, I might die. At the end of the day, they need to do something to help us with our class identity crisis. I agree with that. I expect them to balance it, maybe not toward perfection, but better than they have balanced it this season. Because if they want there to be a meta, which is kind of clear, like it seems to me like it's super obvious that the meta is intentional. Like it doesn't appear to be a random ass thing where they go, oh, like I wonder what's going to be the best. Like clearly somebody gets promoted at Blizzard HQ, throws a dart at a dartboard and just goes, it's Brewmaster. And then 6 weeks later goes, it's Guardian. Like it kind of seems like that because it's almost too much. Like the curve that happens is like, it's definitely one here, rest here, etc. Now, Shaw's takes. The main thing is when you listen to somebody who is not, he didn't get to script that video, he didn't get to think about it, he is 100% correct on one big concept. How do we get it so that you feel rewarded for playing the thing that you like playing? That is the biggest question. That's the question you should be asking yourself. Because that will actually make such a difference in WoW. Oh, this reduces my haste now, right? My bad. I was changing my meters for overall. Balanced Druid is looking very strong, unfortunately, because it means that Guardian most will never be played. It does suck. As a Guardian Druid myself, I want Balanced Druid to be the worst spec in the game. Also, Balanced Druids, no tank likes playing with you. Every tank hates playing with Balanced Druids. So, the point is, all right, the point is this. Let me, first of all, just proc the Apex in the right moment here. I think I messed up my incarn timing. It would have been better if I had saved incarn for the first set of ads, probably. We're all going to see disproportionately high representation, but why? That's the question. In my opinion, when I see how bad the meta has become, I start asking myself why. And I think that fundamentally it's because every game is like this now. If I were to start Dark Souls, the first thing I would do almost certainly is look up a build. Because I don't know how to play Dark Souls. Never played it before. But I know of it, and I know it's hard, supposedly. So I should probably look up a build. And some people are like, yo, that build is so bad. And I was like, oh, which one is that? I want to make sure I don't play the bad thing. But it's destroying our culture of gaming because part of the fun of Dark Souls is for me to go in and just be like, oh my god, I died. If I played the overpowered thing from the very first moment I stepped foot into that game, I would actually take away from my experience. If I looked up a guide on how to do every boss before I actually approach the boss, I'm pretty sure that I would be like, Dark Souls is like, it is what it is. Like, isn't part of it supposed to be the struggle and just almost laughing at the fact that it's not going well? Is that not actually like a fundamental part of playing a game like that? In my opinion, I feel like that's such a critical part of those experiences. But we don't treat WoW in that way whatsoever. What's up, Dago? I meant to do the 21 AA with you. I was actually away for 3 days, so I need to work on some stuff. I need to do more PTR testing because I want to test a few tanks. Like, this 17 is feeling really chill right now. My damage doesn't feel terrible. As long as you still are doing this gameplay where you hold your Apex, but Apex feels decent for Guardian right now. Yeah. But I have set up a new thing. I've set up a new system, Deco. I'm very excited about it. The meta is always ends up being the same 3 or 4 tanks, though. That is a problem. I agree with you, Elitist. With Dark Souls being a single-player game. So that is one of the main criticisms of, well, just play WoW for fun. Because, Suddy, you're absolutely correct. WoW is an experience that you are playing with many people. So just play WoW for fun is a little bit, why you're going to waste somebody's time, right? Why do you feel like your time is wasted playing a game? Why is it that the only thing that brings you joy is winning? That's what that means. Think about that. If you're saying, I don't want people to waste my time if they do 20% less good than they should, that you're kind of saying that the only thing that matters is winning. I find that to be destructive because this is an MMORPG. And we have to be careful about associating winning with our experience of World of Warcraft. It's fun to win. I'm not saying that you should never, ever prioritize winning. Absolutely, yes, you got to be able to win. Oops, AoE goes off. But it's an MMORPG. It's not a lobby game. That's League of Legends. That's actually just crossing straight up in. That's exactly what you log into League of Legends and you say, I have to win. And if I don't win, my rank go down. I feel bad. Worlds suck. Blah, 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 blah. And your mother after that and her mother and also your unborn child. And you just go off. Because it's the only thing that matters is winning. And people are getting in the way of you winning, right? It's just like, it's a nonstop problem where the goal of that game is not necessarily to have a good match or perform a good combo. Does anybody here play Hearthstone Battlegrounds? This is a really good example of this. Out of curiosity, does anybody here play Hearthstone Battlegrounds? Just like the actual, not Hearthstone ranked competitive, just the actual Battlegrounds version of it. I have not touched ranked competitive Hearthstone in years of my life. Literally, I don't even know what the new cards are. I have zero clue because I don't engage with it. I play Battlegrounds, however, almost every day. It's my cooldown game. It's my fun game. Sometimes my internet goes out because where I play it on my phone has bad Wi-Fi and bad cell reception. So occasionally, very often, I'll disconnect from games, which is frustrating. But when I choose the hero that I'm going to play in Battlegrounds, I don't choose it based off win rate. I don't choose it based off of this is going to be the most likely way for me to perform well in this Battlegrounds match. Bro, I don't care. All I care about is whether I have fun. If I see a hero and I'm like, ooh, that one could have a cool combo, I take it 100% of the time. Even if the right option, mathematically speaking, is not to play Sire Denathrius or one of the quest people, those are fun because they give me variety and I want to enjoy a new combo. I'm like, yo, can I make this work? If I get the Jim Raynor, is he a good hero? I don't even know. I don't care about what the meta is because I am literally just having fun. That's a game. If I told you that I play Battlegrounds, I'm playing with other people technically. I mean, I'm the only one on my team, but I play for fun. That's why I can play it before bed. That's why I would never do a Mythic Plus dungeon like right before bed, because it's going to raise my blood pressure to a probably unhealthy degree. So the thought process is, would WoW be better if that somehow occurred? Is there a way that you could get it where WoW feels like a game that people could still progress in? I still feel like I progress in Battlegrounds. In a weird way, I care about my score, but I also don't. I feel like they've managed that perfectly. That's why I play it, and I have played it for years, and I can almost tell you for sure, a year from now, I'll probably still play it, just because it's fun. That's it. That's the only reason. I can tell you zero other factors. It's a fun game. I like seeing what I can do in each round. That's it. How about... You know what I mean? Like, is that so bad? That's what I feel like is missing from WoW, where we have this super crazy relationship of, yeah, but you're not winning. And it's like, well, yeah, but I think that new talent is kind of cool, and it just looks visually like, look, I get to shoot this. I'm a blood DK. Look at the red mist swirling around me. Isn't that so awesome? And people go, yeah, but it's not a good talent. Oh, yeah, but like, look at the cool. But it's like, look at the mist. Isn't that cool? And they go, what do you mean is it cool? But it's that underperforms. You can get like 1% DPS if you don't play that. And you're like, yeah, but look at the talent. It's so cool. And they're like, what the fuck are you get out of my key, man. It's like, what? It is a strange relationship we have with it. And I'm not saying that I have a solution. I'm just pointing out a problem. Because I think that for as long as this environment of World of Warcraft exists, we are going to have some issues. They're just fundamentally... A lot of the toxicity that people are experiencing, you're going to keep experiencing. Because it's at the root of what's happening. It's at the root of the meta pressure. You've optimized the fun out of the game, is the expression that people are using now. And I don't think I'm the only one who feels this, and I don't think that World of Warcraft is the only game that's going through this. I just think that for whatever it is, now we're feeling it in WoW. But I, again, don't know what the solution is. And that's because... you technically lose, but do you lose something with keys? There's no ELO score. You don't actually lose IO. Imagine, holy shit. Bro, imagine every time you bricked a key, you lost score. Now... that would be bad. That is not good. That would be super bad. That'd be unbelievably not good. Don't give them ideas. I'll try not to. Yeah. If you think there's toxicity and you don't, the only thing you lose is time. Right now, the actual only thing that you lose is time. But I also feel like the pressure of the fact that your time needs to be spent productively is part of what makes it toxic. Why does your time need to be spent productively nowadays? It's a deeper life issue. It isn't as simple as IO score in WoW. It goes beyond that. It's just, we're talking about a game, so it's extending to the game. But man, if I was a YouTuber who could just make videos, like I don't know how to do video editing and shit. But if I was a YouTuber who could make videos, one thing I would talk about right now? This is like an interesting psychological phenomenon. Tell me what you think about this. All right? How come at this point in my life, I have never been more inclined to waste time because I'm overwhelmed and I just want to decompress. So much of my willingness to waste time is I just want to sit there and lay there for about 30 minutes on Instagram. I'm going to give myself permission to waste a little bit of time. And that's what it is. I know I'm just wasting time, but I feel so motivated to waste time right now. And yet I have never felt worse for wasting time. I was better at wasting time 5 years ago. 5 years ago, sitting there for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 or 4 was actually something where I decompressed. And I felt that it was valuable because, of course, I need to decompress. Nowadays, I have this weird relationship where if I'm sitting there scrolling reels, I am trolling my own life. I don't know exactly how this happened. So I am simultaneously at a point where I want to waste the most amount of time while also not benefiting at all from the wasted time. Have you noticed that? Does that make sense? It's a very weird relationship that's happening. It didn't used to be like this. I'm curious if I've hit something there. Are you asking, am I the deep? After what Starlight did, the real Nomad, I'm not really allowed to talk about my time at VOT. It's, it's just part of the deal. Yeah, our leisure is less leisure because somehow my time is so valuable. Like, my time, the reels that are making me worse, I don't know. Reels are so damn funny, though. It's very hard to compete for what it's worth, though. You've never watched... It's not for everybody, Cape. Not everybody would enjoy The Boys. That's not actually a show where you go, oh, man, everybody has to watch this. Actually, many people would not want to watch this. I don't think I've seen 1 or 2 discograms. I don't understand why people like it. Oh, it's a thing. Yeah, no, I mean, some people enjoy it. Whoa, that's the thing that's going to kill tanks. I forgot. That mechanic right there is going to kill so many tanks. I'm going to have to make a video about this. This Kokia, she does this mechanic where she hits you, but it's a bleed stack, and it stacks 4 times, and you need to defensive toward the end of the hit, not the beginning of the hit. I forgot about that. Where did the ad just go? No shot you can Night Elf Shadow Meld Feign Death the ad. No way you can meld the ad. That seems broken. Wait a second. That's the searing blow right there. You need... You can meld the ad? I don't like it when you could do that to boss mechanics. I feel like they should fix that. That just means that you have to... Like, you will 100% just... Everybody has to play Night Elf. If you can meld the entire... Like, this whole mechanic here you could just take out by melding, if you're targeted with it. That seems a little strong. That seems to reward one racial group over a different racial group. And to be honest, it's 2026, so we don't really do that anymore. Huh. Alright. Kick. So you get 4 stacks of this, and it actually does hurt a fair bit. As Bear, it won't be a problem. You just need to be aware. Other tanks will struggle with this. You used to be able to parry or dodge it. I'm unsure if you still can or not. You could have all Mythic Plus keys be Resil. So the Resil system in Mythic Plus has actually highlighted that the players don't necessarily know what they want out of Mythic Plus study. I think that there are other ways to fix Mythic Plus. I don't think if all keys were Resil, it would help at all. If anything, it would make it worse because you would spend more time, not less time, because everything is scaled depending on how much people are willing to no life it. As in, the 1% is going to be very high because people are willing to no life it. And if you're not willing to no life it, you just get left behind. And that's a bad feeling. But it absolutely happens that right now with Resilient, for the 1% and the 0.1%, it's not just that there's clear degenerate gameplay loops associated with it. It's strictly speaking, those who have more time to play this game will probably have a better result. And you have to be very careful about that because we are all a little bit older, and many of us feel slighted about the fact that I don't have as much time as I used to. And if you just reward game time by making all keys Resil, you probably segregate your player base significantly more than they already feel. So I think that would be a recipe for disaster, to be honest with you. I think that would be extremely bad. If all keys were Resil and you never deplete anything, that'd be really tough. You want to strike the middle ground of access of, like, yes, you want people to feel not as panicked about the key, but also you need to reward people for doing it. But also, I just think that the biggest design philosophy and design flaw with Blizzard is they just forget that we're older. Like, they are designing the game as if we're all still 20, but we're not. We are, and I'm sorry to break this to you, but you are in fact not 20 years old anymore. and I didn't want to be the one to tell you. I am so sorry to break this news to you, but the problem is you're just we have kids. Like, should you have gotten a vasectomy a while ago? Possibly. Should the tubes have been tied a while? Maybe. You know, that's a conversation for another day. But at this point, you have to be just careful about game design, because I do think that the average dad, you know, the mom who stays at home and takes care of her kid, like, I think that they should be able to play, enjoy, progress. They don't have to be doing the MDI. Like, that's one of those arguments. Like, you don't have to be a Race to World First guild. I don't know if that's actually a fair point of access. If you have a busy life and there are people who are willing to play 40 hours, like, should they have some advantage? Probably, but not access. They have the advantage has to be that they progress somehow faster than you, or I don't know. But do you know what I'm talking about? Like, there has to be at least a catch-up system. There has to be just some awareness of the fact that people play games in a different way than they used to. I don't know what the solution is because I'm not a game designer. I'm just a World of Warcraft enjoyer. Do you think people, if you can choose to test run at the beginning of a run without the possibility, so that's the tournament realm we are in, and also what Resil keys have done, again, problem is the player base is going to make that problematic. It's not whether it would be a good system, it's the fact that people will abuse the system, and that will feel bad. Because if you can just rerun and test keys, bro, you would. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, the problem with it is that although on the surface that seems like a great idea, WoW players will turn it into a bad idea because our lust for optimization outweighs any amount of fun you could possibly have as the game gets more competitive. Like, the second you progress to a level where you are actually competing for anything in World of Warcraft, and I don't even care what that is, that could be for you plus 15, plus 12, it could be 1%, could be 0.1%, it doesn't matter. Fun is no longer a factor. You just don't care about it. It's crazy to me that this is true, but it's like, it is the way. Where it's no longer about, it's not about how much you enjoy it. It is now strictly about whether or not you accomplish the goal, complete the objective. I think that's bad. I don't think that's good. And I think Resil has highlighted that. I don't think they should remove it from the game. Rye Cinnamon, also, dude, I saw this Instagram reel yesterday of a woman who was making home-baked cinnamon rolls, and they looked so good. It was like a cross between a strawberry shortcake and a cinnamon roll, and I was salivating. Like, it was, I'm like tearing up just thinking about it. It looked so good that I checked the comments, because I was like, wow, this reel has a lot. It's like 4,000 comments. And every single comment was actually just about the fact that she had a fat butt. And I didn't even I was so focused on the cinnamon roll, I didn't even notice the curvature of her hips. And I don't know, humanity is weird. Because now when I went back to the reel, they were absolutely right. Like, it's true that she was caked up in more ways than one. But the cinnamon roll was amazing. I mean, it did look like perhaps the cross between the best strawberry crumble shortcake-ish type thing on top of a Cinnabon with extra icing. I mean, it looked fantastic. I didn't even notice. And wow, I could really use a cinnamon roll like that. You ever had Cinnabon before? Yeah. I miss it. How about making Mythic Plus rating gains depend not only on the key level, but also on individual performance? Yeah, of course you can ask. I still, of course, ask any questions you want. Okay. Player who performed better would gain more rating. How do you determine that, though, CHP? That's seriously one of the questions, because the problem is I kind of agree, and I almost do wish that there was a way to individually score contribution in players and keys. But it would be an impossible factor because keys are multifaceted. And the level of, I mean, it would kind of be almost like parse culture and raid, When you attempt to parse and raid, you almost immediately troll your raid. Like, you should be doing prio damage, but you have now held cooldowns for when the ads come up because you know that you're going to blast and you'll get a better parse. And Warcraft log counts the parse, right? So you would do things like that. But also, it's not just damage. How much is it overall damage? Is it damage done to prio targets? How are they going to calculate that? Because many times the right thing to do is single target. If you notice that you're in a key and you want to time your Ruby life pools, and it turns out that people have not been ethical, and this guy is 20% lower than the dragon, and you swap to single target, would that impact your score? Because that's what you should do. If you're really interested in timing your key, that's the right decision. But would you do it? Good question. Does it count interrupts? Does it count overall interrupts, or does it count priority interrupts? Because sometimes people waste their kick on things that they shouldn't waste their kick on. It's actually a thing. Many times I hold my kick. If there's a pack that has 3 bolters and a fear, I will hold my kick for the fear. Does that mean I have a worse score? And it's just because I know that if the bolt goes off, we recover. But if the fear goes off, we're dead. So I want to make sure that I hold for the important. Arakara first pull was an example where I simply, as a tank, refused to kick anything that was not the fear. Because it would be I just need to make sure my key goes well, and I know we're going to time it. We'll get through that first pull if, and only if, the fear doesn't go off. So how do they calculate that? On top of this, how would they calculate going out to get a kick? So what if I'm a rep pally and I'm thinking, okay, but I know I'm going to get ranked on this individual performance, but there is a kick, no one's getting it. I should horse out and get it, but I'm going to lose a little bit of damage. Does that count? Does you get rewarded for that or punished for that? How does that work? Like, there are so many little things that would... How would you score Mythic Plus? Because it's a nuanced environment. Okay. That 17 felt pretty easy. Guardian Druid, very tanky. In terms of my damage output with Apex, it's a little better, but that's still, compared to Pally, it's nothing. That breakdown. So I could play an Apex better, for sure. But the fact that I'm only doing this is sad, for sure. What does my single target look like? This was 2 targets. I mean, it's okay. It's a little better on bosses. Pally is going to get nerfed. Pally is so far better right now, it's going to get nerfed, just to clarify. I need to try build if you got room. Oh, let's see. Everybody is scaled in a 17. Everybody gets scaled to 334, I think. Yeah, I think we're all 334. Everything, including cantrip items. Yeah, everything gets scaled 334. So we're going to have... This is gear that you won't touch until very end of season. Why did tanks hate playing with Boomy? Because of the way that they work. Yeah, I did. Yeah, but they changed it. They used to have a weak ore for this last boss, and you don't also have to worry about the fire damage anymore, because the fire damage, if you walk over a puddle, for example, you don't immediately spread fire all over the room, which I think is a good change. All right, now to try a dungeon that isn't as fun, but I do have to learn a little bit better, which is King's Rest. We got to try King's Rest now. I'm going to close 3 minutes on last boss. We are PTR testing. Holy Paladin, 30k. How does Holy Paladin feel, Cian, if you're still on stream? I was curious about that, though. Just bait Dragon in middle. Yes, that one I did know. Although I think your whole team has the bait right now. Yeah. I do. You have to try to, like, tank it in the middle so the dragon lands for cleave. Vaguely remember. Let's see what Boomy's breakdown is. Is it still just... All right. Okay. I will tell you why. I will tell you why right now. And you can clip this. Boomies should be the worst DPS spec in World of Warcraft. Nerf them immediately by 79% in Mythic Plus. The second you can have them, they're fine in Raid. The second that a Boomy walks into a key, Mythic Plus Keystone starts, every key has an affix right now, minus 79% damage if you are in Boomkin specialization. You ask yourself, oh, I thought you were fair and just and considered the community. I am considering the community. This is for the community. It breaks my heart, but this is what needs to happen. Because the way that Boomy does damage is twice as bad as every Devourer Demon Hunter. The fact that they have to dot and have rolling starfalls, which is the vast majority of their damage, as I am running into a pull, means that if I do not have a plan for aggro, I am going to struggle. Plus the fact that they never bear form when they're supposed to, because DPS must matter, damage, Boomy is the worst spec for Mythic Plus. They have one interrupt that's actually a good one if it's coordinated, but in Pugs, their interrupt sucks. Solar Beam basically means that they don't have a kick to begin with. So I hope, genuinely, Boomy should not be in that. They immediately just, in fact, the better way to do it is just nerf it. If you were really gonna, if Blizzard was willing to take bigger steps, you would actually just take Boomy and remove special. Druid already has 4 specs. You only need 3. You know, you only need 3. You just go 1, 2, 3. Not this one. Just take the left. It's already on the left too. Easy to cut. You just Photoshop it, cut, boom. 3 specs. You only need 3 specs. Feral, Guardian, Resto. It's it. These are the Druid specs. This one right here, you can literally just crop it out. It's an easy crop. There's already a line built in. You see that? Look how easy this is. Just, I can cut right here. I'm not even an artist and I could do this. You could just cut this out. You just boom. Just like that. Bam, deleted. That's it. It's just that simple. It is what it is. That's it. Game's better. And you know what? And you know what? On top of all of this, most boomkins agree with me. And you know what? On top of all this, every boomy is like, that's probably true. You guys, everybody, you know as well as I do. And my other hidden rant that I will say, which is not just nor fair whatsoever, is the fact that all mage specs should also always be batting keys. That's another thing. That's a second cook that I also agree with. All mages can just instantly be, until they can be good in the last Titan. When the last Titan comes out, they can have their supremacy back. But at this point right here, they just have been too good for too long, and they have been so dominant. This is the main spec in World of Warcraft, I get it. But actually just also take them out. You can keep them in case people want to play them. Like, you don't have to delete the specs. Just make them bad. Make it so that I don't have to play with a mage. I'm also good with this. Yeah, mage will never be bad. Well, they were kind of bad this season. That's actually the new thing. And yeah, and DKs are starting to get into this limelight as well. Here's the other problem. You're exactly right, Rep Schnitzer. Because here's the thing, Rep. People are starting to feel the same way with Frost and Unholy DK. Because once something has been meta for just one too many seasons in a row, we start to develop a sort of hatred for that spec. Like, this is the thing. Yeah. I'm sort of there with you. Like, Scissor Me Timbers, I mean, it just feels, if you are not a Frost or Unholy DK, you should feel terrible. Like, you're not incorrect about it. You should probably feel bad. Because it's not, like, what are you supposed to do? How do you compete with something that just casually takes 30% less damage than you? It's not just Death Grip. It's actually, I believe that at its core, it's not even DPS, because DPS gets tuned up and down depending on when you engage with it. So, for example, like, there are some seasons where DPS are not crazy powerful for Frost or Unholy, but they're just fucking immortal. And survivability is a very difficult thing to overcome. If you are not a DK, that could be real bad. Like Gymbology, Scissor Me Timber, Suddy, Billy. Have you played DPS that are not DKs? You main Windwalker. Great. So how do you feel about that? How do you feel about the fact that when you press Fort Brew, you are as tanky? No, I take that back. When you press Fort Brew as a Windwalker, you are still less tanky than a DK who has pressed no defensive whatsoever and only press Army of the Dead, which is their major offensive ability. How do you feel about that? That is a true fact. That's just how it works, man. You know? I got to fix that. Just play DK. I don't mind that DK had a moment of the spotlight because, you know, the truth is that DK wasn't good for a long time. We just forgot that. Frost DK, like, no one really wanted to play with DPS DK for a long time until The War Within came out. But I think that the DK fatigue is real. Absolutely. Windwalker also got the worst rework going into midnight. I'm going to make a video about this soon, I'm pretty sure, and I might rant. I don't know where I'm going to rant. I got this new microphone set up, right? So now I can just basically be at the gym and start talking about WoW, which is great. You might just tune into a video at one point talking about meta fatigue, and you're tuned in, and it's just going to be me walking down the streets of Thailand trying to get some steps in, actually being healthy outside, but I'm just going to be talking about WoW. Is that all right? That's probably what I'm going to do, by the way. Because I have this set up now where I can basically do in real life recording because I got the very expensive microphone that has good noise cancellation and stuff. So I now have the option to just be at the gym and be like, all right, guys, here's what's up. And that's great because it gives me, my main issue is time. Like time is a big factor for me where I don't really get to record videos if I just take too long on stream or if I have work or whatever. So I figured out the solution is just the 4,000 IQ plays record the videos when I'm doing other things. So yesterday, I was just at the gym, and I was like, I got to tell people about the 1% title. So I was just like, record. All right, guys, here's the thing you need to know about the 1% title. Yes, I am El Homo. It helps with the medical condition. The tights are medically related. They're not. Listen, El Homo. There are two things you need to know about these tights, okay? Number one, I have genetic conditions, so it's medical in nature. And two, they're completely unrelated, but I also have these fox ears, and I'm very flexible. The second fact is unrelated to the first, unless you want them to be related, in which case, hello. The Apex is finally fixed. I can test with Apex now. Damage still, it's not prop pally. It's... Mostly when I'm testing tanks right now it's not prop pally. Prop pally does so much damage. You can't really compete with them. It's kind of like prop pally here, every other tank here. VDH I think is like right below, but VDH is not going to be meta because of VDH. Yeah. I don't really know. I only did this here, by the way. I only did this dungeon once, so I'm curious to see how this feels. Let's find out. Okay. When they went and they pruned a bunch of specs going into midnight, they did so unequally, and I think that I want to make a video talking about how they messed up because they got rid of defensives for everything. Do you know what they got rid of for DK? Do you remember? What was the button that they got rid of for DK? Did they remove AMS? Did they remove IBF? What did they get rid of? There was one thing in particular. They nerfed a stamina node slightly. But what was the one button they got rid of? Lichborn DR. Not for blood DK. Not Tombstone for blood DK. For all DK specs. Short AMZ. That a little bit. No, Tombstone. That's blood DK. Lichborn DR. They got rid of Lichborn DR, which to be honest with you, was already their most minor defensive. That's the only thing they got rid of. They still have IBF. They still have all their other buttons. They didn't nerf anything else, really. It was just Lichborn DR. Do you know what they got rid of from mages? Like 5 buttons. Like 5 sources of DR. And what did they get rid of for Windwalker? Like 2 sources. Like actually almost everything got 1 to 3 sources of DR removed. Except DK. DK only got 1 source of DR. And then if you play Rider, you just have 20% DR on your major cool. It's crazy. I think you have to pull. Oh my God. I have only done King's Rest once, and this was easily, I think, the worst Mythic Plus dungeon that I have maybe ever done in my life. Let's see how it goes now. I wonder if it'll be better. Whoops, I overlapped. I forgot I pre-Apex. So I'm going to have to just have 1 Thrash on here. Yeah, I know. And I'm really enjoying it. Just the Mythic Plus timing is hard. Yeah, okay. No one takes rogues, then your personal feeling. I really enjoy playing Guardian, but I feel the itch to go back to rogue. Okay, Die Still. You're basically asking me, should I play meta or should I stick with the thing that I enjoy? Die Still, what is your goal in World of Warcraft? Could you tell me that? Tell me a little bit more about what your goal is for WoW. Are you trying to get to the 1% title? Or are you trying to get to... Where are you at? 3,400 portals. Can you just tell me a little bit more? Are you trying to push for 0.1%? Because I honestly think the answer of should I re-roll actually has a lot to do with what your goals are. I actually think that that is a real part of the argument. So I missed one Apex here. I could have done an extra Apex. You definitely have to pull 4 of these. It's going to be a hard pull, though. This thing just makes a ton of things don't apply to you. It looks like they removed the Dispel Explosion trash. I never played BFA, so I wouldn't have a reference for this, though. Chemo, I would disagree with that. I would disagree because I still think that it depends if you are a veteran of WoW, a newer player to WoW, or what your relationship with WoW. I have changed my tune. I think that I used to say that. I think I used to feel like that. I don't feel like that anymore. That was a big factor, right? Well, if you're not trying to get plus 23s, don't worry about the meta. But have you played this season? Like, to be honest with you, have you paid attention? I've paid attention this season. Bro, the meta pressure is crazy bad at levels that it shouldn't exist at. Like, should it exist? Absolutely not. It is wildly off right now. I don't even think it's anywhere near doable to play off meta, really solo pugging without having the experience of how to do this for the 1%. Like, should it matter? No. Does it matter? Absolutely. Like, I think it trickles down too far. I think it impacts the game in ways that are unhealthy. I don't like it, but I think the reality is you would have a better time, or at least you would have significantly more access if you just re-rolled to something that people want, even though it might not be better. And I'm making Patreon videos right now. I have a series already where I'm going to talk about how each of the tank feels more than their actual rotation. Like, there's a video right now talking about if you play Prot Pally in Season 2, this is everything you're going to have to manage and where your brain power will go. There's one I made for Warrior. If you play Warrior in Season 2, this is everything you're going to have to manage and where your brain power will go. If you play Guardian Druid in Season 2, this is where your brain power will go. Because actually, I think that that's important, and DPS have a similar thing. People make rotational guides, but I think that those videos are very valuable. They will be for, like, YouTube members and Patreon people, though. I'll put it for both. How does Brew feel compared to Season 1? Brew is a tank that it got some changes, but rotationally doesn't really have a ton of... With the things you consider right now on Brew are going to be effectively the same things you consider in Season 2. Your tier set gives you a little bit of more passive oomph, but it's not crazy gameplay oriented. Maybe it's a global. It's like one changes one global on the gather. Your talents have not been crazy reworked. The 1.5 minute infusion is but doesn't fundamentally change the way that you are going to be doing a lot, I don't think. Very, very minor things for Brew. Whereas you have a tank like Warrior, which could fundamentally be changed because if you play Colossus, the way that they've interacted with Colossus is going to be very different. The flat cooldown versus this. Why do I jump on the spot? Diagnosed ADHD. It's not undiagnosed. It's very clear. I get bored. That's it. I have no other reason for you, but I do enjoy playing Guardian partially because I can just be like, wee, wee, all the time. That's like, it's one of my favorite habits. Yeah. Is Prot Warrior in a good spot? Prot Warrior has a problem, Epikuros. Not just Prot Warrior, fucking Mythic Plus has a problem. Bruh. I gotta make another video about this too. I'm just gonna figure out when I'm gonna make this video. This one I might put a little bit of effort into. I might have to really consider this. They gotta get rid of group buffs in Mythic Plus. No. No. It's group buffs. I just think for tanks and healers, they have to go. You have to understand, Prot Warrior, individually, the tuning for Prot Warrior, okay, doesn't really matter because it will be strong. It looks like it will be decent. The way that a lot of these dungeons are a lot of physical melee damage and hits and stuff, so Prot Warrior should be fine to live. That isn't the issue. That's actually okay. No. The problem is, if the meta is Unholy DK, Rogue, and Windwalker plus Arresto Shaman, Do you know how much damage you simply do by pressing Battle Shout? If you play with 3 people who benefit from Battle Shout, do you know how much damage you do by pressing one group buff? It's 4.7%. I believe the math actually works out to about 4.7% for everything who benefits from it. So now you have the verse is genuinely applicable to everything for what it's worth. 3% magic damage is a lot, but Battle Shout is the highest scaling group buff if it applies to people. I guess Mystic Touch. Okay, so to be fair, if everybody's benefiting, Mystic Touch is also still 5%. But Battle Shout is not 3%. Like they nerfed some of the group. Remember Mage used to be 5% too? So, but the issue is just when you're a group buff bot, you're not even being brought for what you can do. You are half the time just saying, I can make Prot Warrior work. Individually, I hope I'm tuned well, but realistically, I'm here because the people in my group will benefit from me being here, and we don't want to play a Fury or Arms Warrior. So whether or not Prot Warrior will be meta has so much to do with whether or not Fury and Arms Warrior is actually good, which is weird because it's not actually about Prot Warrior anymore. And for those who enjoy Prot Warrior, you're actually just mostly praying not for Prot Warrior to have its problems fixed or for it to have a really cool tier set or for have a really cool this or for have a really cool that, whatever it is. God damn, that's not even what matters. You are literally just sitting there with your voodoo doll magic saying, hey, Arms Warrior, Fury Warrior, I'm so sorry to do this to you, but stick all the pins in. Like, you're just really hoping for your entire existence. You go to sleep at night just trying your absolute damnedest to curse the other people because it's a group buff simulator. Because you're not even playing the game at that. It's just a group buff simulator. Like, attack power is pretty much the crux of if you want attack power and you can spell reflect, ooh, Prot Warrior looks really good. And if the meta is magic damage and you don't benefit from attack power, Prot Warrior doesn't look so good. It's that simple. It's the same thing that Brew used to have. And I just hope that they don't. I just want them to take a look at that. This is actually season 1 of Midnight is the first season ever. I think. Maybe. One of the first seasons ever that is not completely beholden to group buffs. As in, you play Mistweaver right now because it is good. You don't play Mistweaver because Mystic Touch. But we might have been spoiled and forgotten that that is simply not the case for most of the time. You specifically play the thing because it has a group buff. And I really like the fact that right now, like Brewmaster was good early this season. You didn't play it for Mystic Touch. You played it because it was the best tank and could live better than any other tank. So there are certain group buffs that are universal where Guardian Druid verse applies to everybody. But then there are other things like, I don't know. I think that the Prot Warrior issue is very real. Well, these guys suck. I don't know what's actually happening. I don't really know the mechanics of this dungeon too well yet, but it looks like crazy bleeds that just hurt a lot. And it's fizz damage. Mortal bleed on me. Okay. I started playing with your friends, but since life got a little more crowded, it's hard for me to play with them. So most of your time you're pugging. Okay, so you can go for portals. Rogue. That's why I'm asking Die Still. Great. I'm very glad that you asked. Absolutely. The answer is if you love your rogue, play your rogue. That is the right answer. That's why I asked. Also, hi D-Loaf. How are tanks looking on PTR? Right now, tanking on PTR is interesting. It is possible that we're overgeared and not doing the level that will check us. It's possible I've been playing a lot of Guardian Druid, and Guardian Druid is so second nature to me that I'm not feeling it. But to be honest with you, tanking feels way easier. At the moment, these keys do not appear to be challenging me in the same way that I felt challenged in season. I haven't encountered battle axes or Skyreach bleeds. Like, I haven't encountered anything where I'm like, whoa, how am I going to live that? So if that's the case, that's both good and bad, because if tanks are not gated behind survivability, they will be brought for damage. So it's actually, it's a bit of a, Like, if every tank can live, you will be playing, once again, Group Buff Simulator. And that might not be good. As silly as it is, like, we might not want that. Maybe. But I think that tanking right now in PTR is actually kind of okay. Yeah. Rye Cinnamon. Oh, man, that's a whole conversation, isn't it? I think that Blizzard maybe just has data that we don't have. But it seems to me, and I also just wonder what will happen at BlizzCon. But god damn it, yeah, it seems like they're really bad at understanding what new players actually want. That's the vibe that I get from them, is just like, this can't be a good system for new players. Like, there's no way that this is the right thing to do here. Other than anyone's plus 10 is a problem. If you want to go higher, no, die still 100%. But there are strategies that will help you, because even if you re-roll for the level of keys that you're at, die still, and that means that you're willing to put a lot of effort in. Is that correct? So die still, you like World of Warcraft. You want to be able to play, but you don't always have your friends to play with. So sometimes you have to pug and you have to find groups. Especially nowadays, you're busier, as many of us are. So many WoW people actually somehow manage to have coitus, and now they have children to take care of. And so this is probably the most fascinating, surprising thing, more than anything else, the fact that that's true. And you want to make sure that your time in this game is being spent actually playing the game and enjoying the game. 100% understand. Very fair. Re-rolling at the level that you are at is actually not going to be your best use of your time. The best use of your time is going to be trying to find some consistent people to play with. Now, that might seem scary and daunting, because maybe you don't feel comfortable talking to people or even adding people or whatever it is. That's okay. Understood. That makes sense. You are not alone in that. In which case, I will give you a recommendation. May I give you an actual piece of recommendation? This might help you. Maybe not. Unsure. But I would love to attempt to give you a piece of information. Apex makes Guardian damage feel a little bit better, Clappy, but when you compare it to Prot Pally, it feels bad. Everything compared to Prot Pally feels bad right now, but I don't personally feel like my damage is that low currently. Like, I'm going to hold my Apex here, and I'm still doing 85k single target. By the end of a boss fight, like, I feel a little better. You're single target because you don't spam Moonfire as Guardian anymore. I don't feel terrible about my current single target. And I think that my coverage issue is also going to be okay. The Lunation CDR, I feel, but it's very outplayable because of some of the other changes that have happened. Like, this is pure single target without proccing Apex, because I'm trying to hold Apex for a little bit more burst on the next pull. Dude, my single target's decent as long as I get that Feral Frenzy on top of the Lunar Beam still. Like, I'm doing good. I don't think that was one of Guardian Druid's weaknesses before, and you can see here, I'm kind of blasting, actually, single target right now. Okay, so I think you got to chain this guy in a little bit. The idea was that I'm going to proc my Apex here because this is where I'm going to benefit from it. And then Apex now, and then basically pull to the left. And I think you got to pull like in here. My Apex should help me with threats. And then Lunar Beam this way. And then you got to click on the tome thingies, right? I wish I would fix DOTC Ravage issue. Yeah, that is a weird thing, Clappy. I actually don't even know how that got coded. That's one of those weird bugs where I just think to myself, how did that even happen? Like, how do you end up with a situation where your Mangle consumes Ravage? Like, that's some weird spaghetti code stuff. I find that to be strange indeed. I think this goes to the Guardians. Every time DOTC was fun. I don't like DOTC Rye Cinnamon, but that's a very personal preference, and I acknowledge that that's a personal preference. Like, I am not going to sit here and be like, oh, Druid of the Claw sucks. Like, no, I don't prefer it. It's just, I prefer tanks where I understand what the rotational pressure is before I walk into a pull. And I'm going to make an example of this specifically on Patreon coming up soon. Yeah. I didn't actually get to play this dungeon was current, but like when you see my damage is not bad here. I think that I'm just not Prot Pally. So when you compare anything to Prot Pally right now, remember, you're going to feel really bad. But I don't know. Guardian feels decent with Apex. I mean, when I was playing no Apex, I feel tanky. I'm very tanky for sure. I should have pulled this construct earlier, I think. That probably is the wrong way to path this dungeon. Oh, that guy is very close to the boss. I'm getting him. You remember this dungeon? So it was worse in BFA, which is crazy because in PTR testing, I'm going to be real with you. I was way more optimistic about this season before this happened. This is the worst Mythic Plus dungeon I think I've ever seen, maybe in my life. It's competing for Vortex Pinnacle. I don't understand this place. Everything about it is anti-Mythic Plus. Like, the way it's structured, the way the pull... This room is probably the best room in the entire dungeon, because I might have some choice and there's some AoE. Literally, though, every mechanic and every pack, every ball, I don't know, is just anti-Mythic Plus. You know? That's to choose this or the Oculus. Well, hold on, wait. You know, is Prop Pally actually good? No, so Nick, they solved that already. The Prop Pally had 3 reworks. The first one was decent. The second one completely bricked their tree, was an absolute nerf. The third one that they got just this week saved everything. Now Prop Pally is very good, yes. Prop Pally is the Omega dominant BIS tank pretty much by far, without question, for sure. At the moment, yes. But I think it will get nerfed. Either, well, I mean, this is the same thing as we had, by the way. This is exactly the same predicament and situation that we ended up in. This is an interesting little thing here. Where we are right now for tanks is exactly where we were in the Season 1 beta. There is one tank that is overperforming. Does Blizzard decide to buff the other tanks to that level? Or do they decide to nerf Prop Pally down? They have a choice. Because that's what happened in Season 1. That's exactly where we were. We had one tank on PTR, which was Guardian Druid before the hefty nerfs, which was just like amazingly dominant. It did more damage than everything by a lot. And you have to remember, actually, before on beta, Guardian Druid was nerfed by like 50% right before the season came out, okay? So then Brewmaster, because it wasn't for damage, now with survivability, Brewmaster was the meta tank. And everything else felt terrible to play. But the question is, what do they decide to do? We'll see. But I will tell you for sure that the reason I am not making a tank tier list right now is not because I don't like money, but it is specifically because we don't know. And they are going to do a tank tuning pass at some point. I just don't know what they're going to decide to do, if that makes sense. Why do they nerf Sub-Rogue 8% flat? You mean this last week? I have no idea. Yeah, I actually don't know. I've only seen a very few rogues, and none of them are doing amazing on PTR. I think the problem, Pinton Snowman, and you can tell me what you think about this. Do they even look at Mythic Plus? When they're tuning a beta or PTR cycle, I'm gonna be real. Come on. Do they actually look at Mythic Plus testing? I swear, I think that they're chronically I know that they're understaffed. Like, I don't want to judge them because as far as I know, we think that there should be like hundreds of people working on this, but there might only be 2. Like, it's very possible that poor Jimmy and Susan in the department are just fucking overworked and they feel very bad because they simply cannot keep up with everything. I don't know how that works. But I swear they look at Warcraft logs, they check people's raid testing, and that's it. Like, I actually believe that that's what they do. And so if Rogue gets a nerf, it isn't because they're really good in keys. It is definitely because in raid testing, they were probably doing too well. That is the worst possible thing that you could have happen, by the way. Am I supposed to tank him by the things? The worst spot that you can be in right now. Okay? Oh, no, probably not. No. I don't think we're good on time at all. I don't know, actually. I think this dungeon is super weird. This is mostly for testing right now. So, if you are interested in your spec performing well, the literal worst potential spot that you could be in is the initial raid testing, you do really well, and Mythic Plus, you are only average. That is a recipe for ultimate disaster. Literal ultimate disaster. It's you cannot be in a worse position than that. What was 82k single target without popping the second Pharaoh Frenzy? That's not bad. Jib and Susan were and that's why they didn't tune it right. I mean, hey, at least I know that they have a life. Okay, so die still. Should you reroll? In World of Warcraft, there are many factors that determine whether or not something is good. But can I tell you the main factor? It isn't tuning so much as it is, I'll tell you what it actually is. It is familiarity and mastery. Not the mastery stat. If you have to think all key about what you are supposed to press, you will do less damage than you should. So the secret to keys and the secret to playing something and getting good at the game is playing something that you're so familiar with that the thing becomes second nature. And then what you do is you can start planning your cooldowns and saying, well, as a rogue, I know that if I do this here or if I do that there, and you will have a greater success rate sticking with one thing and actually developing the mastery of how to play that thing. That being said, not everybody plays the game this way. That's a true statement, and you can't really argue with it because it's just how it is. Mastery matters. But I also acknowledge the fact that many people are not trying to improve in that way. And if you're just asking me, look, I want to log in, I don't want to think about much, I just kind of want to press some buttons, I want to blast, and want to make sure I get invites, then perhaps you can reroll. And that might be a good decision for you. It's hard for me to answer because I don't know exactly what your play style is like. And many people are going to give you suggestions based off of their own experiences. But I'm going to be real, sometimes people are just wanting to play and they're, how do I put this in the way? How do I say this right? It's not that people are okay with being bad. It's just not everybody is trying to optimize. Like if I give you advice as if you were trying to get to plus 23 keystone level, it might be bad advice. It probably would be bad advice. Yeah, you can't skip the bridge anymore. You have to actually take all this. This is all terrible trash, though. Like, this is one of those reasons where I was like, this is probably one of the worst dungeons ever because I don't know what's fun about this pack. Like, everything in this area just feels terrible. Like, literally every single mob here is like, I don't want to fight this, and it's annoying. But I have to fight this because it's here, and it's in my way. So, does that make sense, though? In terms of die still, we really can't actually answer for you what you should do. I just want you to know, at the end of the day, the only real answer and the only real reason to play WoW is because it's fun. Because you're having fun. Whatever you decide is the most fun for you is what you should play for. If you want to make sure that you're getting invites as you push a little bit higher, and as you continue to progress and enjoy the game and get better at World of Warcraft, the absolute most dominant, greatest hack of all time is to make friends. And I know that's probably not what you want to hear. It's not what anybody wants to hear. Not really. But I cannot express to you that right now, if you are at 3,000 IO, tomorrow you could be at 3,500 IO easily if you had friends that were willing to help you. And if you're at 3,500 IO and you're like, man, it would be cool to get the 1%, but you know, I know I'm out of the range. I didn't really play a lot this season. I'm not going to get it. But you had friends, you could get it literally tomorrow. Like, friends are actually like having people who are really good at the game on your B tag or in your guild is the greatest hack of all time. Wait, why are these guys healing? So they're not taking any damage and they're healing. There's a healing mechanic here. What am I missing? They're just healing. I don't know what's going on here. The totem. Oh boy. I hate these types of mechanics and keys. Oh, it's this. I see. So there's a totem that heals them infinitely. Fantastic. Well, this pack sucks. What drops the totem? So you should skip this if possible, but you can't skip it anymore because right now, King's Rest, you need every single, it's right there, I see it. Okay. Yeah, I see that because look at the pack, it's kind of at full health right now. Oh, man. It takes a while to get to 4K with the group. It takes like 1 to 2 weeks. Yeah, but not even that, Cambria. It depends. Like, if a lot of people, I made a video yesterday. It's not, I don't know if it's a kick. I think it's just that you have to insta swap to it, but this is not good. It's not going well. Whatever this is, I think it's the shamans that drop it. I would imagine shaman totem makes sense. So you just gotta, okay, we insta kill it there. Bro, what is this dungeon? What is this dungeon, dude? He said bug? No, I don't think it's a bug. I just think this dungeon sucks. It looks like once we kill the shamans, though, there's no more totems. So now we can actually kill the pack. We don't need solo queue for Mythic Plus. Don't have time to socialize in a video game. Oh, Varnchi. I have strong opinions on solo queue. I have very strong opinions on solo queue. They're going to land me into hot water if I tell you what they are. What happens if I get hit by this? Whee! Oh, that's the one that goes... You go flying if you get hit by that. All right. Doesn't do that much damage, though. No debuff? I could just take it in the future. You're welcome, Die Still. I seriously think that it is the most important thing to understand about this game. I know it's easy to get caught up in the competitive atmosphere of WoW and all that. I get it. But it is ultimately supposed to be for fun. Do these guys bleed or they tank damage? Can I bring them in? Oh, they bleed. All right, cool. Well, I mean, I don't know. Dwarf seems like it would be OP here because there's just a lot of very dangerous bleeds. If there are dangerous bleeds, then Dwarf is really good. These two guys are strong. Okay, so don't pull them into boss. I can wait. Okay, so we're just going to fight this here then. Arcane Surge is ready. All right. I gotta... This is... We're in cooldowns now, so let's go. Okay. Varnchi, can I ask you a question? And actually, if we're going to dive into this topic, we got to clarify a few facts. If you're listening and you would like to partake in this next conversation about solo queue and Mythic Plus, how long have you been playing World of Warcraft? That is the very first question that you need to answer. How long have you been playing WoW? And the reason that this is a very important question to answer as I get knocked off the platform is since 2004. All right. Since vanilla. Long time. Solo queue, if they were to introduce this system, is not for you. It isn't for me. It is for new players. That's what solo queue is for. That's why they might need to introduce solo queue. Because the current iteration of WoW right now involves you having already played WoW for a long time. We forget that you straight up cannot even understand what Mythic Plus is unless they get you into it to begin with. We all just assume that everybody knows what Mythic Plus is. Why do we assume that? Most people who start playing World of Warcraft don't actually know what Mythic Plus is. And if the only way for them to access it, the game does not tell you. The game does a terrible job of telling you what Mythic Plus is as well. There is no, none of the advertisements for WoW say, by the way, Mythic Plus. Every single one of them is like, you got to play WoW because story, because this, because that, because whatever. You cannot explain the endgame systems of World of Warcraft. It's very difficult to do so. Retail is very enjoyable because of those systems, and yet they've bottlenecked themselves into the sense of the only people who can significantly enjoy playing Mythic Plus and understanding why raiding could be fun are the ones who have already become so invested in this game that they would do it regardless. That's why the changes to raiding next season, I don't think that's going to work the way that they want it to. I don't think you get more people to raid by putting item level into the raid. Simply because the people who you actually want to target don't know what item level is. So if you put really fancy rewards, it actually segregates the people who do care enough about it and would actually participate in that system. You're making it worse for them, which doesn't make it better for anyone that you actually are trying to target. It's like a marketing thing. If I was in charge of Blizzard PR, I would understand that the game is going to live or die based on my ability to get new people into it. And I think that they are very, very, very bad at that, Varnchi. So the issue of solo queue is whether or not that would help. I think that solo queue would do pretty irreparable damage to the high end of looking for group Mythic Plus. I think it could actually spell the end of Mythic Plus as we currently know it. And there are many reasons as to why that would be true, but it's ultimately what everybody focuses on. Everybody always talks about how it would affect the 1% or the 0.1% or the this or the that. But the real part of solo queue and the real reason why they might need to introduce it is because it might just allow people to get into it. And sometimes, to a certain extent, the game should not be designed for me or for you or for Tettles or for Dratnos or for Max, because we're chronically addicted. Like, we're going to play the game anyways. At some level, they should realize that many of their design philosophies should be for people to get them addicted so that no matter what they do, they're going to stick around. Like, they could put systems in the game next season, which I don't like, and I'm not going to quit because they've put a system in I don't enjoy. The problem with making solo queue only for a +10 or below, or having that be the way that they implement it, is it will completely kill looking for group. There would be no reason ever to list the key, and then you don't build the connections, and then you don't actually benefit from keys to begin with because it doesn't teach you anything. So I don't think that would work, because if you put solo queue up until a certain level, you would have to remove that level from looking for group. I think that would be the only way to do it. You can't have both exist because one of them will kill the other. If solo queue gets introduced and it works, looking for group is dead. If solo queue gets introduced and it sucks, then nothing changes, I suppose. But then you can't really use solo queue. If they were to put solo queue up to a +10 and that was your max level vault reward, I could see that being a very potential way for them to mess around with it, because it would also work at that level. Like, whether or not you even have a bloodlust for a +10 is not as important. You could still network as long as you were able to talk to people in the solo queue, and I think that wouldn't be the end of the world, actually, for them to consider something like that. But I think that immediately, if they were to do so, they have to make it so that you cannot queue you cannot list below a +10 in looking for group. I think that would be the only way that system works. And I think that you should be able to queue into a +10 somehow if you had a group of 5 people. Like, if you had a group of 5 people, you can queue all together just in case you do want to smash some with guildies. Would that be a reasonable solution? Yes or no? What do you think? Those are my thoughts on solo queue. In terms of who it's actually designed for, how they would implement it, at the very least, I think the best argument for it is certainly introduce it for a level of keys that are reasonable, like a +10. I think that might be one of the only real solutions to it. Yeah. And then make it so that if you want to do anywhere between a +2 and a +10, you have to do solo queue. That's the only way you will have access to those things. I think that could be good. No, don't care about group buffs. See, that's the thing. All the conversations, well, what about group buffs? What about lust? What about combat? Doesn't matter. Because it's a +10 Zeralian. That's it. Just straight up. Doesn't matter. All good. Do you see what I mean? That's the thought process. I also think they should disable group buff and keys, but that's a whole different subject. Yeah. But so that's kind of the only way, right? You don't need group buffs. Again, we're talking about min-maxing a key, but you don't need to min-max them for a 10. You should just be excited. You get, oh, I got a Druid in here. I get 3% verse. Cool. Bro, most people who do +10s don't know what versatility is. You got to understand that it's a fundamentally different game for people who might interact with solo queue, but that's a good thing. I still think that positive gameplay interactions lead to positive social interactions. Forced negative gameplay interactions lead to negative toxic social interactions. Somebody clip that, because they really need to understand this fundamental philosophy. Somebody clip that. Does that make sense? That's exactly how I've never said it like that before, but it's exactly what they need to understand. If you force people to do things that you don't want them to do in an effort for them to be social, they will yell at people. Like, do you see the problem? Like, basically what's going to happen is that it'll create toxicity and eventually lead to negative representation of that system socially. Whereas if I get people to do something because they want to do it, then they talk to people because they are interested, they have a good time. And that is a very important thing to understand. currently, the way that raiding will work next season is going to be a forced social engagement where when you hit a prog boss in a guild that you don't want to be in and Brew Twister comes around to clap your shit, you're not going to moan in pleasure. Like, you're not having a good time. It's going to be one of those situations you look back on and be like, I shouldn't have called him. It's just not going to create the situation that they wanted to create. Varnchi, I would agree with you that many of the problems in World of Warcraft are technically, they're meta-based, they're community-based, but knowing that many of the problems are community-based, how do you solve it? I agree with you. There are so many things that we do wrong as a community. Unfortunately, it's still up to Blizzard to solve them, because I don't trust the WoW community to all of a sudden realize that we're mistreating tanks. And you shouldn't treat tanks that way, otherwise you're just going to have a tank shortage and nobody's going to want to play tanks. I think that at some point you actually need to realize that you need to design the role of tanks to be a little bit more friendly. Like, I think you need to kill tanks a little bit less. Yeah, that makes sense that you're too scared to tank, but they could design it in a way. That was my last video about how to fix tanking. Because I've been thinking about this for a while now. I've been thinking about this for a long time. How do you get it so that tanks feel rewarding to play, still challenging, still have a role where you can express mastery and you feel like you're rewarded for being a good tank, but you're not omega giga punished for being somebody who isn't an expert tank? How do you balance that? And I think that it has a lot to do with the incoming damage types. I made the video about if you don't allow tanks to telegraph where they're going, it's an endless debate because they'll never actually get to learn. And if tanks don't get to learn, then they won't be able to progress. Currently, the way it works in Season 1 is all of the checks... Oh my god, this boss is so toxic. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Because I'm going to get hit here. We have one more res. I don't know where to tank this. So the main thing, Jay Morrison, if you're a career tank, is you have to understand our experience with tanking is just fundamentally not what new tanks experience. New tank players are in absolute fucking despair because the game teaches you nothing. It teaches you nothing. It literally doesn't even say anywhere, if you walk past the mob, you don't have threat, please make a plan. What's snap threat? I don't know. What is snap threat? Why isn't this explained anywhere? 0%. You know? And it's like, but then tanks will misunderstand aggro all the time. Aggro is a big problem. What about routing? Well, actually, routing doesn't really matter. And they go, but it matters so much. It's like, truthfully, like at the level you're playing at, routing doesn't matter at all. And yet it takes up a huge percentage of your brain power, of your this, of your that. Oh my god, this boss sucks. How do you even get... I don't know where to tank. Oh, there's a frontal. I'm sorry. So that front, I don't know how to move without killing people on that. Do I just tank one of the circles? I don't understand how I'm supposed to position this boss and dodge at the same time. I think I tank it. Maybe I just soak. Hey, yo, Varnchi, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you asking about solo queue. I think it's important. I think I soak. So do I just soak one and not turn boss? I think. Because otherwise I don't know how to run, because the boss just does a frontal during that. I feel like was just running with... I think I have to soak one of the circles, probably. That's most likely the right answer there, because I don't think I die to it if that happens. Patch up. Yeah, I'll wait for res. It's okay. Interesting. I hate this dungeon. This dungeon sucks. The circle's fast when gilded, but the problem is I think I just have to soak it. The frontal is a soak. The frontal is he claps me, and I don't think I'm supposed to hit anyone else with it, but I could be wrong. Blade combos. Here's the deadly melee strikes. Aim it. No, Karis, you're lying to me. You're absolutely lying to me. The frontal is a soak. Hold up, wait a second. Aim it at the party. Karis, I feel like you're trolling me somehow. I don't think so. I feel like there's no point. How's the WoW going? I get to test Guardian Druid Apex. I'm pretty excited. Yeah, you are trolling. Okay, I knew it. I caught that one. Varnshi, one of the things I'm going to do, and I'm very excited about doing this, by the way. This is something I am genuinely excited about. I think that Blizzard has messed up in terms of its design for tanks and teaching tanks. So I'll just teach you. Like, I'm going to make a bunch of stuff. I've got it in my head already. I'll do it. I don't think you should have to... Oh, my God. I don't think you should have to watch a video, honestly, to learn how to tank. I think the game should be doing a better job of teaching you. But since they won't, I will. Wait for it. Give me a little bit. Let me test some more PTR dungeons. Let me see what the new dungeons look like before I decide to do something like this. And just look out for it on my channel. Seriously. Let me help you. Yeah. The community perception is something that is a problem. I don't know how we solve it. I do think that game design has a lot to do with it. And if you didn't get to watch the video on myself of how to fix tanking, a really good example is if there is going to be a frontal, let's say, you need to make it obvious that that thing exists by just visual indicator. This guy is actually not bad. The way that this boss is designed is when he does his frontal, he starts cleaving giant golden strikes. It's not that hard for me to figure out without anybody telling me that that's a frontal. Like, when he does his next gilded thing, look at the actual animation on him. It's a old dungeon, but he's going to do this thing soon when he gets the gilded whatever. Wait for it. Not yet. This one, gilded destruction. So I'm going to aim him away. Look at these cleaving ass strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Like, look at those cleaving strikes. I feel like that is actually a good compromise. That's why I know to keep him away from my team, because he's giant golden and just cleaving, cleaving, cleaving. So I think that that might be the right way to approach a mechanic like that, because even if no one tells me what's happening, I kind of know what's happening. Also, this boss just literally sucks. We don't have a res for the healer. Oh, he might take that res, actually. He died again, immediately. Bro, this boss sucks. Yeah. Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like this boss. I think this boss sucks. Oh, I missed the flex redeem. Sorry. Sir Anthrax. Flex redeem. Okay, can do. Wah. Wah. Actually, I've developed this system. I created some tech. Just gotta get used to him. He doesn't clap me. I can live. I'm not going to die. My team is going to die. Because of the circles. And we have no more B-res. I can live that, actually. That doesn't feel terrible. I mean, he does hurt me, but even if I have to soak a circle or two, I don't think I'm going to die. Yeah, you just have to, like, insta-move. Zeralian, I figured out a way to seamlessly transition between this and IRL streams. Exactly. Seriously. Varnshi, I don't know if I super agree with the second part of that. I want to say that there's a conversation about WoW that needs to happen, but I don't know if I can put it into words yet. I don't know if I can put it into words. There is something I've been feeling, and I know that other people have been feeling too. But I don't think I've really cooked on this enough for me to present it to you, because there is like a big problem in WoW, and it's exactly what you're talking about, and it has to do with if you are not, let me see if I can even think about this. Let me see if I have enough social energy right now. Oh, there's a fear. Don't take the res. I'm gonna cook. I just don't know if I have enough energy to cook right now, because this is such a cook. Will I ever return to the USA? Great question, Grizzly Cuts. For BlizzCon I'm going, but otherwise, no, I love Thailand. There's no reason for me to move back. Like, actually moving back has no real reason to do that. Okay, I'm gonna stand up for this shit. I'm standing up for this. Come here. Listen. Okay? I need everybody to contribute to this conversation because I want to know how off I am with this. Specifically because I have gotten the chance very recently, since I started streaming, making content in the last 6 months in particular, but more even in the last few months. I have gotten to meet some very cool players. I've gotten to interview some very cool players. I've gotten to do a podcast with some really cool players, etc., like Shaw. Thank you. Talk about for like 2 hours of doing your keys. Thank you, Verilyn. That's exactly what I'm about to talk about right now. Thank you for dropping by. I really enjoyed that podcast, and Shaw is really cool. But something that even Shaw said in the podcast is this discrepancy. High-level players have one advantage that is very difficult to put into words without sounding straight up victimized. Without putting myself down or putting the community down, it is near impossible to talk about the fact that what high-level players or long-term WoW players actually have is establishment in the community. That is the biggest difference by far, and it is near impossible to explain. Because if you complain about it, it sounds like you are complaining. Because all of them will just be like, but just do it. Like, just run your own key or just, just pug or just like make friends or whatever. It's like, it's very difficult to find the people to connect with and socialize with. That is the best piece of advice you can give. But you have to understand that if a DPS player is good enough to get the 0.1% title, they are not currently doing 20s. They are already at Resil 22. If you have a DPS player who's that good, they are already past you. And because of the resilience system, you don't interact with them by nature of it. Right now, if you decide, for example, that you want to push for 1% and you're at Resil 19, the only people you're playing with, unless you have friends, are the ones who are also at Resil 19. So the quality of player, this is variable and it's a generalization and it's hard to make this. This is why it's very difficult to have this conversation because I'm not calling everybody there, whatever. I don't mean to do any of that. But you have to factor in if you had a Death Knight who is the meta DPS specialization and they were a really good DK, the chances that they are also pushing for Resil 20 is very low. Because if they were that good and they've been playing this season, they're already at Resil 21 or Resil 22, whatever it is. And so the establishment within the WoW community itself, having that B tag hooked up, having the people that you can play with, it's very difficult to explain how difficult it is when you do not have that access. That access is so critical. It is so impactful. But it's really tough to sound like I'm not just complaining when I talk about it. Does that make sense? Am I hitting on something here? It's like the difference between a good tank and an average tank at that level is that the average tank might die and the good tank is going to be better. And then the best tank, but you don't really get to see the difference between an average DPS and a really good DPS. Like they just kill everything so much faster. And they also just very rarely they still make mistakes, but it's just, wow, the difference and the consistency of progging things and actually getting to the chance to go back and do something again and learn and this and that. I mean, it is a different world out there. Oh, there are so many people who are there are so many people who are better straight up at the game if you just put them back, if you just compare directly Zerali. And I bet you there's a lot of people who are on average better players, but do not have the IO to back that up. Very simply because they didn't put the effort into the networking or the season, or they didn't re-roll and they should have re-rolled or whatever. Absolutely. 100%. Some of the best DPS players I have ever met, and I mean people who would parse 99 to 100 every single encounter for raid, regardless of RNG, don't actually push that high in Mythic Plus. But if they ever did, guarantee you they do more damage. Oh, okay, that boss at the end, we kind of got it. Whew, this dungeon sucks. Does that make sense? I don't know if anybody else would really agree with that. Also, hey, Verlin, thank you for the Prime sub. So there's this weird thing where if you're not aware of this and you look at high-level people play, it's just a completely different story. Yeah, that last boss sucks. Learn from the audience. So this has been a breakout season in Keys for me. First time, have a consistent friend group, and now you're working. That's awesome. That's like crazy progress. I hope you've had a lot of fun with it, Verlin. Going into next season, the consistency makes it so much more enjoyable. Because you know that if Mr. Jimmy is going to yell at you, it'll be funny instead of toxic. Like friend groups, you know what I mean? Like, it's okay to actually have those types of interactions, but you know the people. Oh, I'm addicted? All right, this is the beginning of the end. Beginning of the end, Verlin. What got you into it this season? If you don't mind me asking, why now? What got you into basically deciding that you're going to play hard this season compared to before? Yeah, King's Rest is easily the worst dungeon, I think, in this pool. Yeah. One of the keys for pushing IO is getting it early. And a lot of times I hear on the podcasts and whatnot, there's no reason to push until we get the turbo boost, until we get the folio, until we get the this. But it's a weird take because the reason to push is so I don't get declined a month from now. If you've missed the curve, if you've missed the bell curve, I think every pugger knows just how bad that feels. The curve is like this, and you just accidentally took a 2-week vacation that you had a great time in. Good luck. You didn't add people to B-Tag. You don't have people who will take you to their new key level. Bye-bye. Season's over. That's what it feels like. It's not actually that bad, but it feels like that. I never played WoW since 3 weeks ago. You're brand new to WoW? 3 weeks ago? Justin, what got you into WoW? 3 weeks. That's very soon. All right, let's do Temple of Sethralis one more time on the Guardian, and then I'll consider playing a different tank. Blizzard will listen. I don't think Blizzard knows who I am, Uncreated. I mean, I just got invited to be a WoW partner, but then they also told me, we're so sorry. We can't actually offer you a ticket to BlizzCon. And I was like, no. So I have to buy a ticket. I'm brand new. I mean, I think that I'm starting to, people maybe know me a little bit, but not really. I have not been making content. I'm a baby content creator. Like, I would not describe myself as being an established member of the community at this point. What's up, Tigers? I got... Friend brought me the Xbox for your birthday. Now you're addicted. But that's actually a lot. I mean, that's a very fast progression. Did your friend take you to keys, Justin, or how did you end up in plus 15 that quickly? Let's do a 17 Seth and just see how this feels. Need decent dungeon? Not King's Rest. I think Ruby Life Pools, believe it or not, is my favorite dungeon to test for this cycle. It's not a very positive sign. Let me run an ad real quick. I'm going to go set something up. Let me just run a quick ad. I'll be right back, and then we'll see if we can find people for Sethralis. Yeah, I think Ruby is actually not feeling the worst. Took us 50 minutes. Let me be right back real quick. Ooh, a Disc Priest. Nice. And then the mage is back. Perfect. Give me right back, okay? Let me just be right back. I need to go get my phone charger because I want to show you guys something later. I might actually unleash technology today. It's possible that today you get to see the fruits of many hours of labor if I can get it to work. Hello, I'm back. Find a group. Well, that thing takes a lot of battery. What is all this? I was supposed to order that. All right, one moment. All right, let's do it. I need to hydrate. You can see I need to hydrate here. Seth Rallis. Justin, if you're still here, do you think you'll continue playing World of Warcraft? And Verilyn, if possible, if you're still here as well, any person who tells me currently that they like the game, there are a lot of criticisms, there's a lot of negativity surrounding WoW. I'm always curious to know if you are new to WoW or you're just really enjoying it right now, why? Could you attempt, and you don't have to have the best answer. This is not like a pop quiz where I'm going to hold you accountable for this. Just a general question of what makes it enjoyable for you? That's what I'd like to know. Just that. In terms of if you're enjoying it and Midnight Season 1 was fun and you feel like, oh, I'm kind of addicted now, like I really want to keep going. Why? If you could attempt to answer that, I would be very interested in your answer. As I hydrate. Also, I enjoy you can do whatever you want in WoW. Villa the man. I must ask you for clarification. When you say whatever you want in WoW, what do you mean by that? What are the things you can do in WoW right now? Sorry. Hi, friend. That didn't taste right. There was something wrong about that. Something wasn't quite right for something that I don't know. We're going to ignore it. All right, let's go. Wow. God, that was really, I don't know what that was. Okay. Been playing a bit of Mythic raids, also pushed 3.4k in your Guardians, so now you're just chill farming meta achievements and hunting mounts. Glad that you're still enjoying it that way. Enjoying it because you got like 10 friends from old time to play again. To be honest, everyone is waiting for Season 2. There's nothing to do for the past 6 weeks. It's a long time. Okay? You can just log in, do 1 hour of farming achievements, then log it off if you need to run somewhere else. That has always been the core of World of Warcraft Villa, that you are able to just play for fun and kind of play on your own time. That has actually been a fundamental of WoW for a while. 1 second. I have been stunned because that's the tank mechanic, which I believe is a kick, but the tank should never ever get stunned in Mythic Plus. That's a bad mechanic. I think that one of the bigger criticisms of modern WoW is that it doesn't feel like you can just log in whenever to do the content you want to do. I don't know if people share that sentiment. I know that it used to. I'm aware that that was my favorite thing about WoW for a long time. Before we had Mythic Plus, before we had endgame content, it really was just that I log in and I can just, it's a world, right? Like this is the world that I exist in. So if I want to do this today, I can do that. If I want to do that today, I used to run a guild in Warlords of Draenor. I ran a guild. I played this game. I had just moved to Ohio in America, and if you've never been there, and if you have been there, you'll understand. But I didn't have a very good time with it. I was really lonely because nobody in Ohio I wanted to be friends with. And so basically, I played WoW for 12 hours a day, like 14 hours a day. And I ran a guild. We didn't have anything back then. There was nothing to do. And yet, for some reason, there was everything to do. I was never bored. I remember that feeling somehow back when, and we only had raid, and the raid was Hellfire Citadel when I was playing and had that guild. Yet, I just wasn't bored. Nowadays, I feel more bored than I used to. I think that's probably more a result of us as people than it is anything else. Because the game has more built into it today, and yet for some reason that feels a little bit more hollow. I've been trying to identify why. I've been trying to kind of figure out exactly where it comes from. I can't tell if this is a disc problem or if this dungeon just really hurts. Is this dungeon just really hurt, or is this a disc problem? Because we are all dying right now. Is he playing Void Weaver? Ah, he's playing Void Weaver. So it's probably a little bit of an HPS problem too. Hard to say exactly. I think this is a disc problem. He doesn't, he's playing Void Weaver. The Void Weaver can't really heal. I meant it's your response to me. I had to major. No problem, no problem. We can reset. Let me just check this healer is doing enough, because otherwise we can't get through the dungeon. Apex feels good. If you see my damage here, I think that Apex kind of fills in that little bit of a gap. It's interesting. I enjoy it right now. I mean, I would prefer not to take the tank stun interrupt. That was kind of hard. There's a tank, like a 4-second stun on tanks. I'm surprised I lived. Are you going to try a different tank class in the new season? I play all the tanks. I enjoy playing all the tanks. That's part of my enjoyment of the game Villa is testing and learning new things. I'm obsessed with that process in World of Warcraft. Also, Stretch, thank you. I just don't really feel like I used to with this game. And I think it's a me problem. I think that it's something I've done to myself. If you ask me whether or not I want to go farm old mounts or old achievements, If you ask me whether or not I want to go partake in content, If you tell me that there's going to be a disco jam at somebody's house, for some reason I just feel, It doesn't fill me with what it used to fill me with. I don't know if it's that I've changed. I don't know if it's that my relationship with gaming has changed. I don't know if it's the actual game has changed. But I do think that on some fundamental level, what actually happened was Mythic Plus and competitive endgame content in WoW did what TikTok is doing, which is just it overloads your brain. Or I don't really use TikTok that much. I use Instagram for what it's worth. I'm a big Instagram doom scroller because what I see on Instagram is so goddamn funny. You ever see a reel and you're just like, this is the funniest 30 seconds of my life? Like I occasionally, 10 years ago, I saw a stand-up comedy routine that was this good. And this is amazing. This is so funny. And then the next reel, you're like, oh my God, I'm a terrible human being. But that was so funny. I laughed a lot. And you scroll again and you're like, okay, that one's there. And you scroll again, you're like, And then the next one, you're like, oh my God, first of all, I'm going to hell. But second of all, goddamn, this is so funny. You have that experience? Is it just me? Maybe I'm just a bad person. I don't know. But my social media reels, first of all, would definitely land me in eternal suffering. But second of all, they're really funny. Like my reel page is just, it hits every single time. It's either really cute dogs or a raccoon, but also the funniness is 10 out of 10. Anything I see on TV is simply not as good as what I could find on Instagram Reels. Do you guys have that? Is it just me? Because sometimes when I watch Kitty's TikTok feed, it's not that funny. It's a lot of like sourdough and building stuff and construction and whatnot. And I guess it's aesthetically pleasing, but I don't really have that relationship. I don't think it's that funny. What's up, Holly? Holly, do you doom scroll social media? Favorite dog breed? I mean, the dog I want and my actual favorite breed are two very different things, Grizzly Cuts. Because the last dog I had was a Malinois mix, and I told myself never again. I will never own another Malinois type working dog ever. It was both the most rewarding experience a human being can go through, but also the worst experience a human being can go through. So what I want now is a lazy couch potato golden retriever. That is what I want. If I get another dog, which I will, hopefully soon, golden retriever. One, preferably a golden retriever that isn't that smart. I want them to be smart enough that I can communicate with them, but not smart enough that if I don't communicate with them, they're going to eat my wall. There's a balance. That's what I'm after right here. I want the balance. But basically, I just want a couch potato now. It's like the toxic X. Sometimes you end up there. Yeah, everybody knows that it's probably not good for us, but I also just end up there, especially when I'm not feeling well like I have been recently. So here's the thing about this. How many boys are in the yard? I haven't actually got a milkshake in a while, so not that many right now. Okay. The problem with social media is the fact that I watch that reel and I think to myself genuinely, that was an amazing 30 seconds of my life. 20 minutes later, I've forgotten about it. I'm on to the next. I can't even stop and appreciate when things are actually valuable and hilarious because I'm just like, next. If I scroll for 20 minutes, the second reel I've ever seen might be one of the funniest things that I send to everybody that I am friends with. So like one person. But then I forget about it. And then 30 minutes later, I'll strike gold again. And I'll be like, holy shit, this is so funny. And I'll send it to the person that needs that reel. And then 30 minutes later, I've forgotten about it. It's overloaded my dopamine circuits. My memory doesn't work like it used to. My appreciation for quality doesn't work like it used to. I just want more. I want more. I want more. I want more. Not because I'm less mature or because I'm older now. No. Just because the circuits in my brain are telling me that I can get it. Because I have access to it, I feel like I want it. And I actually believe that that has happened to World of Warcraft. I think that on some level, the endgame competitive atmosphere of WoW has created the same exact situation where you know that you could be pushing Mythic Plus, and so all of a sudden wasting your time with friends at somebody's house is less valuable. But you go, less valuable for who? Less valuable for what? And you're like, my IO. But why does your IO matter so much? And this is the same arguments when you say, well, people should play for fun. And you say, well, you could play for fun, but not in my key because I don't want you to waste my time. But you think to yourself, but why is it wasting our time? Why is the only goal winning? Ever since I started getting hooked and addicted to Mythic Plus, I have not been able to enjoy many other aspects of the game in the way that I used to. When I ran a guild back in Warlords of Draenor, we used to just go around, farm some toys, blow bubbles with our bubble wands, and celebrate people's in-game wedding. And now if you ask me whether or not I want to go around blowing bubbles with the bubble wand, I might actually tell you no. Because I got to get IO, or because I got to test this, or because I want to know what tank's going to be met. I don't know. It's just a different world. And it's not necessarily a worse world, but I do believe that this was short-term, such hype. It was so hype that we had all this. But long-term, I wonder if it's actually done irreparable harm to WoW, because over time, because those systems are so good, they're also creating really weird expectations of the player base, really weird expectations of the developers, and a different relationship that transforms WoW from an MMORPG to a lobby game that's basically just League of Legends in an MMORPG. You know what I mean? Does this ring a bell for anybody? I don't know if I'm describing this in the right way, but there's some weird catch of what things used to be compared to what they are right now, and I've really just been strongly trying to figure it out. Why do I not enjoy? Why do I not have the same relationship that I used to have? And also, why do I crave classic? Why is there a part of my brain right now that just goes, play classic? This doesn't happen in classic. Classic is objectively not a better game than retail, and yet my brain wants it. Partially because I had the flu, but I think at the end of the day, it is in fact that simple, Heel. I agree with you. Because Classic is fun. Because if I decide to roll whatever spec I want in Classic, no one cares. Because if I decide to spend 2 hours blowing bubbles in Classic, no one cares. If I decide to play it this way, no one cares. Like, because it's just a different, because it's a game. It's just a game. I know that has happened even to Classic recently, which is why I also know that this isn't a specific World of Warcraft problem as much as it is a gaming problem. But my life is more stressful than it used to be. It is. My brain is overloaded. I have more work than I've ever had before, which is great because I'm making money and I can bolster my savings account and, I don't know, learn how to get better at taxes and all that. Like, I can do the adult stuff, and I'm glad that I get to do the adult stuff. But also, fuck, you know, with respect, but also I have to do all the adult stuff. When I log in to play a game, I don't really want to stress. Like, I almost feel bad for saying this. I almost, like, I don't want to be washed. I don't want to be judged in the community and people are like, well, woo, I guess you're just bad. And it's like, maybe I am. Maybe I'm just old and it's over for me. Maybe I should accept it. I don't know. Maybe I should be doing more of a warm-up when I go to the gym. Something's different. Adult stuff is over. Well, some of it isn't. I wonder if I were to ask, just play like a statistical game. If I were to ask 1,000 modern gamers why they play games, what their relationship is with games, I wonder what the answers would be, and I wonder how much it would change based on genre, because we only really get to talk to people who play WoW, and I am curious to know what people who don't play WoW would say. Like, I wonder if it's a WoW-specific problem, or if it's a gaming problem in general. As far as I can tell, it is a gaming-specific problem. Yeah, well, all of our brains are certainly more cooked than they used to be. The magic is gone with a game. Maybe, Suddy. Maybe. But I've always thought that the magic of WoW is its people. Like, I've always thought, actually, that the real magic of World of Warcraft is the people who play this game with you. That's always been the magical thing about it. It actually has never been the systems. It has always been the people. Because the systems in WoW, I mean, they're cool, but they're not that cool. It's not like there's no other game that has systems that are interesting. Might even be games with better systems. It's not a bad thing to say the magic is gone. It's just something that happens with games. Well, I don't know if I want to accept that for WoW. Aren't you kind of curious to know what they announced at BlizzCon this year, too? That's another interesting thing. So, given all of this, I don't think I'm the only person who feels like this. I also don't think that every WoW player feels like this. To be fair, I think that a lot of people are just coasting and having a great time, and this might just be a section of the player base. But I wonder what they announced at BlizzCon. I wonder if we actually get a WoW 2 or a new game entirely or what. I'd be very curious to find out. I can dispel. I poison dispel, sorry. I'm interested in that, though. If they announce another mobile game, then we just got confirmation that gaming is just never going to be the same. The one thing I think I understand, and as far as I'm not 100% on this, and I am not an authority on the subject, isn't it true that games are losing a lot of money right now? Just like movies. My ping is also really bad in this key, so ignore my damage because I can barely hit globals. But games and movies are both losing a shit ton of revenue. Like, neither of them are doing well at the moment. Because they cost a lot of money to make, and they're not getting the return that they used to get. Like, Hollywood has lost billions and billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars because of streaming and because of this and because of how people interact with YouTube and Netflix and whatnot. Like, you just don't make money from video games and movies the same way that they used to. Because the return would be you spend $200 million making a film, but you net $800 million for a box office success. And now it's like, you get like, you don't even get your money back. So you're losing money, right? It just doesn't seem like a good investment. And I think that gaming has a similar thing. Okay, this is too big. I pulled too much. I don't actually know what these guys do, but it hurts, apparently. Noted. I think I need to pull all of these mobs because percentage in this dungeon. But yeah, I can't tell how much of this is an HPS problem. This is my first Disc Priest that I've played. Just way too much poison dispels. It's hard for me to say. I actually don't know how to understand if that is a I haven't seen a lot of Disc Priest, though. The game industry is getting absolutely gutted. Yeah. It's the layoffs recently and some other things. But why would they invest? What's the reason for them to invest? Issue with movies, they just have no idea what to do. I agree with that as well. But why would you risk it? Why would you potentially lose millions of dollars? I think people want Flash. Well, hold up. I'm getting a little tired here. Okay, Temple of Sethralis and King's Rest, to be honest with you, I don't like either of these dungeons. I don't know why they brought either of them back. Both of these seem like absolute shitter dungeons. If the whole thing is just poison dispels there and where people take that much damage, why? Can I see damage taken? Both of these dungeons seem really frustrating to heal and stuff. No, I will not hell. Because we have to let them cook. I think they're making changes to this WoW season which are suspicious at best. Okay? These dungeons seem pretty rough right now. I would agree with that, Pinton. Can I just do something super random? On a scale of 1 to random, can I just try to do something? This is good to me. I don't know. I was debating this earlier today. I was like, should I actually do this? I set up technology. I know I could do this, but it's going to be the most random thing, and I just need to make sure. Do I have any mods here right now? Kembri, are you going to be around for the next hour? If not, who wants to be a mod? I might need your help. Hell, you're here? Okay, great. I just need at least one mod. Are you going to be around for the next hour? Okay, I might need you to do some stuff. I actually think, as funny as it is, I know... Okay, at least as long as Kembri's here. I'm unwell. Sorry, you're unwell. I think, hot take, I actually think the $75 housing decors is actually good. I think that's absolutely fine to do because it's not player power and it makes them bank. And if people want to spend $75 on it, let them. It's exclusive, but it's an exclusive thing that only really helps people because the people who don't have it in their house don't feel terrible about it. I actually think that stuff is completely harmless. It puts a little bit of pressure, but it's not like people without that don't have cool houses. It's not the most insane housing decor that has ever existed, and it's broken it's actually okay. I actually weirdly think that those types of things make them millions of dollars. If you want to flex and have it in your house, great. And if you don't, I'm actually genuinely all right with that. Yeah. No, I agree. It's crazy pricey, but there are people who can afford it and people who want to afford it, and that's actually fine. I agree, Sir Ali. Like, is it a lot of money? 100%. Would I buy it? Absolutely not. But if you want to buy it, and it's just one of those things of access, so if people have the money for it, sure. Okay. You bought it? Yeah. I mean, Lou, if you've bought it, that's interesting. You should, $75. That's a lot of gifted subs right there. You should think about how you could support a streamer with that money. I'm just kidding. All right. I am just debating how I am going to do this. I didn't actually make a plan because I don't know if it's going to work. I kind of, sort of, let me tell you what I'm thinking, and then we're going to see if it's too much. Kind of just want to go to the gym because that's what I would do at 3:30 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. Wait, what's today? Monday. It's Monday today. If I wasn't streaming, I would go to the gym. I want stream to be more a part of my life, but I might have the technology to take you to the gym with me so that we could just chat and hang out and talk WoW, but I can get my workout in so I can heal, and I'm lifting very light right now. I think I have set up the technology to do so, but I am not 100% sure that it will work. So there is a chance that I try to do this and it doesn't work, and therefore, unfortunate. It's not going to be a gym stream. Like, I still want to talk game. I'm just getting lightheaded in this room, and this is not healthy for me. Like, I've got to be able to move more. I either have to work out right now here. I have been way too ill for several months now, and I got to get my health back. Like, my health is so important to me that I could end stream right now, but that would be also sad but this is the right time. Like, I can feel my lightheadedness coming. I need to move. So the right thing for me to do would be to go outside, take a walk, or go to the gym straight up. But in order for me to get to the gym, I need to take a bike because the gym is far enough away from my house that I also don't dox myself, which is nice. It's quite far. So I would need to hop on a bike. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do because on a Monday afternoon at this time, no one's there. The gym is empty. There'd be like 1 or 2 people there. I don't think it'll be a problem. But let me take off my leggings first of all because I won't wear leggings to the gym. I have certain boundaries. I think I have set up the technology to do this. There is a chance that it fails. And if it fails, I would technically not be home to fix it. That's why I might need you here. And also, Kitty will be home in case she needs to just hit end stream if it does fail. They did Stuttleton, yes. And my damage feels significantly better with it. This was an AoE pack where everybody died. But yeah, Apex talent was fixed. The thrash damage is degenerate, as was predicted. I will make a video based on my testing today. The best thing about it was single target feels decent. I was doing, what was I doing, like 80k, 85k single target? It felt much better, single target felt good. I am playing not fully optimized. I haven't like enchanted rings. I haven't put a diamond in, but I am playing embellishments, these scale, and I am playing the neck and the helmet, but not the special weapon. This trinket is also pretty good single target, so it's kind of hard to say exactly how we are right now, but yeah. All right, I am. Hold up. I'm going to pin that. If you are watching on YouTube right now, I probably have to end the YouTube stream because I have no idea I wouldn't be able to see chat. I could leave it up, I guess, but keep in mind, I won't be able to see you is the problem. I don't know how to get both of them showing. Yes or no? Do I end the YouTube stream if I try this? Cannot read. Basically, y'all are going to see Thailand and just come to the gym with me. Sound good? That's just to me the plan. I've got this set up. I think I could do it. I've got my gimbal here. We can give a little test though. Can you pull a plug in emergency from? So the only thing is I've set this up so it's from my PC. Yes, but no. Technically, I don't know. This is going to be interesting. Let's just see how it goes. Let me just try it. At the very least, that's all. We're going to try new things. Speaking of not being able to try new things in WoW because of meta pressure, well, I'm going to try new things anyways, because that's what we're going to do. Okay. I've got a plan. It's a decent plan. The only way for me to do this is to basically just be right back I'm going to run an ad, and I'm going to go to the gym, And if need be, I'll have Kitty end stream for me. Cool? That's the only way that this is going to work. What's your take on Guardian so far? Great question. Happy to answer that question. Give me a second. This will be interesting. Let's just see how it works. It might not work. It's very possible that this fails fucking miserably. But if it does, it does. That's what it is. I'm going to try. If it doesn't work. Okay, that's perfect. She's free for an hour. And then after this, we can just walk around Thailand for a bit. Goodbye if this fails. No, not goodbye. It's going to work. It's going to work. It's going to work. It's going to work. The question is just whether or not you want to see the bike ride. It's the right thing for my health. That's what matters. At the end of the day, I can stream way more if I could figure out how to do this. That's why I wanted to set this up, because actually, I'll take you guys around Thailand. We raised the money. We did the community fund for in real life Thai stream. I ended up spending way more money than I had thought. The community fund basically was $100. Then I would buy this microphone, which ended up being $200, and this gimbal, which is even more. So, oh well. I spent some money, but it was worth it. Yeah. Take us around. Well, the entire country is massive. Thailand is a very big place. That won't work. I am so nervous right now for some reason. I'm actually a little... This will be interesting. This will be so weird. I'm down to do a Thailand tour. Where? Where would we go, Kitty? Kitty, are you not a mod? You have to... I'm going to get rid of your diamond, Kitty, just in case. /mod Kitty. I'll give you your diamond back later. But now you have a check mark next to your name. All right, guys. Cool. So I'm going to run this. Okay, there's going to be an ad in 10 minutes. Tune back in, and everything should work out. That's the plan. Deal? Good plan? In 10 minutes, you're going to tune back in, and everything is going to be what it should be. That's the plan. Let's try it. Let's see if that works. Hopefully I don't forget anything. All right, I've got the receiver, the this, the that. Perfect. Here we go. What's up, Necronos? Yep. If you sub, you get no ads. Also Twitch Turbo. All right, 1 second. Let's see if this works. Nervous. Okay, I'm gonna bring my headphones just in case.
Hi guys. Okay, let me figure this out. OBS source. Okay, wait, let me get
Okay. Let's see if this works.
the sound
This is the idea. This is supposed to work. No, Kitty's not supposed to do a key. If she's there right now, you have to, can you hear me? This microphone should be working. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I can see chat. I can see you guys, but can you see me? Hello? I'm in the corner of the gym. Wait, you can work it.
We can see you, but we can hear both of us. How do I turn this mic off?
Oh, yeah. All right. That's good. We're on. Fantastic. Can you hear me? Okay, so now she just has to change the mic setting. She has to hit the... Thank you. Yeah, all got her. It works. No, you can't hear me. Okay. There's a mic setting. You have to hit the button. How do I turn the mic off?
Wait. Can you hear me now?
There's two voices. There's an I button next to the thing that says mic. Click it. Mute the computer mic. Click. So IRL stream should be flashing up and down, but the computer mic needs to be muted. Still here, hit it. Yeah. Go to audio mixer and then mute the computer mic by just clicking the volume icon. Good? So now you should be able to hear me but not her. And now we're just here at the gym. Did it work? Yes. Yes. It took me 3 hours with Claude to set this up. 3 hours with Claude. Could not get this to work. I think we got it to work though. I'm good. It looks stable right now. Is it dropping? So the idea before, what was happening was it was just dropping like crazy. But I think I finally got it. So now I can stream anywhere. This means I can just take you around Thailand. After the gym, we can just walk around. I can go pick up worms for my lizard. We're kind of far from my house, but this is like there's an aquarium near here, small aquarium. How are the temps? Oh, it works. And I can read chat. I just can't read YouTube. So I can see chat on here. I stream. This is so cool. This is awesome. All right, there's a little bit more people in my gym than I had initially anticipated though. So the question is, I don't know what I'm gonna do for workout. I was gonna do not legs today, as I always attempt to skip legs. This is so cool. Yeah, I love lizards. One of them is sick though. One of them, I don't know, I have two. One of them is kind of sick. I wanna do rows. We're just gonna be awkward about this, and if they have an issue with it, I'll come back, not during peak hours. It's a little busy right now. What's up, losing? Yeah. So I should be able to just hold this. Just take around the gym. This is so cool. Welcome to my life. I could also technically just run wind sprints, just show off a little bit. But it always looks cooler to run than it actually is. I want to do rows. Okay. Actually, we'll set up and do here. I'll just be here for a bit. Nice. Yeah, I've got two bearded dragons. They're both 1.5 years old, but one of them has always been sick. And so not really. Yeah, the idea is I decided to keep both of them. But honestly, one of them has always been off. I don't know, he was born with something weird. He's never ate properly. He's never done anything properly. Yeah, well, you'll notice I'm recovering from life right now. Well, that's a terrible lighting. Let's just put it this way. At the moment, I posted the reel yesterday. I posted the thing yesterday where I was talking about the 1% title as I was doing a little workout. And I got a bunch of comments that were like, yo, whoa, I should teach you how to work out. And it's like, dude, I'm ill. I've been very sick. I couldn't go to the gym for about 2 months. So I'm just getting back into it. I'm not trying to lift that heavy or do anything that crazy. I'm just hanging out. Like, this is gonna be a reasonable weight, but I don't want it to be that heavy. Ooh, that feels heavy. Oh. Actually, that feels maybe too heavy. Everybody's got different though. So they could get over, yes, 100% Conan. I need to move. Movement is medicine. Ooh. What's up, Onos? Onos, I figured out technology. Look at this. I figured out technology. Look. Watch this. I'm just at the gym, but it's the same stream. Nice. That's cool. How many people in Thailand do we run into that speak English? Everyone. Pretty much everyone. Yeah. I don't need to lift that heavy. Still light there. Yeah. Thank you, Onos. It basically just means that I can now take you around Thailand. That's all it really means. 39.40? No. Talon, I think it'll be way higher than that, actually. You know, Lusick. If anybody here goes to the gym, how long have you been working out? What's up, Winter Raven? Oh, hello, hello. I think 39, I think it's gonna be 4,000 still. I have a feeling it's still 4,000. Basically, when it comes to fitness, people have this weird relationship with it, kind of like World of Warcraft, where they think that in order for you to succeed in fitness and health, get healthy, you have to do everything right. You've got to min-max. You got to optimize. It's like the greatest lie ever told. The main thing that matters is that you are still doing this a year from now. You can optimize, but you don't build a body regardless of how good you're working out in a short period of time. And it's kind of like saying in World of Warcraft, many people are focusing on the wrong things, where they say, hey, if I put 2% crit into 2% mastery, is that going to solve my great parse? And the answer is no. You have to get off the one button rotation, or this or that. So when it comes to fitness, that's kind of the same thing. Does that make sense? Like, it's important that you work with your body, not against your body. Because it's starting to I'll rant about this. This is my job. When you get people working out, it's not supposed to be painful. Consistency matters, but consistency doesn't come if you're not actually having a good time with it. You work out not because the reason to work out is not because it'll make you feel better in some magical, mythical 10 years from now. You should work out because it will make you feel better today and tomorrow and the day after that. It is a worthwhile investment. That's the reason to do it. Like there, I could push for a few more reps, but I don't actually want to push that hard today because my body can't handle it right now. And I'm okay with that, but I would still rather do something over nothing. Also, the guy behind me is so ridiculously strong. There's a dude behind me, and he's not only very strong, but he's so technical with his workouts. He's great. Yeah, but in order to figure out that it makes you feel better, you have to be willing to get started with it. And so I think that's just such a factor. Also, I'm so glad I can come here today. This is the recipe, man. This is what I've been needing to do for a while. All right, Big Grizzly, here's my actual rant. Not about health, about this, about my health. The flu knocked the shit out of me. Early May, I got the flu, and it sucked. This microphone, my shirt is not strong enough. This is probably way better if I talk into like this. Man, I have felt really bad. I have just felt terrible. I've been so unhappy with how I have been feeling. I don't ever want to be torn between choosing between my life and a passion of mine, which is streaming. It's not my real job, not my main job. People support helps, but the reason I stream is because I'm passionate about it. My rant is the 4,000 IQ play I realized yesterday What if I didn't have to choose? What if I could just do both? Oh. You see, this is the forward. This was like, my brain exploded. I was like, oh, what if I could just set it up so that I could just go to the gym, literally come back and play WoW? Ooh, smart, huh? So I figured it out. I bought this microphone. It's like $200, and I set it up so that I could do that. But I do have to figure out where to put this on my shirt because I think it hangs too low. And I might have just turned it off. If there's any sort of technical problems, tell me, because there might be. I haven't actually done this before. This is a giant learning experience. Yeah. And then maybe from here, I could just start progressing to sleep streams, and then I can buy a hot tub. Never say never. People have told me I should get a bikini in a hot tub. Could happen. What's up, Sir Duder Rave? Making me come to Twitch and shit. Are you worried to stay bare? No. Bare will be okay. It probably won't be meta. But I also think it's important to realize why I play the game. And I might not play the game for the same reasons that you do. I'll get 1%. I'd like to push myself. I'd like to be competitive for sure. But at this point in my life, I would just rather have fun. I would gladly give up title to play Guardian. Guardian is what allows me to play the game and stream the way I want to. So I'll just play Guardian because I like it. I'm too old, and my relationship with WoW has changed too much to reroll. Unless it's like terrible, but I don't think it will be. I think it'll be decent. Like tanking the PTR keys, I'm not in danger. It's just about damage contribution. And the main issue with Guardian right now is the fact that Boomy looks really good. Boomy is like probably one of the best DPS after the buffs. So that's a red flag for Guardian. I hate that that's true, but it is. That's like one of the main reasons, genuinely, is the fact that Boomy is considered really good right now. I want to do a set or two of Rose. Let's take you over. After this, I swear, as long as it's not storming, I'm probably just going to walk and pick up worms for my lizards. Let's roll. What's up, Ghost Shade? Do you like working out, Ghost Shade? And Lucid, I'm glad. I hope more people can find fitness and make it a part of their lives. It's such a huge thing that just makes life so much better to be fit and like what you see in the mirror too. All right. That's a bad angle. Oh well. Work in progress. Let me roll for a second. One sec. Oh, you can't see me for shit. Oh well. Let's stay good there. What's up, Malden? Stop sleeping. I want to start working out, so I got one dumbbell doing one set. That's awesome. That's all you have to do, man. Serious question though, what's up? Can I scroll on this? Oh, I can, dude. This app is so cool. Boomy considered really good means it's going to be, oh yeah, it's true. I don't like the fact that I hope Boomy is never meta in keys. Sleeping. Just do something. People feel like fitness is so unapproachable because they think you have to go to the gym 6 days a week to get any amounts of results. It's just not true. You just need a little bit. Yeah, I've got a gimbal so I can walk and talk, but I don't have a stand that's very tall. It's a problem. Here, I'll put this over here. I'll show you one of my favorite exercises. Watch this. You can see me here. Yeah. This will be one of my favorite exercises. Here we go. You should do something, man. When we get nerfed before live? I hope so, Big Grizzly. I had people quote me earlier, and you can clip this. Yeah. Boomy, worst spec in WoW, easily. It's like, I'll let him finish his set. I'm gonna use that bar. Oh, you can clip me on this. Here, I will talk directly into the mic. Let me explain something to you. Boomkin, the second you put a keystone in, you know how there are affixes on a keystone? For example, you have like Xalatat's Bargain, Challenger's Peril. There should just be an additional affix, and it says, on keystone start, Boomkin specialization nerfed by 79%. It has to happen. It is what it is. I don't make the rules, but trust me, this is what's good for World of Warcraft. As an authority on the subject, I can officially confirm to you, Boomkins, all Boomkins, minus 79% DPS the second that the keystone starts. You ask me why. I have many reasons for you, mostly because I hate them. No, yeah. It could even be, it could be more than that. It could be 89%. In fact, even better, if you take a look at the 4 Druid specs, if there's a very clear cutoff where you could just delete Boomkin from the game. That would also work, yeah. Just Boomkin specialization deleted from the game. 79%. Still the people who enjoy it can still play it. Should get nerfed. What's up, Dendario? Dendario, you don't like Boomkin, do you? It's that and mages. Let's go, let's say. I won't be at the gym too long because I came a little bit too late and there's gonna get crowded. And I don't actually want to be that rude. I don't want to be rude, actually. You do, sadly? Oh, that's tough. Vengeance Moonkin? Ooh, you're in hot waters here. I also think VDH should not be meta. I'm also not going to lie to you, I genuinely believe that VDH would be the worst meta tank as well. I'm 100% on that one. That's not even a question. Yeah, VDH would be the worst meta tank. Damn. This man barefoot? Oh yeah, I never wear shoes. I actually am always barefoot at the gym. What's up, Marilyn? They did more DPS than I've seen any Boomkins do ever. No, here's the problem with the Boomkins, okay? They always need to dot while I'm gathering as a tank player. They never bear form because of DPS. But on top of that, they have Starfall rolling, which is their main source of DPS. They have it rolling pack to pack, so aggro is always an issue with them. It's like the worst spec to play. It's worse than Devour Demon Hunter for aggro reasons. That's why I don't like playing with them. All right, let's figure out what other machines I can do in the corner of this gym. I don't need to get a crazy workout or anything, just enough. Done a little bit of back, let's take you over here. I want to be very respectful while I'm here. I like this gym. Non-trained Boomkins are tough. Yeah, it's just, I don't expect my DPS to know how to help me with aggro or anything like that, though. Hope one of your 2 rogue specs that you play, unlikely. Unlikely. All right, I'm gonna put the camera over here. This will work. A little bit of back. And a gym stream, what's up, Americas? Yeah, I figured, why not? All right, here. I'll do this, not heavy. I think people would be surprised by how normally, if I'm not sick, I'll work out much harder, but today, it's gonna be a very light gym day. I just need to move. I don't need to do everything perfectly. I just want to move. And I'm somewhat limited by the fact that I want the tripod to be there. Barracus, do you like going to the gym? I want to simultaneously be respectful of the culture here, because I like the people at this gym. But also move during stream. He's training his foot skin. That's true, actually. My feet are all very calloused because I've been walking barefoot for a long time. It's not on your everyday thing list. You know, my actual job is to work in health and fitness, but everybody I work with is at home. I don't have anybody who goes to the gym to train with me, like one or two occasionally. But I work with people in their living room. You don't need a lot of equipment. It's nice if you have it, but it's not required. It's not actually that imperative that you have access to high-tech stuff. Even this exercise, it's just nice. Once I've done 1 or 2 more sets of this, I would just do biceps and forearms, and then probably call it a day. I'd be all right with that. Maybe like 1 extra workout that's unique, but I don't need to do too much. And then as long as it's not storming, let's walk. I'll show you Thailand a little bit. But this is the part of Thailand, if I do walk outside and show you, that you'll never see, ever. What's up, Squirt? The reason you'll never see it is because I'm just basically in a local area. There's nothing touristy in this area. So it's kind of interesting. It's just like a street. There's nothing, no one would ever recommend that you come to this stretch of road, you know? So in many ways, I think that's cool. Oh, somebody's getting a phone call. One more set. I can tell you though, I feel so much better being able to do this. I might do it more often if it's not too awkward. And I don't want it to be disrespectful, first of all, but also it's such a good way to take care of my health. Because I don't need to do crazy workouts right now. I don't have any photo shoots coming up. I have nothing that I'm training for. I just want to be healthy, man. Like, I just want to be out of pain. And I want to not be ill. But the truth is, I don't need to do that much. I just need to do enough. That's the only thing that matters. As of right now, for me, it is literally just doing enough. So coming here and just hanging out, doing a little bit of exercise, is such a W, actually. If I wanted to work hard, I would use these. These 2 machines behind me are my favorite for when I actually want to go pretty hard on things. Let's put you in the corner. Let's put you here. If you are hanging out while I'm at the gym, you're pretty cool, I guess. Season 1 is your first season to even get 3K, 3,400. You should play at your own pace. You know, Ghost Shade, believe it or not, this game is meant to be fun. I don't know if you knew that. Okay, let's choose a bicep exercise I haven't done in literally forever because of that positioning. Why don't we do like a concentration curl? Dude, you know how long it's been since I've done this curl? I haven't done this exercise in a long time. It has been a long time since I've done this. I know. I think one of my favorite things about the podcast with Shaw earlier is just actually, you should set goals and play the game the way that you want to. What's up, Rodney? That's the whole point. You don't need the 1% title. Well, thank you, Hover. Yeah, Artemir is really nice. I'm gonna gigapump the girlfriend and call it a night. Enjoy your gigapump. I also attempt to do that on a regular basis, Rodney. Although sometimes it's more of it's occasionally just a very quick sort of micro pump. That's why I have big muscles. Gotta compensate. Yeah, heel wagon, it really is actually, people think that the only way to play is to compete at the highest level. And in many ways, I was saying earlier how I think that that's been so rough for the community of WoW. I want to rant about it because I started saying that earlier, and I think there's way more truth to it than before. Thank you, Ibaricus. I feel very healthy for this. Metagame pumps. Well, my issue is that I don't need a 1% title to determine my self-esteem, TH. It's seriously a big issue because if I wanted to flex on somebody, I would show them my chandelier downstairs and then actually flex on them. So I don't really need the game to tell me I'm doing a good job at life. I've got a crazy hot girlfriend who wants to bang me a lot. And I also am the healthiest and fittest I've ever been. I'm proud of how I've handled my mental health struggles in the last few years of my life. I'd like to think that I'm the person that I want to be. So I'm kind of winning. There are some things I wish I was better at and could still improve on. Yeah, I mean, the title, the thing is, Big Grizzly, when was the last time you played with friendly nameplates on? Titles are weird. You don't even get to see them. Nobody plays with nameplates on. You literally don't get to see them, actually. Oh boy. Yo. Thank you for the sub. Thanks, Hover. You know, anyone who chooses to sub while I'm at the gym, y'all are cool people. I appreciate that. I respect that. I think you'd be surprised with how much crossover there is between stuff, though. Inside the new dungeon, yeah. This is called the Altar of Flex. Yeah, not very good. What's up, Supreme Soa? I'm trying to take care of my health. My health is so important to me, man. Just trying to do my best. I've been overwhelmed by life, and I just haven't been actually working out. I haven't been taking good care of myself, and I told myself I would do it. Yeah, there are some titles. The Altar of Biceps. I don't actually work biceps that often, but Kitty said that if I do a gym stream, I have to do a concentration curl. She literally said I should just start stream and be like, all right, guys, we got a curl, bro. We got a curl, bro. That's what she told me I have to do, so I trust in her judgment. Well, I want to subscribe to Dude in the Gym, though. It's a tough one, Kafaze. It's a good point, actually. I think the only real solution is to tell your husband to also sub as well. You don't even have to go to the gym to be healthy. The problem is, if I don't come to the gym, man, I'm not gonna do this at home. I could do this workout at home, but I'm not going to. Nope. I'm not pushing it today. We're going very chill today because I've just been sick. Thank you, Sua, though. I appreciate you coming to say hi. Honestly, of the new dungeons, I don't know, man. Season 2 is going to be weird. I didn't even get to play BFA, but King's Rest is the worst Mythic Plus dungeon I think I have ever seen. Probably. I think I would rather do Vortex Pinnacle. Maybe. I would rather do Grim Battle than King's Rest. That dungeon is anti-fun. Maybe that's too far. I'm so self-conscious at the gym. You gotta start somewhere. But also, however, if the anxiety of being at the gym is overwhelming, do something at home. Just do something. You know, when it comes to health and fitness, you don't have to do everything. You don't have to min-max. You don't even have to optimize. You just gotta do something. Your body wants to move. You're designed to move. But I also understand if you feel anxious and judged, and if that really prevents you from going out to, you can get very healthy by just standing up in your chair 10 times. Just about doing something over nothing. What's up, Blue? Big blue tank turtle. That's a good name. Shrine of the Storm would like a word. So to be fair, I never did BFA. That's why my first time seeing King's Rest has been recently. Do you know the reason to work out, Hover? You know the real reason, Hover Castle? Why you should consider it? I think so many people focus on this elusive concept like, oh, you want to live a long, healthy life. And it's like, dude, I don't know. I feel like most people struggle to live today. And that's one good reason, Hover, but it's not actually the main one. I think there are way more people who are just trying to get to tomorrow, and the idea of 10 years from now is so far in the future that it doesn't make sense to think like that. The reason to work out is because it will make you feel better today, tomorrow, and the day after that. That's why. Because when I'm here today, I have less pain. And I look good in the mirror. But it's mostly it's therapy. This is therapy, and it's cheaper than therapy too. All right, let me work a little forearms and then I'm done, because it's gonna get crowded. It's like 5 p.m. here. Fix up my health. It's great, it's a great idea. Start today. Don't think about 70, that's 30 years from now. When you were 13, did you think you would get here today, Hover? If you're 43 now, you think you would get here? Let's do this. And I'll just walk soon. Doesn't seem like it's gonna storm. But you guys wanna see something crazy, by the way? Look, so this is my forearm right now. You can see that my forearm is here. I've been doing bicep curls. Look how vascular this gets after this one set. People love to critique on the internet, but people's bodies are different. And if this works, for me, I love this exercise. But I'll show you something kind of crazy. My forearms they get very vascular. And I can push them closer to failure, actually, because this set I can go hard. This is the only set today where I can go to failure. All right, let's do it. Only problem is you can't see my face during this. Ow. Oh. Look at the forearm. Look at the pump. Look at the pump. Look at the pump. Ah. Oh yeah. Ooh. That's therapy. You're a bus driver. Bus driver actually does sound very stressful. This is my last set and then I'm out. There's too many people here now. I feel awkward. I don't really have social shame, but I like to try to be respectful, and I think that I'm being really weird just kind of in the corner right now. Your first season, season 4 BFA of the seasonal ethics. Yeah. I've heard good things about the ethics back in the day, but to be honest with you, my relationship with seasonal affixes was prideful. And then thundering. Look, there's a lot of things I'll tell you about working out and health. Hover Castle, Ghost Shade, Heel Wagon, Supreme Sua, if you're still here, anyone that's listening. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Do you know why you should work forearms? You know the reason to work forearms? Let's see, it's a pop quiz. Let's see if anybody knows the answer to this. If you're into fitness, this is your chance to flex. Tell me, why should you work your forearms? What's the reason? It's because this looks really good around somebody's neck. Hypothetically, of course. Hypothetically. It's okay. I've always had very vascular forearms. I've always been blessed with pretty vascular forearms ever since I started working them. All right. Vascularity is determined by many factors. That's it. That's my workout. Let's go walk. All right, time to go. The gym is way too crowded now. I feel bad. I will try to come at not peak time in the future. Physio, with your neck headache issues, good luck. I hope the physio makes a difference. Like I said, the real reason to do all this fitness stuff is so that you feel better today. All right, you ready to see the local street of Thailand? Let's drink some water. All right now. What's up, ducks? Yeah, I'll be back to WoW in a bit. All right, I'm gonna make sure I've got all my stuff. Well, we're about to go outside. Let's do that. Yeah, in the future, I'm definitely coming here, preferably earlier. It's too busy right now. What's up, ducks? Yeah. All right. So the question is, do you want to see me or do you want to see this random street of Thailand? To be honest with you, there is not a lot to see. It's about a 10 to 15 minute walk for me to go get some worms for my lizards. And then there's like a grocery store nearby. So we can go pick up a few things for the house. But the question is, I don't know if I should keep the camera angle on me or, like I said, it's not. If I actually were to take you around Thailand, I would totally take you somewhere else. Like, this is not exactly where I would take you. It's just, there's not really a lot to see. Let's see how good the noise cancellation is on this as well. But it is pretty cool technology. And it might rain. So when we're walking, it just looks like this. I think I should be able to swap between the views. It might rain, it might not. I actually don't know. Yeah. Where do I live? I live in Bangkok. And my gym, I like this gym, but it's actually far enough away where I wouldn't mind showing you this area just because I don't live near here. So it's not like a risk. There are some weird people on the internet. I'm not sure if you knew that. Did you know that, by the way? Supreme Sua, Ducks on Flame, Ghost Shade. There are some weird people online, man. Very strange individuals. So you have to be very careful. I was there 2 times a few years ago. Oh, nice. Yeah, we might move to like a different section of Thailand, but for now, I've lived in this city for like 8 years. A long time now, actually. But it's 5 p.m. here. Yeah. Own Dogs is an AI song, really? That's crazy, Malden. AI is cool. I mean, to be fair, Claude is how I needed Claude to help me set this up today. I would not have known how to do this. I fully trusted Claude to do this though. To actually lose weight, Mika, seriously, let me talk about this. If you're interested in health, there's like 5 things to understand, and I will happily go over all of them because I don't filter properly. If you think that by simply going to the gym, people will want to initiate the coitus and the banging with you, you are incorrect. Actual, raw chemistry and sexual attraction has very little to do with what you look like. It helps, but a lot of people who are getting busy in the way that you wish you could are not exactly in the best of shape. Like, that's just a lie. It's a straight up myth that if you were a fitness model, that would solve all your problems. It doesn't. Confidence, mannerisms, but also just finding the right people to try to connect with are so much more impactful. What area? Udom Suk. I'm just walking down Udom Suk right now. That'd be kind of crazy if I was... Dude, if I got stream sniped, I've never been stream sniped. I always thought that it would never happen to me because I live in Thailand, so who would stream snipe me? Nobody's here. That would be so crazy if I actually somehow got stream sniped doing an IRL stream. That would be wild. Can you guys hear me okay? Is the audio decent, by the way, with this microphone on my neck? Do I need to hold it? Could you give me a 1 out of 10 for audio? Because the street is loud here. Out of curiosity, I just want a little bit of feedback. See an ugly... It's true. 9? That's actually pretty good. That's great. Excellent. So, oh, fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate it. A 7? I could hold this. You want to try it? It's caught on a fiber of my shirt. 1 second. Dude. It's gonna rip my shirt. It's hilarious. Is that better? Can you tell me how the audio is now? If I were to talk like this, is that way better, or should I put it back on the shirt? What do you think? Just before I keep ranting about serious topics, I would love to know. There's like no difference. All right, this is a lot more effort, so I'll just put it back on the shirt then. Okay. Yeah, of course you can find where I am right now, but I don't live near here, so that's fine. Oh, the shirt is still good. Great. Let me just put this down then. Excellent. I much prefer the shirt.
spray. Nice, that's better. Cool. Nice. Yeah. So this is where this area is, you would never come here. This is not like a touristy area in Thailand. It's just, I'm just walking. The shop is here. This is like an average dinner place. This is, I bet you this is actually pretty good. So it's like $2, $2. It's just street food. But this isn't like a touristy area. There's nothing to actually see here. It's just shops. When we get up a little bit more, we'll see. Okay, Mika, let me tell you. When I first moved here, this was 7 years ago at this point, I worked as a fitness model. I had a V-line that was shredded, right? I was sculpted like a Greek god that couldn't speak Greek. I could have been cast in the new Odyssey. I was so not Greek. Actually, I was too ripped. It wouldn't have worked. But the idea is this. I learned a lot about attraction back in the day, and I just learned that it really has very little to do with how you look. That just gets you in the door. It just gets you that initial part of the conversation. But if you don't know how to talk to people and you don't actually understand how to riz, or even just how to be a genuinely decent human being, the second you open your mouth, it's done. You lose all form of attractiveness. Like when I used to work events, okay? Genuinely. Yeah, this is just Thailand cables. There's also a street dog here, but I can't say hi to him, unfortunately. Can't ever say hi to street dogs. Listen to me. When I was hired to work live events without my shirt on, they used to tell me, stop talking to people. Well, no, Big Grizzly, I'm bad at this, and let me tell you why. They used to tell me, stand here. They did the master of disguise. This is what you are doing. This is what I want you to do. Because the second I opened my mouth, I would just lose all sense of aura. Because if I'm standing here, this is what I normally look like. I'm just standing here. Imagine you don't know I play World of Warcraft. This is what you see. And then you talk to me, and I'm like, oh, hey. So like, anyways, I think that gaming should be super fun. And I think that actually what we need to focus on is joy. And they're like, what the fuck? Yeah, it happens all the time. And so this is lesson number one, is that the way you look is not actually it's not as important in terms of just finding a mate. But the second thing to understand, okay, is that you don't want to be attractive to everyone. And you will never be attractive to everyone because people have types. What if, Mika, you lose a bunch of weight, but then you find out I actually like much thicker people? Sometimes, and a lot of people used to tell me this when I was modeling, they would be like, if only I was skinny, you would date me. And I was like, bitch, you have no idea. You didn't even ask me what I liked. You didn't even ask me if I had a preference. You just assumed. And it's like, that's actually not what I'm into. And you might want to check if you have a crush on somebody, what they even like before you go ahead and try to alter your own body to fit them. People have preferences, you know. It's not actually like 100%. Now, playing a game of statistics, it seems that there's a likelihood if you actually, if you were to look a certain way, you definitely increase your chances of having offspring. That seems to be a strong correlation. However, you might want to double check if you've got a specific crush what they're into. Maybe all you really need to do is file your teeth into fangs and start wearing dark eyeliner. You would be surprised how effective that could be. Or thigh-high socks. You never know. Now, the second big thing to understand is not just in terms of physical appearance and preferences, but you know, people have preferences in the actual sack as well. What if you win? Have you thought about that? I just want to lose. Oh no, that's fine, Mika. Sorry, I'm using this as an example. I actually do want to talk about health too, but now that I'm onto this whole in the sack business, let me continue. All right. You know, I think that people are so consumed with the idea of failure that they forget if they win. What happens then? Then you need to perform. And if you are too skinny, you know, certain things, they don't rise like they should. And that's something to consider. I'm going in at 7. I want a snack. Oh shit, I don't have money. Damn it. I didn't bring any cash on me. I just realized I can't. I physically cannot. I didn't think about that. Damn, I forgot to bring cash. That sucks. I was gonna go get a snack. Wait, how am I gonna pay for the worms? So normally I have to bank transfer, but if I have to bank transfer while I'm on stream, does that cancel stream? Oh, I might have made a mistake. I might not have considered this properly. Okay, I could always buy the worms another day. I forgot to bring my wallet. Normally you do bank transfer here. Well, it's sort of get very fast to do something. We used to have the most gorgeous guy in your hometown, but once you got to know him, he was such an ass, he instantly became ugly. It's true. I'm serious. Like, these are real things to consider. And the truth is that nobody tells you these things. These are like unspoken rules of attraction. Everybody's wrong on them. So, let me be the one to tell you, all right? I will be your papa. I will be the dad that you never had. I got you. I'm here. I'm here for you. And therefore, we're on to point number 3. So point number 3 is the fact that you have to put yourself in the right scenarios. Because if you are trying to just be attractive to everyone, okay, listen. If I go to a bar, I am not going to find my people. And also, again, if I actually have success, like if I was trying to get laid and I went to a bar and I could riz the tism, I didn't even have the tism in this. I just rizzed like a normal person. I was not myself. I played the game. And I won. It probably would be the most vanilla, basic shit of all time. And I would just be like, this defeats the purpose. But if I go to Comic-Con or an anime convention and I can pick somebody up there, now we're getting into some interesting stuff. Now this is the 3000 IQ play. You got to think about what happens if you win. You see, because you have to find your people. And the people, I mean, it depends. Everybody's got their thing, but it's important to consider point number 3 of if you're a bit of a freak in the sheets, you want to put yourself in some situations here where you're going to most likely find the people. It's a game of statistics. It's always a bit chance. It's a little RNG, but you could at least give yourself the best fighting chance by where you're even putting all this effort in. Oh, sawadee kap. Sabay mai. Hey, Tolak. I'm doing okay. I forgot to bring my wallet and I didn't think about the fact that I can't transfer. I can't QR code when I'm streaming on the phone, so I don't know. Guess I could just walk for a bit, hang out. It's good steps. Yeah, unless Kitty wants to. Kitty is at work. She was busy. Okay. So, anyways, the meta for oomph is very misunderstood. All right. That's all I'm saying. Also, hi Nacho, and hey guys. I actually think I'll stream by Ahsoka at some point because what I want to do. Oh, what's up, Reckless? Hi, Reckless. How's it going? I do think that one of the IRL streams I want to do is by CM or MBK, kind of like that area. Maybe like Terminal 21, MQ, M Sphere, Benja Kitty Park. Like I like that area to do IRL streaming in. And this is one of my favorite shops, but it looks like it's closed right now, unfortunately. And it's also very Homelander-ish. New Zone looks weird. Yeah, I like this shop. But they have very overpriced milk. But it's just called Mother's Cow. It's just called Mother's Cow. I like this. I love milk. Milk is amazing. Yeah, I kind of want to go to that area. That's where I would do IRL stream. I hope you're doing well, Reckless. That's cool. Naz, it would be well. No one has ever, obviously nobody could stream snipe me even if I, do you know what stream sniping is, Naz? Naz gonna hunt you down? I mean, you know, Zeralian, I've never had to think about it. I like milkshakes from Baskin Robbins. Bro, I want a milkshake from Burger King. It's too busy. Yeah. We'll be doing some gaming later. So I'll be up on the, I'll probably come back and do 1 or 2 more PTR keys, yeah. I just have to figure out exactly if I'm gonna be out getting anything though. You don't? Stream sniping is this thing. I mean, I'm a small streamer, so it doesn't apply to me. I've never had to think about it, but when you do IRL streams, if you tell people, or if I'm like walking here and you recognize where I am, there's the type of person who will come and try to be on stream. That's like stream sniping, where they see where I am, and then they come on stream and make a fuss, basically. That's all that is. It's a little weird. But I've never been in a position where I've had to worry about that. Yeah. Dude, Thailand has everything. We have Burger King, McDonald's, Taco Bell, etc., etc. Yeah, it's never happened to me. I never had to worry about it. All right, Kitty. Kitty, what are the chances that they will sell me worms and then let me pay by QR later? It's got a few of you. Bangkok is a small city? No, it is not. Dude, Bangkok is massive. Dude, it could take you 2 hours to drive across the city. Bangkok is a crazy big metropolitan city. Bangkok is huge. Doubtful? That's what I think too. Well, I'm buying macro. The problem is I couldn't also pay at macro because I didn't think about this. Can you show the pets in the store? The place is not really an aquarium. It's like a tiny shop. You won't like it. I think Bangkok is one of the largest cities. Oh, you were being sarcastic. I see. Yeah. I mean, it's just a tiny little shop that has like some stuff. Also, out of curiosity, is this anybody's first time on my stream? I always get curious about this. Is this, I mean, this is, I'm assuming not, but is this anybody's very first time meeting me? I feel like that'd be an awkward first introduction. No, they don't have snakes. It's just some random dude who has like a few fish. That's what a lot of shops are. Alex Straza says yes. Oh, hello. Well, this is kind of awkward, but hi. How did you meet me? Malden, every time. What's up, Malden? I still want to figure out what temples I could possibly stream in Malden. I always remembered many months ago you told me you wanted to see a temple in Thailand. And then you donated toward that fund, and I have not forgotten. I actually need to figure out how I'm going to do it. Well, what's up, Alex Straza? What's up, Apollo? How did you find my stream today? Flower hornfish? I mean, we could walk over there. That's fine. I don't mind walking over, but I can't pay for anything. Like, I wish he would just give me like 1 day of worms. Otherwise, we'll have to go back. We can always just come back. Here, let's cross the street. You just wait for a second, you find an opening, and then you cross. And then you stand in the middle, and you wait. You're browsing under the WoW category? Oh, I forgot to change categories. I just went to the gym. I'm trying to take better care of my health. This is the little aquarium. Yeah, not what you were expecting, huh? Look at the little fishes. Sawadee-ka. Look at the little fishes. Air One Museum would be cool. That is true. I want like a big fish, but I'm not ever gonna get it. This is like a very local shop. This is not exactly what you would expect to find. The conditions of animals are not exactly what you would think. This is a very, very, very Thai shop. But that's also where I buy worms for the lizards. I don't have any money today to actually buy the worms. So I'll have to come back another day. Thank you, Apollo. I'm enjoying the WoW podcast videos too. Alex Straza, I wanted to make more videos about WoW, and clearly your Twitch name tells me that you like World of Warcraft, because if you didn't like World of Warcraft, you wouldn't have named yourself Alex Straza. So that's kind of a tell. It's a little bit of a dead giveaway. Yeah. But clearly you're into WoW. How long have you been playing WoW, Alex Straza? I've only been making videos for about a year. And since I started making World of Warcraft videos, I've really gained an appreciation for just how many different types of people there are. Like, there's just so much variety in World of Warcraft. It's impossible for them to balance the game so that everyone is happy. Like, it's so tough. But the only thing we can do wrong as a community is pretend like there is a one-size-fits-all answer. I see so many people who are like, this is the way to fix the game, or this is the way to do that, or whatever it is. But the truth is that there's just an infinite variety, and it's really hard to identify what the right decision for Blizzard is. I started watching when WoW was still playing. Oh, hi, Alex Straza. Thanks. For me, Apollo, the podcasts are an opportunity for me to just have and try to showcase different perspectives, because I thought about it. Oh, there's a fucking Dairy Queen. Damn, I really wish I had money right now. Nice as vanilla, okay. I thought about how I was gonna do this, and I realized I actually very specifically do not want to only have competitive players on the podcast. I made this choice. I thought about it. And I was like, I want to make sure I do episodes with people who are housing mains. I want to make sure I do episodes with people who have different relationships with World of Warcraft, because I want to highlight all of the different elements of the game. Thank you, Verilyn. Well, I can tell you already, one person that I asked if he would do a podcast with me is Touchpad Warrior. Do you know what Touchpad Warrior is? Kind of an OG of WoW. That's very cute. My dude, Touchpad Warrior doesn't give a fuck. He just does what he wants. And I respect that. So that's an episode I'm excited about. I've contacted 2 other people. One episode's gonna have 2 people on. And I wanna talk to them about housing and how they interact with the game. Try to get Max on. You get Max on. I tell you what, no, Zeralian, I would love, you know what? I would love to have Liquid Max on. Anybody got a contact for me, let me know. Sounds good. I would love to talk to him. How amazing would that be? Max does not know I exist. To Max, I am basically a spermatozoa in his balls. He has 0 clue that I exist in this world. Like, I am one of millions. There's no way he knows who I am. I could not message that guy even if I wanted to. But yeah, if you can get him to contact me, I would love to have Max odd. That'd be great. What about dorky? So I actually, if I could choose any celebrity, there are two. If I could choose any of the WoW celebrities to actually hop on a call with me and talk about the game. Number 1, Mirrors. I don't know why. I just like Mirrors. I just think Mirrors is really cool. He's just a little bit of an idol. Like I just really like Mirrors. I think he's awesome. Number 2 would be Dratnos. Those two would be my top 2 picks. And then dorky would be high up there. I don't know about Asmongold. I'm not sure. I mean, I would do it for the lulz. I just feel like Mirrors has a lot of passion for WoW, and he's a high-level player. But for whatever reason, I don't ever feel like he doesn't play out of not joy. Like, I know he competes, but I just feel like there's so much joy. Yeah, I would love to get Tettles on as well. That'd be really cool. I mean, a lot of people, but right now, all I could do is message them on Discord. I don't think that'll go well. So much smoke. Okay, how am I getting home? And we're also at the market now. So this is just how food works. This is just market stuff. If you want to learn a little bit more about Thailand, these are fresh fruits and vegetables. I'll take you through. This is a very local place. Again, you would never actually come here. Tettles would be cool. I know Tettles does know me. Tettles is aware of who I am. Dratnos would be a top pick just because, again, what I respect is creators who actually like the game. I am passionate about people who tell them. I'm passionate about people who are passionate about the game, regardless of what level they play at. I think that passion is infectious, and if you love what you're doing, I want to hear about it. I'm that sort of person. I want to learn. If you're like, you know what my special hobby is? How rubber is made. I would be like, bro, teach me. Normally, I prefer to go without the rubber, but in this particular instance, I want to be involved. So just give me everything that you possibly can. I am now invested. So I like passion. And there are certain WoW creators who I feel like have the passion, and there are certain people who don't. And maybe just do it because it's a job. Ducks on Flame. I would love to be on the bench. Tell them. No joke. Like you don't. I'm not gonna try to promote myself or anything. That feels weird. But for what it is worth, yeah. For what it's worth, just tell them. Like comment on the episodes and just be like, or like if you know them, just be like, get a woo on here. Like somebody, like get me. Let's do it. I would love to be on there. I wanna stick it to the man. I think that would be awesome. I mean, because I have religiously watched For What It Is Worth, by the way. You share it to like 90 people. Wow, damn. I found and recently even left to go. I stand people around people who play, seem like all they do is complain about how bad the game is. It's true. Buy me a gym membership for your birthday. Enjoy it. Like I said, let me talk about this. Mika, are you still here? Mika, this is a really good conversation. You got it, bro? Make it happen? Yeah, that'd be great. I am surprisingly independent and very rebellious, so even if you put me in front of these people, I'll still be myself. In fact, if anything, I get progressively more awkward the more famous people I'm around. Like, if I ever got the chance to talk to Max, as an example, right? And Max was like, what's up, Awoo? I'd be like, what's your favorite aquatic animal? Hit me. And he'd be like, what? And I'd be like, I don't know. It was the first thing that came to mind. I just sort of sent it. That's just who I am as a person. Fundamentally, that's just how it is. I have a problem. I walked so far. Naz, Nacho. I walked 34 soys. What's up, nerds? So I'm now just at a market. Let's just walk. Where's this? Thailand. I went to the gym. Now I'm just getting steps in and I don't know, spending time outside. Quad City. I specifically avoided working legs today, nerds. I worked very hard to avoid it. I worked forearms instead. The yellow strip on the sidewalk? You mean in the middle? Unsure. I mean district? Like Udom Suk. This is the Udom Suk market. We can walk through. I don't have any money though, so I can't buy anything. But we can walk through here. This is like a local Thai market. It's where people will actually shop and get stuff. Oh, unsure. So we can walk through. The streets are so clean. Reserve that comment for a second. Growl just said he would love to have you on the bench. What do you mean, Ducks? Do you know Growl? You know... Wait, what? What do you mean? Uh-oh. Low bit rate. That's not good. Am I lagging? It's possible that the connection in here sucks. Wait, what? You know... Wait, Ducks, what do you mean? What is that? You know Growl? You just messaged him? For real? Actually, though? Or am I being debated? I just asked him on stream. He's on stream right now. What? Thank you. This is interesting, though. It looks amazing. I'll probably buy something. So there's just a bunch of stuff. You could buy meat here. I would, if you have a temperamental stomach, though, I would not buy meat at the market. It's been out all day. It's fine for Thai people, but I wouldn't personally buy meat here. He's online. Oh, shit. Are you in China? Thailand. Royal, I live in Thailand. This is just a local market here. He's also your ex-guildie. That's cool. It's so crazy to me. I mean, I don't think you guys understand. Especially if you're new to my stream. You might not know this. Dude, I haven't been streaming that long. Do you know how long Growl's been streaming? Or like Dratnos, or Dorky, or Max? Dude, they've been streaming for, I think 10 times the amount of time that I have. Or making YouTube videos for literal years. It's a ping like from Thailand. Hi. You have to get used to it. I mean, it's pretty tough sometimes. Like 200 plus ping. I use exit lag all the time, but I still just have to adjust playing with high ping. It's okay, you get used to it. But it is high, Mr. Knight. You said you need a concrete topic for the episode. Tanks. Just tanks, probably. They need a tank on there, dude. Growl's a healer and a DPS player. Tettles is a very DPS player. And then Squishy is a raid person. I feel like they need a good tank take. And they haven't had like people like Shaw or me or whoever. I feel like they need a tank episode. That's what I feel like. Because he has some really good takes about healing, even though they're controversial. I agree with some of his takes. And like, you know, if Tettles or Squishy say, should healers do damage? Growl actually has talked to the community and he knows that many healers don't want to do damage, and you know what? That's okay. Just as an example, right? Does that make sense? There's just a difference of, yeah, like just straight up tanking pugs and the right strategies for that, because sometimes they have these takes which are just not reflective of what the community really wants. Oh, thank you. That would be actually insane if I ever got the chance to talk to some real cool people. That'd be awesome. Now we're on the street. This is the actual main street. We were in the local place this whole time, and now we're gonna walk to, I guess, True Digital. And I'm gonna want ice cream if we go to True Digital. I guess we'll walk toward that direction. This is the actual main street of Thailand. So if you do want to learn something about Thailand, this is the infrastructure of Thailand. So what we just saw, that looks ethnic, right? If you've never been to Thailand, bro, this is the craziest, most industrial city I ever seen in my life. Everything is built vertically. So this is public transportation. We have, for example, right? Like, you have buses, but this is the not real public transportation. The actual public transport is this up there. That's the Sky Train, and it just runs across the entire city. You can get anywhere. Yeah. They've really been cooking walkthrough. They've really been cooking with this PTR cycle. Getting into some podcast episodes with other streamers, I agree with you, Zeralian, but how to do it? Like I said earlier, language in Thai is hard, I will say. The problem with Thai is this. You ready? Ma, 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 ma. Those are 5 different words, and they're not similar in any way, shape, or form. If you say them wrong, you'll have said something completely different. As an example, I'll give you an example. You ready? If I'm at a restaurant, Naz, if you're here, you'll know this. Wait, macho nacho. If you're Thai, you'll understand this. Any Thai person right now, you ready for this? Because you never thought about this, but I promise you every foreigner has. All right, if I'm at a restaurant, you know what makes food taste really good? Sauce, right? So sometimes, especially in Thailand, the food is really good. And you think to yourself, I could go for some more sauce right now. In fact, I really want more sauce. So you think to yourself, well, let me just call the waitress over here and I'll ask for some more sauce. The problem is that I'm going to tell you 2 sentences and they have very different meanings. One of them is "Kha nam jim kap," and one of them is "Kha nam jim." Would you like to translate what I just said? Did I say it right? Any Thai person understood what I just said? Because they sounded the same, didn't they? No? Listen again. Kha nam jim kap versus Kha nam jim. One of those is, can I have more sauce? And one of those, for strictly educational purposes, is, can I have some pussy juice, please? Why did they make it so similar? I don't know. But suffice to say, I don't ask for more sauce at restaurants. They're the same sentence, just one different tone. One different tone. One goes up, one goes down. So yeah, Thai is a very difficult language, man. What's up, Aki? All 15 years plus player. Topic of like healing GPS. The notion that every heal should have 1 spec of smart healing. I agree with that, actually. Sauce is sauce, fair enough. What's up, Jark? Jark, thank you for the donation the other day. Actually, not only did I use your donation to help me buy this microphone, which allows me to stream, I went a little overboard. I actually spent like $500 US. This was not originally the plan, but I accidentally spent like $500 because I got this thing that's holding my phone. This microphone is awesome, and I invested in a server that allows me to do what I'm doing right now. So this won't be my only IRL stream. Sometimes I just want to be able to go to the gym and still stream and talk to people and say hello. Although I do think it's a little awkward in Twitch, I think I've learned that they really don't like it when you change like categories or do something different. So I'm imagining that I won't get any sort of new people. There's no exposure, but I just sometimes just want to walk around. I think it's healthy. Like get some steps in, go outside, whatever, right? Go to the gym. I went to the gym for like an hour. So it's good for my health. But next time I gotta remember to bring money because now I have no money. I didn't bring any money with me and I can't actually get anything. That's the problem. I can transfer with my phone, but I didn't think about the fact that I'd be streaming on my phone. You see? That's the issue. So actually I cannot get like ice cream or a snack. I can't even buy water. Thai is our language. Oh, but in terms of what I would talk about for a podcast, I think just pugs. I actually straight up think it's gotta just be pugs. That's what it's gotta be. Yeah, it is cloudy today. Yeah, it might rain. It's been raining a lot. I think it's just gotta be pugs, man. People don't understand how to pug. Like, the advice that's given is not helpful. You said it correct? Thank you. Thai expert here. You know, the first thing, I don't actually know if I can really say some of this. I think it's okay. But it's a fucking honey mustard. I mean, I don't know. That sounds like a win-win victory. So that doesn't sound, hold on. Now, hold on. Wait a second. This doesn't sound half bad. Oh, wait. Whoa. Now, hold up. I think you're cooking. Where is the strip club with honey mustard? I'm gonna ask Kitty if I can go. There's a strip club where they give you honey mustard? Damn. All right, when I get home, I'm gonna ask Kitty if I can go. I'll let you know what she says. And then the other thing is, when you first go to a country, I stayed at a hostel. And when I was staying at a hostel, they teach you all the bad words first. I was just some young kid coming to Thailand. And they were like, do you want to learn how to ask for water? And I was like, yeah. Like, teach me so when I go to the restaurant, I could just say, can I have some water? And they're like, no problem. So you just say something like, yet gusi. And I was like, okay. But then the problem is they didn't actually correct me. And I would go to a restaurant and they would let me say it. And then I would get all these weird looks. And then they would look at me and I'd be like, what did I just say? And they fucking never told me until after I said it. And that was a little bit too far. Like, you know, it's okay. You can make the joke, but then you have to make sure that the person doesn't actually go to the store and try to say something like this. Just the worms. Oh my God. That's how we met. Damn. Damn. We're getting into rush hour traffic. Hold up. We got a lot. This is actual traffic in Thailand, by the way. It just goes forever. Oh, there's a great Thai tea place around here. Honestly, one day, can I just get a foot massage and stream it? Am I allowed to do that? Wait, can I do that? Can I just would you watch that? If I just sat down for a foot massage, like an hour. Here's the problem. I just fall asleep, dude. I'm old. I'm not as young as I used to be. Here's the problem, dude. That's the issue. I'm old now. So if I were to get a foot massage, I just fall asleep every time. I'm like an uncle. I'm an uncle, dude. Like, as an example, right? Back in the day, I would get a foot massage. It would be for health. I'll be like, press hard. But now, 5 minutes into a foot massage, I'm just like, every time. Every time. Literally. I'm 29. I'm old now. I'm closer to 30 than I am not. There's a little mall over here. Okay, so I'm gonna try to finagle somebody into giving me free water. Where can I get free water? I'm 40, I'm ancient. Do I do Pilates? Actually? This is a real story. You wanna know a real story, Dark Bendover? Do you know who Blogalates is? Let me show you some pretty place. Do you know who Cassie Ho is? That's her name. That's her actual name. What's up, little? It's a mall now. I like this mall. Hot. You do? So back in 2014, I almost worked for her. Here's the beeping noise. This is a real story. I mean this. This is actually a genuinely true story. I have a photo. I'll show you a photo. I've been working in health and fitness for a long time, yeah? Back in 2014, I worked at the 2014 Fitness Expo in LA. I did an on-stage demo for the warm-up for Jillian Michaels and got to meet a bunch of people. But right after our on-stage demo for the company I was working with, Cassie was on next. So she was backstage in the area. And then I got to meet Cassie. And I was like a young kid. I was 17 at the time, right? Cassie, no. So I got to meet her. First of all, that woman back 10 years ago, crazy fucking strong. Second of all, she was just starting a new studio, a Pilates studio in LA. And she asked me if I wanted to potentially consider working there as a trainer. And I said no, because I was still in high school. And I probably should have just quit high school, to be honest with you. I probably should have just said yes. Because then she became Blogilates and ended up becoming super successful. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, fun fact. Yo, will McDonald's give me free water? Does that work here? I'm thirsty, but I don't have any money. Will they give me water? I kind of just want like a tiny bit of water. I've also got a lot of steps in. We could just end the stream and I can go home as well. Play some more WoW. I'd be alright with that. How do I say water cup? You just show the QR code? The problem is, how do I get the QR code? Like from stream? Oh, that'd be crazy. I guess I could do that. Nah, she's in a meeting right now. That's okay. I was gonna take you up here. Scan it from the stream? That is some weird shit that could work, actually. You're not wrong, actually. Yeah, I'll probably come back here another time. Just because my gym is not that far from here. Why not? No, I mean, I know how to ask for water. I just think it's a very awkward thing to do in Thailand. It's not normal to do that. It's gonna rain. Okay, so somebody ping Kitty and ask, if I were to small screen the stream, can we figure out if this is gonna work? Also, hi, Jark. Jark, how are you today? I really appreciated that. That donation that you gave wasn't so much about the amount. It was just the fact that somebody was willing to donate was really cool to me. All right, if this disconnects, then just know I'll be home in like 10 minutes. If this disconnects, then somebody will help me out. But I'm just gonna try, if I small screen this, does it go away? I don't know. This is a test today. I've never actually done this. I set this up, but I didn't really trial it before anything else. It's kind of pretty. I don't even think McDonald's has a water dispenser. I have to ask Kitty if she's in a meeting. Meeting? Tell me if this goes off. If it does go off, it's okay, but otherwise we try. Meeting, question mark? Because this is the part of it that I'm not actually familiar with how to do. Wow, are we still here? Damn, technology's cool. All right, so that worked. So I could probably scan for something, because you didn't see that I went to Facebook just now to message Kitty, right? Like that didn't show up on screen. It's actually just my camera, and it didn't disconnect. Okay, so in the future I could totally pay for something. I feel a little uncomfortable about being live on stream and opening my bank app. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a bit uncomfortable about that. I don't know if I'm cool with this. That sounds weird. I don't know if I like that at all. All right, now I'll just let her respond for a second. I want a snack. I'm feeling hungry. We can't see a thing. You know, Dark Bent Over? That is what... No, that was way too dark. I was about to get myself banned. That was close. Always a problem. Only your face, I confirm. I'm gonna need about a lot more people to confirm that. You guys want Starbucks? Close down stream for like a minute to pay for something? I mean, there's a yogurt shop right there. I like that yogurt shop. No. Hand-me-down phone just for streams? I guess I could. It's gonna rain though, so I gotta get home for sure. I'll just be back to my PC and like, I'm not that far from here. It's only confirmed. I won't do it. I'm too shy. This is my first test of this. I'm not comfortable enough with it yet. But this won't be the last time. As long as, I want to say as long as you guys enjoy this type of stream, but but I realized that I actually don't get peer pressured, and ultimately if I want to do something, I'll just do it. So it's probably more up to me. I have this chronic problem of not getting peer pressured into stuff. Link the route. I'm dying for this kind of stream going out. This is the most time I've spent outside in pretty much a long time. Ooh, holy, that was a step. All right, not dying. SCL, they haven't updated the route here for season 2, but I'll make sure to get it to you momentarily, okay? Yeah, it'll be in Discord. Just do exclamation Discord, you'll find the route link there. Well, at the very least, I hope. Yeah, I did almost. I'm very off balance. All these muscles you see, you know they're for shows, Aurelian. These are market muscles. I'm not actually that fit. Yeah, these are market muscles. I don't know what you're talking about. And recently, I'm not exactly on the market anymore, so I don't even know what I'm training for these days. Wow. I got so many steps in, man. Good for me. I don't know how long we've been out. And I don't know how harmful this is to stream. But I liked it. I'll do it again. I hope that one day I can be more than just a random sperm in Mac's balls, specifically his left testicle. I really hope that I can eventually progress toward the shaft, and maybe even if I'm lucky, be slightly more. Maybe I could have a name. I feel like there's more to life than just sitting in this, obviously these very massive balls, because he plays hockey and he's the leader of the Race to World First Guild. So I feel like, you know, they've got to be pretty massive. And that, I do have a certain sense of pride that at least I'm part of those balls. But it would be really cool to basically get myself out there in the WoW community, because I still feel like I'm pretty new at this, but I really like the game and I like being able to talk about the game. I think it's healthy to have different perspectives. Yeah. And I hope that I can provide some of those perspectives with the podcast that I do. Oh, little. This is actually just a local part of Thailand. For what it is worth, this is not actually reflective of Thailand necessarily, because you would never come here. This is just straight up, like, I went to the gym, and then I've just been walking from my gym around town a little bit. So this is a very sort of local experience, actually. Like, if I was gonna do a straight up IRL stream, this is not where I would consider taking it. It just happens to be where I am. But I don't actually live that close to here. That's kind of why also I'm okay with showing you, because I would never show you where I live. That's awkward. Very common, maybe. No, dark bend over. I don't know what you're talking about. I asked for more sauce. I really like sauce. I think honey mustard is delicious. So I have no idea. That which you speak. It's so clean. Bro, little. Where are you from that this is clean? There are many words I would use to describe Thailand. To be honest with you, clean is not one of them. I don't think I would use clean. What's up, Jimmy? Yeah, do you have any family in Thailand? Is this a solo adventure to live there? No, I don't have any family here. I don't know anyone. When I moved to here, Jimmy, I didn't know a single soul at all. It was the most spontaneous decision I think I've ever made. I had a return flight. I just canceled it. I was only supposed to be here for 3 weeks. That was the plan. I was only supposed to be here for 3 weeks. And I just canceled my return flight, and that was like 9 years ago. That kind of wild. What's up, M. Heel? Hi, Mr. Zola. Stender, am I from the US? Yeah, I grew up in the US. But I grew up I grew up in LA, and then I lived in Colorado on top of a mountain for 3 years. I lived in Connecticut for a year. I lived in Ohio for 2 years. So I kind of grew up all over the US. But now I'm here. And I love Thailand. It's just, I don't know. I think eventually things will change, but I really like living here. Khao Lak, yeah, a couple of weeks. Thailand is amazing. M. Heel Zola. You ever been to Thailand? I've seen dirtiest streets. Well, Thailand has a lot of green, but also this is not the heart of the city. I think we're on the outskirts, I guess? Yeah. Well, Jimmy, my Thailand experience when I moved here, I didn't know anyone. I got married pretty early though. So I was married in Thailand, so I had a wife. But then we got divorced. And now I'm not married here. But I was for like many years. But no, my family doesn't, I miss them actually. I miss my family. I like my family a lot, and I call them all the time, but I don't actually get to see them, of course. I want to say the internet connection and the audio held up really well on this stream. I'm pretty happy. You bought a new condo? Dude, that's so awesome. That's awesome. When I first moved here, I used to live over by that area, Dark, before Icon Siam was even a thing. Yeah, before that mall even came out. That's pretty cool, Dark. That's awesome. I can't imagine having enough money to actually to like buy a condo and rent it. I don't know what that type of money is like. I do well for myself, but I don't do that well for myself, you know? The streamer money has not progressed. Like I said, I'm still just a drop in the massive ball sack. I feel like I need to progress to figure out how to have enough purchasing power to actually buy something. Do I work in Thailand? Oh no, I don't do full-time streaming. I have a job. Yeah, no, I got a real job. Streaming is during my daytime because I work with foreigners. And foreigners I can only work with in the morning and the night. But I also do a lot of WoW coaching these days, which I've enjoyed. WoW coaching is I have a lot of them now. So yeah. The street in Thailand is how it works. A lot of wires. Yeah. Since I started my Patreon last year, like at the end of last year, nowadays I have about 30 to 35 coaching calls per month, which is a surprisingly decent source of a little additional money, but nothing I make from stream actually compares to my real job. It's more of a passion. Yeah. It ultimately is a lot more of a passion. They're trying to get rid of the wires. Mm-hmm. But I really like doing the WoW coaching. I'd love to continue doing it. I feel like I'm good at teaching. I know how to help people feel more comfortable with tanking, more comfortable with healing, because I've been out there actually pugging and understanding what it is that people go through, you know? So, these days though, normally in the morning or the night, I do coaching for a while and my actual job. And then in the daytime, I stream. Imagine working as an electrician. It's true. Very true. Yep. Okay, so just wrapped up. Oh, perfect. Let's see if Kitty can actually listen to stream for a second. We in and out all day. I'm gonna go back home. It's gonna take me a second to get there. Let's see if Kitty can just change the settings real quick. I'll say, I've been loving your podcast. Awesome. Their awkward pauses feel so natural. Thank you. I appreciate that, Golden Wolf. I want to do more of the podcast stuff, and I want to basically represent different perspectives in WoW. The next few episodes, I don't want to just have competitive players on. I actually have a plan to do an episode with Touchpad Warrior, and also have an episode about a few people that I like that just do housing primarily, that also do some M+ and stuff, but I want to represent more than just the bleeding edge of WoW. I think that it's important to give people voices. So Golden, there will be a few more episodes, and not all of them will be like with Shaw or Korame or anything like that. I want to do some teaching or discussing class design. Start discussing it. I want to see that's what I'm going to do, Zeralian. Next few are going to be more normal players. Yeah. That's one of the plans. I could use some coaching. I just don't know if I'm teachable. Everybody's teachable a little. I don't believe everybody's teachable. You just have to actually manage to meet people where they're at. Oh, yo, Jimmy, thank you for the sub. What's crazy to me is that I'm basically just walking around town, and some people are still subbing, and actually some people are still hanging out with me. I appreciate that. So that means I could do it more often. However, that right there, that is starting to get real dark. And if the sky starts getting dark like that, it is a big signal that you need to go home. You have about 10, 20 minutes before it starts pouring rain and thunderstorm. So I'm gonna end this live stream here, and then it should just go immediately back to my computer, and I should be back in like a little bit. I don't know if I can chat here, and I don't think mods can do this, but just give me like 10 minutes and I'll be back to my PC, okay? I'll be right back. Hi, Stendak. Hello. All right, 1 second.
I love this stream that works. As I got home and I was like, make it here and then go back up and play WoW. How cool is that? Low bit rate. Oh, that's not good. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, it's because I'm on Wi-Fi. Okay. Can anybody? Somebody will have to tell me if they can or cannot hear me. I don't know if it reconnects properly. If you can hear me, you'll hear my cat because I just got home and he's very excited that I got home. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. What's up, Moonglaze? Hi, buddy. He has separation anxiety. So basically, like right when you get home, he's like, oh, I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead. I'm not dead, buddy. I'm still here. He's gonna be very annoying because it's not dinner time yet, but it's almost dinner time, which means he is going to be actively complaining the whole time. What's up, Nameless? Ready? Wow. 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 You should not get a cat. They're absolute menaces. Are they cute, Macho Nacho? 100%. Are they menaces? Don't get a cat. I wouldn't recommend. Yeah. Are they adorable? Yeah. Should you get one? I don't know. Only if you're prepared to worship them, pretty much. They need worshiping. If you're not prepared to have your life run by this cute animal, then don't get one. High recommendation. Look up to her name, Eris, for sure. Yeah, they're both menaces to the highest degree. That's just how it is. This is what they do. You have to be okay with this. So I'm gonna cook a little just snack for myself, and here's basically your job. All right? There's a very clear job. Are you ready for this? We're gonna have a pact. Actually, you have two jobs. Mostly because I can hear Kitty coming downstairs, and I know what she's going to tell me. She's gonna say, "Ooh, don't show the kitchen. The maid hasn't come in a while. The maid's coming tomorrow."
Yeah, it's yucky in here.
She says, "It's yucky in here. Don't show them the kitchen."
Hi, guys.
They play WoW. I don't think they care too much. Now they can see the abuse that we go through in this home.
I love it. It's my favorite pastime.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes I'm just chilling and I'll be like, oh, I'm so tired, right? I had like a long day at work. I'll be chilling. And then all of a sudden,
I'll come in, I'll be like, blah!
She does this. That's true. #1 goat impersonator right here.
I'm trying to convince him to get goats. So my first step is to desensitize you to goat sounds.
It's not working.
It's a solid plan.
No, it's not working.
It's only been happening for a day. Give it 3 months.
I feel like it's been happening for a few days. Wait, what's that? What? You're telling me that this whole time it wasn't a goat impersonation? Wow. Look at that. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, for real, my butthole is never safe around. Not for the reasons you think, but just because she just keeps trying to antagonize it like the damn Naruto Kakashi thing. And it's like, we're not training for a war here, kitty. We can breathe. We can breathe.
You know.
How's he there?
Cold hands.
The abuse. Those no bounds. Buddy, would you consider perhaps not screaming? Honestly, somebody should clip this because this is just my life. This is the entirety of our life right here. This actually pretty accurately sums it up.
He knows how to be quiet.
It's just Cookie screaming, me drinking milk. There it is. That's life. It's a good life. The unique cat. Oh, actually, exclamation clip doesn't work. I never set that up again. You have to manually clip something if you wanted to clip. Hi, Mint. Okay, this is convincing them to get a cat because look how cute he is now. Their cuteness, it's
he's
like
quiet for mom.
yeah, he just
Not
gets.
when I'm
I've
feeding
noticed
him.
he just gets excited basically whenever I'm because
Anything
now he just wants to
happens.
play all the time. So I've realized he just chases me around and is like play, play, play. I want to stick my face right up in his chest, but I am super allergic and I've been feeling he needs a bath.
You want to tell them what the grooming service said?
Yeah.
Go
The
ahead.
grooming service said that they won't come give him or the other cat a bath because they're both aggression cases or whatever.
He's not aggressive.
She's
She
fine.
is, and
The other
I was
cat
just
is.
saying that, like, hey, my other cat can be kind of mean, so I have like the space helmet thing for her, so she can't bite you. And I was like, let me trim the nails for you, and then you should be fine. And they're like 3 hours later, they're like, we don't have any specialists for highly aggressive cats. Sorry. I was like, well, that's dramatic, first of all. But I was like, okay, well, can you come for the other one at least? He's fine. And then they just ghosted me.
No,
I was like, how bad do you think my cats are?
they're bad.
They're not even that bad.
One of them is.
No, she's not.
You're gonna pick her up, but if I okay, this is what happens with the other cat. Fine, pick her up. Let's see how this works. Prove your point. Prove your point. Are you ready? I'm gonna touch her now. This is the orange cat. I'm gonna touch her, Juju. I'm gonna touch you. I'm just letting you know. I'm just petting you very politely, extremely politely. That's very good. That's
She's
very
fine.
good. It's because she thinks we're about to give her dinner. It's because she thinks we're about to give her dinner. This is the most I've ever. Oh, look, I'm petting her. It's working. Wow. Her hand twitched. I'm not risking it. Her hand twitched. You saw it twitch. She's so fast. It can't even. This is not even gonna. No. You see that? I saw her go.
No, she didn't.
She did.
She was being held up and
She was.
uncomfortable.
Yeah,
so
her arm
like,
just twitched like this, and I was like, I'm out of here. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. Is she Thai? This one?
Yeah. Ish. Thai-ish.
You want to speak Thai?
สวัสดีค่ะ
That's pretty good, actually. Order
Sad
sauce
ball.
at a restaurant.
What sauce?
Any sauce. Just ask for more sauce.
ขอเอาเคชัพนะคะ
Okay. You cheat. You skirted the corner by using ketchup instead of sauce.
I don't know what sauce. Sauces has different names.
Different.
Okay, how about ขอเอาเจียวได้ไหม
Do I live in Thailand? Yeah, I live in Thailand. How's the stream quality? It keeps flashing low bit rate because our house has bad internet. Yeah, that's what it is. So when you say
They get me.
you're not supposed to encourage them when they say that.
But it gets me.
You're not supposed
Every
to
time.
encourage it. If they say something like this, you have to continue past it.
I don't have that ability. If it's
Uh,
funny, it's funny, and then I must laugh.
I don't know. It's like I don't mind. That's why you think I'm funny all the time. So I benefit directly from this system. To be fair.
To be fair.
Yeah, I live in Thailand. Okay, they don't have to watch me make eggs if it'll make you uncomfortable, and the kitchen is super dirty right now. It's not dirty, it's just greasy.
That's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
How okay,
Greasy
what's the difference
implies-
between greasy and dirty?
Greasy implies active, dirty implies ooh.
Greasy is also
We have an active
greasy, if anything, is double dirty because
No.
it makes you go double ugh.
No. I trust the kitchen that's greasy. I know that they're making good food.
That's because you have not seen the levels of greasy a Thai kitchen can get to, and I am rightfully traumatized.
That's fair. I accept that.
I need to take you to my grandma's house, and you can see the grease room.
your grandma's house, that which you will not name where it is, and / or the name of your grandmother whatsoever.
I don't know the name of my grandmother. She's just grandma.
I believe you, actually. Actually, I do kind of believe you on that. That sounds right for your family.
I know my granddad's name.
Of that which you will not say on stream. I just have to remind you some stream etiquette sometimes, because I swear sometimes you just forget how to understand that we are live.
I wish
general
he
public.
would. I wish he would deep clean the kitchen every time after he uses it.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, they'll never know.
I know.
Let me just make some
It doesn't
gourmet
matter if they
eggs.
know or not. It matters if I know.
I'm gonna make gourmet eggs. They'll never watch this. So the first thing you want to do is take your butter stick like this, and then just get a nice slab in there.
Do you want to know what I ate today?
What?
I had pizza slices for breakfast,
Uh-huh.
and then I had poke nachos
Damn.
for lunch.
That sounds good. I'm gonna put this stick of butter on the pan and fry a few eggs.
Sucks for you.
Yeah. The other day, and I'm not really a jealous person, like, to be honest with you, I'm just happy to be here. And at one point, though, I came downstairs, and I've been feeling ill recently, so I haven't been able to eat very well. And I walked downstairs, and she just has fish and chips, like proper, like deep fried, battered fish. It looks delicious, okay? She has fish and chips, calamari, French fries, and spring rolls. It looked amazing. I had milk for dinner. So I get a little jealous, I found out. There was actually a moment of real envy in there that I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. I don't need to show you the gourmet process of me making eggs, but I'll make some eggs and then we'll go back upstairs. I'll play a few more PTR keys tonight. What pizza did you have today, Name Loose? 4 eggs. I like this ability to just stream wherever. But I don't know if the quality is going in and out. Is just for anybody that's still watching this, what can you just tell me if the quality is going in and out on this corner? I keep getting a notification that is flashing, but I don't know what that means. I don't actually understand what that means. I've seen that from people. It's pretty cool. The story of how we met will have to be shared at some point. I shared it once when we did an IRL stream at the Time Market, but it's not exactly PG. There's the PG way to share that story, Moonglads, but I'll have to notice anything? Okay. How's the ping on PTR from Thailand? That's my normal ping. First of all, Stena, that's exactly what, I play with 200 plus ping all the time, so that's normal for me. My PTR ping is exactly the same as my live key ping. As funny as that sounds, as sad as that sounds. You just get used to it, to be honest, though. We can tell them today? Absolutely not. Our love is simply too immense, and we're going to have to come up with a story of how to tell people. We have to do the thing where we, like, rehearse it. It'll be the only thing I ever rehearse. So now you take, this is the easiest way to cook. You put the butter on the pan, you put the eggs on the pan, you take the eggs, you put it on a plate, you eat the plate. It's easy. Actually, wait, sorry. I skipped a step. Don't eat the plate, eat the thing on the plate, which is the eggs. Don't eat the actual plate. That's a bad idea. You want to see my house? It's not clean, so our maid didn't come this week. And we do have a maid. It's Thailand. This is the house. Wow. Nice. It's got a chandelier. You want to see the chandelier? I could turn on the chandelier for you. Isn't it nice? Look. Yeah, look at that. Pretty. Pretty house. I like this house. Hey, buddy. Hello, little one. Hi. Hi. Sten, I play with exit lag. That helps a little bit. It helps stabilize it just a bit. But ultimately, I just have to get used to playing with higher ping. It is what it is. There's not much you can do about it, unfortunately. It's the little baby. Little baby. You can hear him purring. He likes it. But he also wants dinner, so he's going to be a little annoying right now. All right, let's go back upstairs. I'm going to end this. I'll see you upstairs. Hi, Par. Hi, Peck. 1 second. I'm going to go right upstairs. Oh, it's like I never left. It's like I never left. Look at that. Amazing. What's up, my lord? That was fun. I'm going to do that more often. I feel much better. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that beats like an actual microphone. Yeah, you can't really compete with it. Yo, I feel much better. I got to do that more often. Like, I literally just got my entire gym workout in pretty much. And I got to walk around. I got hella steps in. I actually took in a little bit of outside nature-y stuff. I should probably shower, but oh well. Yeah, thank you. It was pretty hard to figure out, you know. It was not so easy to figure that out. Thank you. I'm proud of me, too. Hello. I think that went pretty... I have to watch it back. I'll have to actually see, like, exactly how it went, but I think that went pretty well. What's up, my lord? Hey, peeking on. Peek. Your name wouldn't happen to be an Attack on Titan reference, would it? All right. Let me just check some settings and see if everything is still working right. It appears like it is. Nice. Did I miss anything? Have you played any PTR? Yes. I've played many PTRs. Tank balance on PTR is interesting right now. I would expect a pretty large tank balancing swing soon. I'll play... I mean, I kind of have give or take. I know how Guardian feels now with the Apex. We have to test Seth Rallis a little bit more. I vaguely understand King's Rest at this point. It just is not a fun key to do. So the question is... I probably will. I've thought about it, my lord. I already stopped pushing this season. Like, I got my 4K a while ago, like in May. It was, I don't think I did a single key in June. And I was very happy with that. That was my goal, basically. I thought about going for title. At the time, when I hit my Resil 21, it was still like 100 points above where the 0.1% title was. And then I stopped. It was before the folio. It was before the Sporefall items came out. I don't know. Maybe I've changed. Maybe the game has changed. What's up, Valade? But like the idea is the pushing crazy high mythic plus is not very interesting to me right now. Even though Guardian is currently meta, I still will play it, especially if I don't care about the 0.1% title, because in that case it matters. It matters not. And I think that Guardian will be fine. Do I think it will be meta? Probably not. Like they never let that happen where the same tank is meta twice in a row. So it'll be something else. Right now it's Pally for sure, but I'm okay with that. I would so much rather let that go a little bit. You'll see. I'll push all the keys that I want to push. I think I'll be all right. I'm not that worried about it. Ping seems very high right now, which is a problem. And turn my exit lag on. So apostrophe. So I think that I'll be able to do what I want. I've made some friends. I've made some contacts. I think I've been streaming for a little bit now, so people vaguely know who I am, which means I'll be able to get into groups. I don't have to fully solo pug everything. I want to say I have a little bit more, recognition in the community. My game will disconnect real quick, so I'm just connecting my exit lag. What's up, Alex Rosa? Thanks for hanging out, by the way, all stream. That was the first time I've ever done that, by the way. I have never done that type of stream before. I have occasionally done an IRL stream around Talent, but never like what I just did. So that was fun. I enjoyed it. I think I'll do it again. I want to do 1 or 2 more Apex Guardian tests, and then I think I want to test a bit of Prot Warrior. Prot Pally is just broken. They will nerf it. I think they're going to nerf Prot Pally instead of buffing the other tanks, but it'd be interesting. And if you were still watching on YouTube for whatever reason, I can now see you. Oh. Food. So yeah. I know I'll play Guardian next season. I already know what build I'm going to play as well. And I know the play style I will play. Even if it ends up being tuned slightly different, I have a feeling I'll be fine. I know I'll be fine. There's a build right now for Guardian, which is basically like no Apex, except that it is Apex. There's 0 groups right now. Alright, let's do Seth. Let's try this on 17. Have you played any PTR? Is it a loons? Yeah, but the breakdown for where your damage comes from. Like, I think you still do decent damage, and my single target feels it feels better. Feels good. Oh, man. All these damn balance Druids. I don't want to see them. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. No more balance Druid. This spec should be deleted from the game. I'm all for, like, everything should be represented except balance Druid. I don't like them. Ooh, big holy paladin. Big holy paladin. What's on? Who is this? Who's that holy pally? That's probably the top holy paladin on beta. Who's this? Do you recognize this guy's name? I don't recognize the name off the top of my head. It's very classist of you. Oh, and I admit it too, Zeralian. Oh yeah, I'll own it. That doesn't even bother me. Oh, it doesn't bother me at all. Nah, you can't peer pressure me out of this take. Boomies, I don't like them. Everything else is fine. Oh, it's this guy again. No. It seems to me that most people who end up doing fitness have a pretty good relationship with that. Like, they'll sleep better. But my sleep has always been fucked. It's like the one thing I can't solve. I've gotten healthier in almost every way, except my sleep. In fact, my doctor, after a few years, has told me that I should just take this new medication that he wants to prescribe me. But I'm very wary of new medications, and I don't know how I feel about it. But there is a new med, he's like, you should just take this. And I was like, oh. I've been taking sleeping meds since I was a small child. They've never really identified why. I've had all sorts of studies. When I was 17, I had my entire head wrapped in a bandage for like 24, I don't remember if it was 24 hours, but a long time. It wasn't like a regular apnea test. It was a whole on, it was at an epilepsy center. I remember that. And there was a little girl who put stickers on my whole head. No, it was for sleep. I was tested because they were trying to figure out why I basically just didn't sleep. It's one of those kind of unknown things about my health. I have my own theories after working in health and fitness for a long time. I can actually tell you with a certain level of confidence why I have sleep problems. But no doctor would be able to tell me because of how that works. Heel wagon, you're gonna have to mod yourself there. Don't say that. I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure I know what you mean, but don't say that online. That's not the right way to say that. You're fine. You're fine. I get what you're trying to say, but that one is no. You kind of use that terminology. Twitch is super strict on stuff like that. They're gonna get you, not me. They're gonna get you. Don't do that. Yeah. Remember, people will clip. I know what you were talking. I know you were saying your ADHD meds, but remember, people will always clip you out of context on the internet, which is why you have to be very careful about the pacing and how you say things. For example, I like children. They represent the best of us. You see? The pacing is the problem. It's not the statement, it's the pacing. And that's because you scroll message by message, you have to see what I mean? It's exactly that. What's up, Charcoal? Hi. What's up, my boy? Are you South African? Charcoal, are you from South Africa? That's a very South African thing to say. And, oh, you're fine, Eli. Don't worry about it. I'll just let you know. What's up, Captain? How's it going, Captain? I love seeing your comments on my YouTube, Captain. Thank you for watching my vids. Yeah, I know. No. Gotcha. Now we can test Apex now. Thank you. Selectively enforced. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of Naz is pretty much that's the right way to say it. I would just I can't really comment on that. It's one of those weird areas. If you want access to something, you can get it. Let's put it that way. If you come here and you want access to something, you won't have a problem finding it. Yeah, of course. I made a video about it. I'll make, obviously, a lot more. We couldn't test Apex until a few days ago. They only fixed it very recently. I'm almost positive you're going to do something like this. Fairly confident. I don't see a world where you drop anything. Yeah. I think there are a few options. Well, it's probably going to be this. The damage is a lot better. Depends on what your stats are, Query. No, because your damage breakdown looks like this. Because this is why you play Loons. Because this is going to be your damage. I'll make a video about it at some point. I don't want to show you because I don't want them to nerf it. No, but I don't want them to nerf it. It's not. In my opinion, if Guardians are forced to play Druid of the Claw, it won't be good for bears. I think Druid of the Claw should be competitive for those who enjoy it. Like I want it to be not feeling as bad as it does right now. But I think that the way that we're doing right now is good. I genuinely think that what we have currently is actually healthy, personally. Not necessarily for me, but for most tanks, having a straightforward, easy to pick up something to understand is very helpful. Mama. Okay. Okay. So, did I count down? Well, they got the fucking, there's no way that mechanic should be in the game. I don't even care if it's kickable or not. The tank should never get fucking stunned. Like, honestly, I don't really care if it is proper or not. The tank should never get stunned. Reset vest. No stun. Stun sucks. No. No, I mean, it's a classic. No, there's a classic level mechanic. No, the tank should not be allowed to get stunned for 4 seconds. No. Come on, man. Man. Bro. Okay. Just take it out. You just take that out. Man. No. I'll take it out. It's CCable. Like, there's counterplay to it. Either it's the first person who walks in. So it's either that or it's a cast. I don't know exactly because I've only done this dungeon once or twice, but we lost somebody. Don't leave because of that one thing, man. I don't know if he left because of that or not. How do you counterplay this mechanic? I don't actually know what causes it. It's something. There's like a stealth mob or something. But I don't know, something like comes out of stealth, and I think it's a cast over here. Let me see. Is it here? No. No, it's this guy. See, it's a cast. It's just a cast. You have to kick it, which means that either you kick it or your tank gets cheap shot for 4 seconds. That is the most lame. No. Just take it out. It serves zero purpose. That's one of those mechanics that actually had that guy's time to 19. Who the fuck is this? It's not. It doesn't help anyone. Wait, who's this? Pally kicks at him, I guess. Yeah, you walk in with Toll and it's fine. So there's 2 of them, and you just go left. All right, you go left. You don't worry about it, bro. Come on. Who is that going to affect? That's one of those things where I think it only casts on the tank. So that just makes me wonder, who is it for? If it doesn't actually affect DPS players, just take the mechanic out of the game. It's not functional. You don't need to have a mechanic that potentially stuns the tank for 4 seconds. No one is going to kick 2 casts, not reliably. That's something I hope they'd look. I mean, so they released some blue notes a little bit ago. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. Charcoal. It was a few weeks ago. I never made a video. I might even make one tonight. They released some blue notes that basically just said, we want DPS to be more responsible for the success of your key. And straight up, they just admitted it. They said the tank and the healer role is a bit too much pressure, and we don't like that, so we're going to even out the responsibility going into Season 2, and DPS will now have more, basically, say in whether or not you'll time the key. There are some mechanics I have seen that are accurate to this, which isn't good. Because I don't know about you. I like this game. I'm pretty positive. I'm a positive guy. Like, I'm the sort of person who's very against flaming. I don't like when people yell at each other in the game. We should all aim to have fun. I believe in all of that. I also believe that DPS players kind of suck. And I'm willing to admit, again, I'm not trying to stand on any sort of ceremony and pretend like somehow they're not. It's. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't trust my DPS. And I think that one reason I have a lot of success in keys is because I very actively make the choice not to trust the people on my team and just think to myself, if everything goes wrong, how can we still win? That's my thought process always. How can we manage to win and clutch victory from the jaws of defeat when my DPS players are not going to do anything that they're supposed to do? Now, if they're responsible for doing things like kicking 2 cheap shots because I decided to go right instead of left, I can kick one of them. Okay, that's just one example of this, but there are a few mechanics I've noticed that are very, like, DPS heavy, where they are going to have a lot more responsibility than just dodging a thing. There's the haste buff, the haste debuff in Altar of Fangs. That's actually not a bad mechanic, and I don't hate it. But there's also a solution. You want to know what the solution is? Make it not affect the tank and the healer. Why not? What would be the problem? Let me ask you a question. How quickly would people learn to kick if that cheap shot only hit the DPS players? And they were stunned. They didn't die, but they were stunned for 4 seconds. Let me ask you an honest question. We're going to have a moment of honest admission here. How quickly would they learn to use their interrupt if it only affected them as a stun that didn't have a damage component? So your key is not bricked, but they lose 4 seconds of their DPS in their Lust Pull on Combat Potion. So they would lose 4 seconds, even 3 seconds. Just make it shorter. If I'm thinking about designing the game, the last thing I would do is have that stun affect the tank or the healer. Just make it affect DPS, because they will figure that mechanic out extremely quickly. Right? That's my thought process, at least. But when you have a haste debuff, like there's a kick right now where if you miss the kick, everybody gets 25% haste reduction. Or in Void Scar Arena, there's a 25% damage down. But it's not it's not just for DPS, it's also for your entire party. And when you're a tank and your healer, I think you have to take this pack, yeah? I don't know if you do or do not have to take this. I'm actually confused about whether this is you skip this or not. I don't know. But haste debuffs for tanks and healers kills your team, if that makes sense. Versus haste debuffs just for DPS are pull lasts for another few seconds and you feel bad on your overall meters, so you might learn. Maybe you don't learn, but the people who wouldn't learn that they get a 25% haste debuff for not actually doing the mechanic wouldn't functionally learn if it affects your tank and your healer anyways. I just think that that's important. I actually think that that is a meaningful thing that they should just code in the game. Yeah, I think so. I'm debating. I'm pretty sure just for the gore proc, it would be worth it, Charcoal, just to fill. There's a world where potentially with the GG proc, you're supposed to actually manually press Moonfire, but I have a feeling you're not supposed to. I think Swipe is a play, but either way, it's got to be a crazy minor difference. Let's walk in here and do full damage. I don't also understand the mechanics of this dungeon, so I'm not trying to play, like, perfectly. During Incarn, the Apex, no Apex is exactly the same, but you have Swipe. Either way, the Swipe is mostly for gore. It still does less damage than a melee. Like, the actual value of Swipe is pretty much nothing. This guy is immune, right? So you want to make sure you're targeting the one who isn't immune. But I don't understand when he gets unimmune. Because, like, I entered my single target damage right there. So this is all single target now, right? Because the other guy is immune. I don't think your single target feels that bad. I actually think single target for me right now is pretty decent. I'm also not, specifically, by the way, not playing overpowered shit. I don't like it when people test with, like, full ring enchants and chest. I have a chest and leg enchant, and you can see I'm not testing with the weapon. I have no sockets in my ring, and I have no, like, enchants on my rings. This is pretty minor, but I don't really like people who randomly craft and have, like, full max super omega gigabits for testing. I think it's weird. So this guy does his blessing, now it's the other guy. All right. Other questions are whether or not you would ever weave Maul into your rotation, given this. if you don't need the Iron Fur. Like, would it be worth pressing a single Maul there? I actually don't know. Clearly, you're not playing the talents for it, and Maul hits like a wet noodle, but you are playing Apex. So it's possible that that actually wins out a little bit on single target. However, again, my single target does not feel bad. I feel like I didn't Feral Frenzy earlier this fight, and if I Feral Frenzy on the next Lunar Beam here, and I got 2 Feral Frenzies in, I'm doing like 80k single target. It's not bad. It's actually pretty decent right now. So let's say I were to proc this here, and I'll go with Combat Potion. Let's go max single target, targeting the right enemy. No, you play full Apex. If you're going to play Apex on Bear, I think you play full Apex. And I also don't hate the new Apex. I actually kind of like it. It's very passive. It's straightforward. You don't really have to think too much about it, but you can still game it in the similar way that you game the other one, but it's not anywhere near as toxic as the other one was. Oh, I see. Like there, I forgot to just quickly forgot this target now. But yeah, my single target is not bad. This is pretty decent. And I've been constantly hitting the... I've missed a lot of mangles, and I put it into the immune target, and I missed a Feral Frenzy earlier. I don't know. Guardian feels pretty tanky. Hard to say, because we're a little overgeared for... Truthfully, we're a little overgeared for this level. That Feral Frenzy is now kind of wasted. And I already swapped targets. Shouldn't do that. But, like, yeah, single target is kind of decent. It's not tuned terribly. I just still don't actually know if it is worth the global. There's probably going to be some wild min-max. If I had to guess, Charcoal. You've seen some bears play 1 out of 4 Apex? Really? 1 out of 4 Apex. I'm not sure what that would allow you to take in this situation. I don't know why you would play 1 out of 4 Apex, considering... I think that the last point in Apex... Well, didn't they tune us with the last one? No. The 4th point probably doesn't matter. Actually. I think the 4th point of your Apex talent, you might not play. I think 3 out of 4 makes sense. Wait, where's the thrash damage? Wait, maybe you're right. I don't know. I'll test that some more. But damage is not a barrier, I don't think. No one is prop pally. And I'm playing kind of lazy right now anyways. I think you're going to go here. You really don't need the ability to force proc Apex. Wait, let me see actually what Brad. They had changed this around so much. No, you want to play rank 3 because of the thrash by 30%. You got to play rank 3 in my opinion. If you're going to play Apex, you might as well take rank 2 and 3. But I think the 4th point, I could see an argument for dropping that into... There's either a defensive talent or an offensive talent you can play. Morning, Harith. All right, let's take this Sand Rider into this corner pack. Don't I need every mob in here, or what are the ways that you can skip? As far as I know, King's Rest is every mob right now. This dungeon, I am not sure. I just know that this trash hurts a lot, and I'm not sure why it hurts a lot. The 2 guys to my right have casts that you need to kick, and those are hard, but this one just seems like it's pretty unavoidable. What's up, Corpus? Morning, Harith. Harith, I figured out technology. Have I played Sand Lane? No, I actually haven't tested DK yet. I was going to test it one day and then ran out of time. I would be down to test some DK after this. Just see how it feels. Yeah. I figured out how to seamlessly transition to IRL streams. Yep, I did already. I went to the gym earlier today and then walked around Thailand for actually a while. And just like hung out with people. It was cool. It just felt not great. DK is a choice. You have to want to play it, and you have to like that play style. One of the greatest videos I made, which, to be honest, Charcoal, I never actually made it public. It was like a special kind of YouTube membership and Patreon thing when I had made it back in the day, was what tank should you play based on your personality? Because there are fundamentally 2 different tanking styles. And I do actually think that there is an answer to this question. People who like Blood DK tend to have a particular personality. And it tracks. People who like Blood DK oftentimes like how Brew feels as well, because Brewmaster and Blood DK are similar. Vengeance and Prot Pally are in the middle. Prot Warrior and Guardian are on the other end of the spectrum in terms of personalities. Tuning and everything per season determines a lot of that, but I do think it's relatively consistent. Walking is nice. I think it's healthy. I don't know if I like it. I just think it's healthy. And unfortunately, my health matters to me. Okay, this area, don't overpull, right? I don't know what they do, but it hurts a lot. I just don't know why it hurts. That guy is a cast. Venomous Bolt just looks like a regular bolter. I don't think my damage is terrible right now. Yeah, it's not looking great in this dungeon in particular. A lot of times damage just comes from optimizing routes and understanding the dungeon itself a little bit. Currently, I have no understanding of this dungeon. I don't know what I am supposed to pull or not supposed to pull. I remember Charcoal early on this season when I was playing no Apex and the Guardian Druid Discord didn't like me. Back like early at the beginning of the season, they would take my worst logs and use it as a point of like why you shouldn't play no Apex. And they took a Skyreach as an example where I had pretty low damage. I mean, it was, I don't remember what it was, but it was very low. And they compared it to like Squish or whoever was playing Apex at the time. But the way I pulled Skyreach, this was second week of the season, like third week. It was very early on in the season. I played that dungeon so safe. I didn't do the double pull at the beginning. I split a whole bunch of other things. It was early season. We timed the key. No problem. But like I've added 3-4 pulls to that. Our boss kills were low. I split my damage of the last boss to make sure we killed the ads. Their team didn't. There are so many aspects to tank damage that are actually routing related. Not just how you play, but how you route. Like this area, if you do it in 1 or 2 pulls, your overall damage will be much higher. You know? They should just delete King's Rest. Do they change it at all here? That dungeon is irredeemable. I don't know how you save that dungeon. It's actually got to be one of the worst experiences. Yeah, and like how quickly bosses... I mean, if you want to pad your tank damage, just go play Alcathar Academy, grab an Enhancement Shaman, a Outlaw Rogue, and a Windwalker with the rest of... No, with a Holy Priest who PIs you, you know? But like the idea is you can pad damage by playing with things that are target capped. So people that are... Or just play with people who are in raid build. So that bosses die really fast, your boss kill times are high, because that's when you do the least amount of damage, and that your ad uptime is higher. Yeah. That doesn't necessarily... Like, it's a weird thing. Comparing damage and keys is not always the most applicable thing. Okay, so here, we're going to hold the Lunar Beam. But let's see what my single target can get to. No combat potion, basically, just here. It's not quite... This is actually a bad boss to test, because he's going to phase, and again, ad damage would matter. This is not a good thing. You can't test single target here because of the snakes. Mr. Unknown Sniper. Hopefully I'm never your target. It's not irredeemable if they keep pushing out rotations like this. It's not irredeemable. In this case, it's just going to be a WoW Mythic Plus season. You don't think so, Sonic? You think that King's Rest is okay? The problem I have is I look at things if they're fun. And I can't think of a single pull I'm excited to do except maybe before second boss. Like, that area has at least some AoE. But if you let me design dungeons, I feel like there are some really easy, oh, he stuns you. You can't just take it. It's a stun, too. The forced RP 2-target count situation is not good. Even if they reduce the RP, it's only 2 targets, and those 2 targets are deadly. So you have to use cooldowns, and it's just weird. And an example is a lot of your enjoyment has a straight up gameplay design matters a lot. Oh, thank you, Unknown. I'm excited to make a lot more, actually. I have some pretty cool ideas for what I want to do. The main series that I'm doing right now on Patreon. I don't know, eventually I might share them to YouTube, but currently they're just for members to say thank you. I'm doing a series where I talk about what each tank individually is going to need to focus on for the new season. So the one I have right now is for Prop Pally. It's like, hey, if you're playing Prop Pally, this is what you're going to have to think about all key. When you're in the actual rotation itself, what are you considering? How are you going to, not just the rotation, but I think this is a really cool idea. Because many tank players focus too much on the wrong parts of tanking. That's very exciting for me. I think that's probably the best way I could explain tanks after I thought about it for a little bit. So I have Prop Warrior and Prop Pally filmed. What dungeons you did? A King's Rest, YN is not even comparable. I think King's Rest, I would put it in the level of Vortex Pinnacle for just... I actually think Vortex is better. No, I would take that back. I think Vortex Pinnacle is better than King's Rest. Forced RP, very low target count, almost zero ability to flex anything whatsoever. Things that feel punishing for no good reason instead of actually... No, because Vortex, at higher key levels, you could learn the Harry Potter strat, you could at least combine the first pull. There was like flex, that there was a level of mastery that you could express in that dungeon. King's Rest is... Congratulations, you stood in something you weren't supposed to. Yeah, it's the one right now. It's 100% count. I don't actually think that creative routing is what makes anything fun. I just think about the reward for different pulls. And what I mean by that is it's not that complicated to consider. Imagine, for example, that you are playing the first pull of Algathar Academy. Yeah? So let's just bear... Wait, why is that serpent still spawn? This is bugged. That's a bug. Boss is dead. This is... I don't think these are supposed to be here. Cool. So if the boss will still get his cast off, huh? Interesting. Okay, so anyways. Algathar Academy. Fun. Good pull. Yes. First pull, Algathar Academy. Do you have fun? Yes or no? Just like in general. Also, I would talk about Cinder Brew Meadery. It has the same kind of deal. Yes, good first pull. Now, here's why. Cinder Brew has other problems with the first pull, but the idea is, bear with me here. They don't have to put the little lashers in. No, I mean, but think about it. The little lashers in Algathar Academy have zero function. You don't need them. Just take them out. Now the first pull of Algathar Academy is 3 RP mobs that you have to kill to spawn the boss that still have the same mechanics. Circle, bleed on the tank, etc. And the bees are still roaming. Is that better? Is that a good dungeon? How did I get stunned? Wait, my big bear ass somehow pulled this. Is that good? The answer is no. It would be actively less fun. That would not help anyone. That would make the game... That would make that way worse, not way better. Because small fodder AoE big lust pull is fun. It doesn't have to serve a function. You want to know one way to make Algathar Academy a little bit more fun? Just like from a game design perspective, watch this. In higher keys, you could optimize this. In lower keys, people would just blast and pad and it would be fun. The Guardian Sentry. No. You guys are all thinking competitively. Observe. Guardian Sentry, Algathar Academy. You can't snap it. You can't do anything with it. Fair enough. What if it spawned with little birds around it? That's it. Just increase the target count. So the Guardian Sentry has 5 little birds. They auto-aggro to the tank, so your DPS cannot rip threat. At 80%, 5 more birds fly in. At 60%, 5 more birds fly in. At 40%, 5 more birds fly in. So you just constantly have birds. So it's AoE. People love doing AoE. That's like what DPS dream of. Why not? What's the bear? Why not? Higher keys, you use it for funnel. You coordinate. Mid-level keys, you just blast. And make it auto-aggro to the tank. They fixate. They come. And they don't have to have mechanics. Don't add mechanics to them. Don't make it harder. Just add little fodder mobs. It's fun. Yeah, but like I just don't think that, you know what I mean? Like I just feel like that would be cool. And the birds for the RP in Algathar Academy, let them spawn so that in higher keys, if you want to, you try to combine them, then you have to deal with 3 AoEs, and the tank will have to manage their bleed. But don't make it a forced RP. No, I mean, you don't have to make everything like that because it will sour it slightly. But I also think that 5 target count is different than mass AoE. 5 targets allows certain things like a marksman hunter or fury warrior to shine, but all of a sudden you still have some AoE. It can't all be mass AoE. There has to be an ebb and a flow. But like 3 to 5 targets is still more fun than 1 target, and you get more resources, etc. So I do think that that's just like an easy thing. I don't know if that would be. Maybe I'm missing something, Lion. Maybe people really do just like single target, but I don't know. And so King's Rest is the epitome of this. This dungeon at least has some pulls that are... I don't think I hate this dungeon. As of right now, it feels hard. It feels like it's tuned pretty high. But surprisingly, I don't think I hate Sethralis. I do hate King's Rest. Like, King's Rest I will actively not look forward to, especially the last boss right now. The last boss of King's Rest is ungodly bad. That is just... It's asking for problems. It's a boss, I guarantee you. I would pretty much bet almost any amounts of money in my bank account, in fact, that your pugs are going to be yelling at each other on the last boss of King's Rest. Because the way it's designed is just... It's toxic without it being fun. Yes, exactly. So that's the main thing, Cartridge, is just... The swirlies, I understand the mechanic, but it's not a fun mechanic. It's not a rewarding mechanic, you know? Does this give you a damage amp or physical damage? Oh, shit. Okay, so that's right. This, I don't know if the tank is allowed to soak this. Damage done. Reduced? Oh, we missed the soak. I'm surprised they didn't go with ZA or... Dude, that... Okay. Okay, to be fair, I don't think it would work. I don't know how you would even do it. Zul'Farrak, as just being the nostalgic dungeon that it is, would be kind of fucking awesome. I don't know how they would do it, and they're almost certainly going to mess it up. But it would give me vibes. The vibes would be there. Don't move. Don't move the boss. Okay. Okay. I keep boss steady. All right. I keep boss, they soak. Understood, understood, understood. The amount of routes, I don't know how they would do it. Like, actually playing that again is... As cool as it would be, I don't think it would work. Yeah, there's just... I mean, classic dungeons were not designed with modern WoW in mind. So I don't know if it would actually work. Yeah. I don't know. King's Rest, it's the forced RP. It's the fact that it doesn't play itself. Also, that's single target. That's pure single target, and we got a damage down. That's not bad. Like, 85k single target is pretty decent right now in PTR. It's not quite the 100k prop alley, but I also have a group buff. I don't know. I don't think that's actually terrible. I am not playing fully enchanted. What the hell? How did I still get hit? Wait, you can get hit behind the rock? You don't even get to line of sight? Oh, shit. Dude, this is going to be the hardest part. Actually, this right here, I think that Blizzard has absolutely messed up. You got to take this part out. Just because I'll get hit by it. What? What? I got hit again? All right, maybe I'm just bad. Yeah, I'm apparently just bad at this. It is what it is. But it's not me. It's the game. It's actually not... You see, the thing is, what you consider to be my bad is actually not my bad at all. It's poor game design. And so if Blizzard would just fix this, damn, I wouldn't have gotten hit. It's definitely just game design. How many of these do I pull? Also, I'm being very sarcastic right now. I'm being super sarcastic at the moment. That is clearly just... I am not good at that mechanic. I'm never good at those mechanics. I am terrible. I like Ori, Will-o'-the-Wisp for the music, not for the gameplay. I'm bad at the gameplay. Cannot do the gameplay whatsoever. True Owu surfaces. Clip it. Clip it and ship it. Also, hi Cartridge Bros. Thanks for saying hi. Hello. I liked your episode with Banchers. He's cool. He's also super weird, and I have a story about Banchers. Can I tell you what the story is? Mr. Cartridge. Ori is better with hitboxes than that. Wait, Dabko just said thank you for the sub. You want to hit? Okay. So the thing is, I'm excited for BlizzCon. If anybody ever gets to meet me during BlizzCon, you will understand. First of all, I am identical. Like, who I am on stream and who I am in person is exactly the same. I don't filter, and I'm actually a little bit more unhinged in person, if anything. My problem is simple. You want to know what my problem is? I'll tell you. I am super awkward. Because if you combine the way that my brain works with the lack of social shame that I have, you get some weird mixes. One time, I know who Banchers is, of course. I'm familiar with Banchers, yeah? He came to raid me at one point, but I had never met him before. He doesn't know me. I don't know him, etc., yeah? Here's the thing to understand. At the moment that he raided me, I thought to myself, I should definitely make a good first impression. And then what happened is because of how my brain works, the next thing out of my head was, I'm going to mess this up. So instead of making a good first impression, I was like, Banchers, I know who you are. Are you a furry? And he went, what? And I was like, you know, like furry, like burr, 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 da, 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 burr, da, da, or whatever it was. And then he left. And that was pretty much my only ever interaction with him. So I don't know what he thinks of me right now. I think that we've had 1 or 2 conversations since then. But I do have some problems asking people the wrong questions just because I always think to myself, what is the most awkward thing that I could say at exactly this moment? And it's a problem. It's a real problem. You know what I mean? Because normally what I'm supposed to say is this. What I actually say is this. Yeah, I could do, yeah. You know what I mean? You still macro Ironfur and Thrash. If you play this current version of Guardian, yes. You can play, I'm playing Apex, but it's not the same Apex we have right now. And I'm not playing with Raze, so yes. But I can't see what my damage is here because I'm padding on the ads a lot. I don't understand these mobs too much yet. I'm learning this dungeon still. That's okay, YN. You're not the first person to tell me that you only watch my stream when you're in bed. That makes sense. Bed is comfy. Yeah, that was my first ever interaction with Banishers, though. Do you like my clip from before? What was the clip? What clip are we referencing right now? Honestly, Jark, you'd be surprised how much of my stream I don't remember. It's basically like a terminal blackout. I don't remember almost anything that I say on stream. It keeps it fun. Because sometimes I'll see a clip and I'm like, I said that? But it just flows. It's because the way... So, like, you know how we're all supposed to get more steps in? But I don't think I walk enough. Like, for somebody who is as into fitness as I am, I actually just don't think I walk around enough. That's why today was very helpful. And since I can't walk physically, I figured, manifesting it emotionally is probably the next best thing. And so the way my mind works is just like a treadmill. It basically just runs constantly. It's like here, and then it goes... Thought happen here, come out here, like this. Yeah? So it just goes like this. And therefore, though, I don't actually remember anything after stream. I need to get better at remembering to clip funny moments, because you will realize that if you want to make content of any kind, you have to constantly be thinking about what to post. But actually, there are so many... If I just remembered how to take my stream and clip it, I would probably have infinite content. But I always forget. The amount of times I'll go on a really good rant, completely forget about it, and then have to refilm the rant, you know what I mean? Because of this. Yeah. Yeah. Like, even the YouTube shorts, like the one from today, I finally am trying to figure out how to remember to go clip the things. So you care about using foul language? I try not to, because I think it makes a difference for straight up exposure and monetization. But in person, I think that would be the only real difference between me online and me in person, is that in person, I am way more likely to just drop a, oh shit, or like, fuck, or something like that. I think I'd be way more likely to do this. Just stay away from it, Zeralian. I mean, you can use it for emphasis, and I do think it's funny. Like, if you really want to add a lot of weight to the words you say, I think using it sporadically and also intelligently is clever. I think that using it, overusing it, takes away some of the value. Like, there are some people who just constantly swear, and it almost is not funny because it's just too much. So I think that that has a lot to do with it. So this boss, there's nothing I can do, right? Like, my job is, what do we do this? If you're not a healer, what are you supposed to do on this fight? I'm a little bit confused what my job is here. Life force. What is? Well, when I say racial, yeah, you know, well, that's a good point, Sonic. Yes, I keep all of my racial slurs off stream for exactly this reason, just to really, so whenever I actually say them, you know it'll count. You know I mean it, right, from the bottom of my heart. Of course, that's correct. Just kidding. That's a joke. That's sarcasm for anybody listening, and I was referencing a comment. I would, in fact, never say racial slurs. Even back when I was playing Halo 2, I remember specifically that every time... So, for example, I have very fond memories of playing Halo 2. Somebody would get like a rocket launcher and then just turn the corner and just blast me. And I remember very consistently just turning on my microphone and saying, "Good game, have a wonderful night." It's exactly how that went. Now that you mention it, I've always been that sort of person who valued polite, direct communication. I remember saying, you know, I would turn on my microphone in Call of Duty after a really good play from the enemy team, and I would just think to myself, I would just say, "I think your dad is a wonderful person." And I remember I learned a lot in those games as well, for what it's worth. I remember learning a ton, in fact, in those games. So one of the biggest things I learned was my mom had a career before she had me. I didn't know that because I know that obviously when she was raising me, I was kind of aware of what she did with her free time, but it turns out that she had an entire film career, and I didn't know that before I started playing Halo 2. Upload little clips to YouTube. Big pulls are fun. Also, 1.8 is kind of massive. All right, so we didn't time this, and I don't understand this last boss. I don't understand that last boss whatsoever. I'm not... I don't think I hate Seth Rallis, but the last boss... So that last boss, is there anything we can do? I would like to learn a little bit about the last boss. Also, I need to add this shaman. I don't know who they are, but you should always add people on PTR. Nobody plays PTR right now. Can you show the Pally's talents? That was a very large Pally. Probably the largest Holy Paladin on the entire beta. I need to learn how to route this dungeon a bit. In general. I didn't play BFA. Second time here. I'm not sure how we died. I just want to know what we can do. Last boss. Oh, I don't move. I just plant then. I just plant then. Okay. You have to... It used to be solely on the healer to heal that guy in the middle. And is it not now? Do we have other things? Alright, noted. We have those healing orbs for killing smallies and channeling the ads. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Anyone can heal that guy in the middle. Anyone can? Including me? How much would my off healing do? We pop the purple orb. Interesting. Would I ever off heal, you think, as a guardian? I don't need to heal it. Okay. Probably not. My off healing would be very low. Lexana says, enjoying your content. Oh, you're welcome. I hope that my content helps. I'm excited to make a lot more. Depends on timing, but it also depends on whether or not I'm allowed to record said content outside of my home. Interesting. Because the last video I made on my YouTube channel, if you didn't know this, yeah, actually the wind tunnel of all the things was not that bad. If you have not paid attention, the last video I may have uploaded was recorded at the gym. Because I didn't have time yesterday, and I was like, I gotta tell people about the 1%. Like, I've been meaning to make this video, and I was like, aha! What if I just filmed it at the gym? And I was like, this is 4,000 IQ right now. Because I got this new microphone, and it allows me to do this. They're pretty cool. So yeah, today I just took people around Thailand too. Cartridge, have you ever been to Thailand before? Touching it removes a charge and gives you a debuff to 40% reduced healing done and received. That's why that we died there. Because somebody maybe touched 2 orbs. 80%. I wonder if it stacks. They changed the boss. Each DPS in the tank touched an orb once. I understand. So I didn't touch any orb there. And most likely some of the deaths were that somebody had to touch many of the orbs. I see it does stack. That's probably why we had deaths at the end. Okay. Yeah, vile charge. That one was a melee. This one, yeah. That was a ground. That was the puddle. That's the ground effect. This might have just been damage. Oh, that just looked like a lot of damage. Okay. Hard to say. Oh. King's Rest, such a bad key. Oh, I don't like this key. Okay, but my damage though, Apex Guardian feels a lot better. Especially single target. Single target actually feels pretty decent. I am relatively, because I just haven't tested a lot of PTR, I didn't even play the last 3 days. I'm a little unsure what exactly damage numbers are looking like from every tank on PTR, but with Apex, I feel pretty happy about my single target. If I wanted to get the most accurate testing though, I should just grab a diamond, jewel craft some stuff, actually put sockets in, and bother to fully enchant. Maybe even get, I don't know if the agility weapon from last boss is currently accessible or not. You have never been to Thailand? You ever consider it? The famous part of A from the other side. Yelp. Welcome, Lexina. Welcome. Yeah, I don't actually know Anthony. We just played with the Holy Paladin. He was really good. We could join this key, but I would not want to play Guardian, I think. What would it be like? 1 out of 4 Apex, huh? I don't think you would do it. You really want rank 3. You have to take rank 3. It's not... Oh, I see. It's the 30% is attached to the last one. I don't think you'll drop that. 30% increased thrash while Spirit is active is kind of a lot. It's not for the force proc, it's for the 30%. That's why they put it there. I'm not sure what you would even really want to take is the other problem. Why did I move to Thailand? It was an accident. I didn't plan to move here at all. We could just do a key in the background, just see how it feels. The last boss of King's Rest, though, needs an adjustment, 100%. Do I play Guardian or do I swap to another tank? I kind of want to test my blood DK a little bit. I played a tiny bit of Warrior. If we're doing a 15, maybe I can swap to something. I don't want to play Paladin. It's a little bit too OP right now. Oh, it's this Warrior again. Hi. Hello. I'm also not sure exactly how to route this. I could just do one more key on Guardian. It's hard to explain why I moved to Thailand if you've never actually been here. Truthfully, it's just the culture. The people here. There's something special about this place. And for somebody who doesn't even go outside, I still recognize that there's something special about this place. I could attempt to explain it to you, but let me just go get some milk from downstairs. Give me 2 minutes to get water fast. And then I will go do King's Rest one more time. 15, we will be very overgeared for, so that'll be interesting. Great, give me a second. It's an observation I've made. And I don't exactly know where Cartridge is from either, or where people are from listening to this. But I am curious to get your thoughts, because eventually... is interesting what people care about. For whatever reason, Thailand fits the way that I think about the world. It fits the way that I care about the world. And I don't find that other places. You're from Nova Scotia, Canada. Damn. Canada. Kind of wish I could say about it. But I can't actually say about it. Doesn't work. Doesn't fit me. Let me go get milk real fast. Yeah, I'll talk about the cost of living and stuff. Give me a second now. Let me just... I always forget to do this. I should put my leggings on. It's what people care about that matters. But give me a second. I'll answer it. I feel like we need fresh air in here. I swear, there's something about fresh air. I don't understand it, but I feel like it's a real thing. Okay, now, they were waiting for me, and I apologize for that. I'm almost ready. Yo, what's up, Samicus? Hi, Samicus. You've come at exactly the right moment because I'm about to put on my leggings. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are you putting on leggings? I'm tempted to offer no explanation whatsoever. I feel like sometimes things are just better left unsaid. If that's not your thing, fair enough. But here's what we're doing. Here we go. These are really tight leggings too. Yeah, I don't actually think I know you that well, Samicus. I mean, I've run into you every now and again, so this is a really awkward first introduction. But trust me, it could be worse. It could be significantly worse, in fact. Thank you for coming to say hi. If you don't know me, Harith, how would you describe me? I'll give the new people just a general understanding. What's up, Smooth? If you could describe me in a few sentences, what would you choose? That's the question. It's getting dark here. It's late. Turn off the overhead lights. Better tank than Sam. Yeah, but I don't think that's really saying a lot. I feel like we need to add a little bit more oomph to that, Malden. There's got to be more to it than that. Aesthetically weird. I'll take that. All right. Hello. Nice to meet you. I am aesthetically weird. And I guess just trying to figure out my place in the big blue world. Play Guardian Druid. Man of the people. No, I don't think so. Ready. Sorry. I don't know if I'm a man of the people, Hecky, because I am way too rebellious to be a man of the people. I am significantly independent and stubbornly so. I really enjoy doing my own thing. It's a weird combination because I'm highly suggestible. Like, for example, I'll be very stuck on one viewpoint of something, and then all of a sudden I'll see an Instagram reel and I'll be like, well, turns out. And then I'll watch another podcast and I was like, whoa, I was wrong about everything. It's actually this. I'm highly suggestible. But I'm also weirdly independent and stubborn. I don't copy other people. The second boss rush was bugged. I didn't get to test yesterday. I was away for 3 days. So this is kind of one of my first interpretations of this. Stubbornly optimistic. I like that. I'll go with that. That's going to be how I define myself right now. Stubbornly optimistic. Except for this dungeon. This dungeon makes me the opposite of optimistic. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like this place. I didn't get to play BFA, so this is actually my first exposure to King's Rest. It's bad. Is really not a great dungeon. To be honest with you, I don't know why they did this. What's up, Ricardo? I was scrolling some Instagram last night, saw some cute cat reels, and then I was just randomly in them. Isn't that weird? Fun fact, this is actually something you can learn about me. I was banned on Facebook a few days ago, about a week ago now. No, sorry, this was a few weeks ago. For human exploitation. And you're like, well, did you do human exploitation? And I was like, no. But I was dancing with my cat in a reel. And somebody apparently didn't like this because I was super banned. And after getting banned, every single one of my social media posts have been reduced. Their exposure has been reduced by 95%. 95%. Crazy. But it is wild to me that some of the posts were getting just millions and millions of views and getting out there. Since when are you playing WoW? I've been playing WoW since Classic. My older brother introduced me to it. I wouldn't say that I really played WoW so much as just sat in Alterac Valley for him when he didn't want to sit there. That being said, I didn't get to play BFA in the end of Legion because I had just moved to Thailand and I didn't have a computer. And so I tried to go outside and have a life. I wouldn't recommend it. It lasted for a little bit and then quickly realized that it wasn't for me. But I still didn't have a computer. So I just started competing in their version of like League of Legends, but for mobile games. And I played a lot of mobile games. And then eventually, though, I got a computer and I was like, oh, and then I downloaded WoW again right as Shadowlands started. It was over for me. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, so it was reviewed immediately, Harith, and then I hit the review button and then they brought it back. So I'm not banned anymore on Facebook, but I have noticed, I was like, oh, that's really weird. Like, I feel like some of the things I've been posting recently are very funny. Like, maybe they've just been really bad reels, but ever since about 3 weeks ago, every single post just randomly went to like 95% reduction. It was like 1 million views, 1 million, 2 million views, 10,000 views, 5,000 views, 10,000 views, like that. And I was like, wait, what did I do? Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it's okay. I was actually making a little money on Facebook, but yeah, Laricardo isn't. I just think it's really weird that some people are like, oh, I got sent a reel and it was you. And I was like, what? Me? Crazy. Anyways, great dude. You were asking me why I moved to Thailand. I don't know where you are from, Gray, but something that I have noticed at the very least, growing up in America, whenever I would meet somebody, the first question that they would ask me is they go, hey, what's your name? And then the next question they would ask me is, what do you do for work? Like how much money I made and what I did for my career and what the future of my career was when I was in high school were the most important things. It was the thing that everybody valued it so much. And I was taught from a pretty early age that most of my worth comes from how much money I make or whether or not I have a successful career. And I also had the opportunity to meet a lot of wealthy people, and I can tell you pretty assuredly, I'm an observant person, they weren't happy. If you made $1 million, your next thought was, how can I make $2 million? And if you made $2 million, then you were like, all right, well, I got to make 3. And if you made 3, then there was somebody who made 5. And if somebody made 5, then there was somebody who made 50. It was just never enough. It was the opposite of contentment. And I was the sort of person who I had my basic needs taken care of. I was lucky to be born into a family that could afford the medical care I needed. And I think that growing up, I never understood money as being the primary objective on this earth. I had a lot of medical problems. I don't know why. I can explore why. I just didn't get that programming. But for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem that important to me. Do you have money? Yes, 100%. Like anybody who tells you the opposite is also wrong, but we'll get back to that momentarily. In America, my entire life was going to be dictated by this because it seemed to be the only thing that really mattered. When I came to Thailand, I was amazed and shocked that no one ever asked me, hey, what's your name? Oh, hi. Oh, hey, like, how are you doing? And they would just be like, you want to go do this? And I was like, we could spend an entire night and nobody would know how much money I made or what I did for work or what my plans for my future. They didn't care. Maybe it's because I was a foreigner. Like, perhaps that's something to consider, is maybe I got the foreign privilege, you know, of they saw me and that's why I never got asked about this. But the other thing about Thailand is just there was a real honest sense of contentment. And I couldn't fathom it. It was so weird for me that people were happy. I just couldn't get it. What's up, Zeus Beast? I'm talking about, somebody asked me why I had moved to Thailand. And I wanted to answer that because it's a good question. Without having never been here, it's very difficult to explain that there's just a different culture in Asia. And part of that culture is people seem to care more about living a moral life. I really feel that here. Yeah. Weren't you fluent? Was I fluent in Thai? Absolutely not, Dr. Beard. Now, if you're from Samicus' stream, you'll probably find this interesting because it mentions the nether regions of the human beings, and I know that he happens to be particularly into that. So, Thai is a difficult language, Dr. Beer. It's a tonal language, and for example, if you go ma, 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 those are 5 different words. Very difficult for a Westerner to understand how to operate within a tonal language because I am tone deaf. the way that you say a word changes its meaning, which sounds bad until you realize it's way worse than you think it is because the words are not similar whatsoever. Okay, you speak fantastic. If you speak Chinese, then you understand. The problem is that at least if they were kind of similar, so you can kind of get by. No, Thai people understand this inherently. They go, of course, those are different words. They're not different. Ma, 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 ma. Those are I'm just saying ma, but it's actually 5 different ma's. Anyways, one of those means dog. One of those means horse. One of those means come here. One of those means mother. One of those means money, depending on how you say it. I don't know. There's just a lot of meanings for words, but there are some great examples of this. As an example is if you were to be at a restaurant, right? Exactly. This is right, Big Grizzly. Now, they don't have context for it, so the problem is that if they read your comment before listening to my explanation of the comment, it doesn't land the same way. You have to introduce them into the educationally speaking, of course, about this thing, because otherwise they're just going to read your Twitch comment and they're going to be very confused. And we have to try to just understand that there's a little bit of clarification that needs to occur. Because if you were at a restaurant and you wanted to order some more of the delicious food that you're eating, Thailand has amazing food. And one of the things they get right is flavor profiles and sauces. The word for sauce in Thai is jim. If you say jim versus jim, I hear it again, and I'll try my best. Jim. Jim. You can hear it. One of them is down, one of them is up. I got to be careful. This is educational. I'm only saying this for educational reasons. Don't come at me, okay? This is purely educational content. But one of those happens to mean so basically if you're at a restaurant and you were to order something and you were to say "Khan nam jim please," all right? You're just like, "Can I have more sauce, please?" But you were to just say it, we're so slightly off. You're actually saying, "Can I please have some pussy juice?" And that's problematic because most of the time you just wanted some more sauce. Oh my God, my window is open. I am talking very loudly right now. I didn't think I wanted fresh air in the room. I forgot that the window was open. You know what, Damko? Surprisingly, since I've started streaming, it seems like a lot of people care about that. That's just one example, by the way, though. There are many examples of this, and it's like, damn, it's actually kind of tough to speak Thai or learn Thai fluently. Yeah, you'd be surprised how often that comes up. No, I don't speak Thai very well, to be honest with you. The problem is, because it's a little bit difficult for me, human beings are infinitely adaptable creatures, but we need practice. We need exposure and we need practice. I don't have anybody I speak Thai to. My actual job, I work with foreigners. I don't have any Thai clients. And when I stream, I speak in English. And very few people ask me about Thai. When I go outside, which I don't speak Thai with anybody because I don't have any friends. And so, because I don't practice, I actually spoke better Thai in the second year that I was here because I only had Thai friends and I didn't play online games. So my entire sense of social interaction was only ever with Thai people, and they were constantly like, "Yo, oh, like, can you say this, or do you want to learn this, or you speak Thai?" And they were just constantly asking me about Thai, and so I would end up practicing all the time. Ended up being very impactful because that's how you learn a language, is just constant exposure to that thing. And I just haven't had that recently. How does Guardian Druid feel on PTR? I feel very tanky. This is only a 15 and we're very overgeared for 15. I did this on 17 earlier. I feel tanky. My damage is actually not bad. You can see here, this is a combat potion pull. I don't think that my damage is terrible. It's just when you compare yourself to Prop Pally, then it's tough. Prop Pally is overperforming a bit right now, so comparison is the thief of joy. Otherwise, I feel like Guardian feels all right. I also just feel like these dungeons are not checking tanks as much as Season 1. There's not like a ton of instances of the battle axes or of this or of that, so I feel like it's a little better for tanks, a little easier for tanks. That's kind of nice. But yeah, you can see in AoE, I do still Guardian Druid, good damage. And then my single target is also much higher. The play style is different, but I don't hate it. It's not actually, like, really... Feels decent. I don't mind the changes they made, so long as we can play the way I'm playing right now, I'm alright with it. The question is whether or not they're going to let this play style exist, because I could see a world where they make a decision to nerf it if it doesn't align with what they're looking for. I think that would be a mistake. I think that WoW tends to be better when there is a simple, straightforward tank that people are not going to constantly die or worry about a lot, if that makes sense. I, in general, believe that people just want to vibe when they play the game. Like, I think that the game should be treated like a game, and oftentimes I actually find that to be very lacking in World of Warcraft. What's up, Faber? I don't know if that's actually shared. I seem to get... There's a lot of mixed messages about it. Like, obviously, if you're from Samikis' stream, then you're not really that into the competitive aspect of WoW, or at least you're way more okay with people being, you know, chilling as a casual. And so... But just the idea is... I don't know why I'm treating you like this, Samikis. We're not friends. I feel like I'm treating you like I actually know you really well. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know why you're catching so much flame. It's not me. It's the voices. They're just telling me to make these jokes. You seem like somebody who's very jokeable about. I don't know why. I don't actually know you that well at all. It's very interesting. I don't normally do this with anyone. Does this mean that we could be friends or we're not? I don't know what this means. But the point is, most of the time, people are not actually playing WoW to sweat. I think that people play WoW to have fun. And so I think it's good if Guardian exists in a way that is straight up, simple, straightforward, not overly complicated, and just doesn't floor pop that much. Hi, Cold String. His entire stream flames him constantly. That's what I've heard. I guess I'm just very suggestible because everybody tells me that they flame him constantly, so I guess I'm just joining in. I am so glad that I didn't have any friends as a teenager because I feel like I wouldn't have done a very good job. They're like, my mom was like, just say no when the people offer you things. And I'm like, thank God that no one's offering me anything. What meta combo would you like? No, I don't want VDH to be meta. I think that VDH is the worst meta tank of all the tanks that could be meta. I pray that VDH is not. I think VDH would be the worst tank meta ever. Actually. Because every time VDH is meta, people just Infernal Strike into the pack and then die. Every time. Without fail. Even if it's very powerful and tuned extremely well, VDHs have this really bad habit of not understanding that they can't just jump into a pack without dying. And they do that all the time. It's a technical tank to play VDH well. And again, at the highest level, it's a lot more doable when you can plan things or even call for externals to fill based on whatever you need, and your team will help you, but I just don't know about that. How you been? I was off for 3 days. Health has still been a little bit sus, but I figured something out today, Smooth, that really made like a massive difference. I was super excited that I figured this out. I set up technology. Yes, very cool, very cool. Where I can seamlessly transition between IRL streaming and this. So today, I just was like, yo, I need to move. So I went to the gym. I just was like, yo, I think it's time. I gotta go to the gym. So I went to the gym. Just like, actually. I was like, why not? And then I just took people to the gym. And then I walked around Thailand for about an hour. And we just hung out. And I'll do that again. I like it. It was a lot of fun. It was actually it was good for my health because I got a workout in. And otherwise I wouldn't have gotten the workout in. So as I do get a little bit healthier, this is something I'd really like to be able to do more. Yeah, thank you, Luzik. I definitely think that it's counterproductive for the sake of stream and, you know, exposure and consistency. However, it's good for my health. And my health is my top priority. I try very hard not to take my health for granted. Most people here because of, well, I mean, you drop a lot. Like, even when I used to just do, when I first came back to streaming after being ill smooth, I would go downstairs and talk to people, right? We had a conversation there. But when I talked to people, I would lose, I don't know, a lot of viewers. I think like 50%. So if I was at 200, it would go to 100. Ah, that's fine. Lucky for me, it's viewership. I don't think it matters that much, or at least it's not the thing I prioritize, and so I'm all right with it. This is too much, right? Should I not have chained this? I think this was too much. Okay, noted. Shamans are overtuned right now. Yes, and the Apex has been fixed, so I can proc my Apex right now, for example, and then my Spirit will spawn, which is cool. Right. This was a bad pull. I forgot that these guys are way overtuned because you can see that this thing just healed back to full because these totems need to be killed. And if you don't kill the totem, then they actually just full heal themselves. Yeah, doing this just then. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be... It would be cool if I could, you know, grow stream and it was more rewarding, but... Oh, yeah, yes, sorry. If you're not familiar, you are on YouTube right now, and that's like my second stream, kind of. I stream on YouTube because a lot of people can't watch on Twitch and stuff. Tank move. Move where? Where would you like me to move? I'm trying to... if there's something I'm unaware... Holy shit, what's this? I have a lot of stacks on me. I definitely overpulled this a little bit. those things. I overpulled a bit. Overpulled. Sorry. I tried to flex just a tiny bit of tank skill there. I rolled a bit though. Yeah. The totems are overtuned. The totems are overtuned. You have to insta-kill. You have to insta-kill them. They heal. No. Yeah. You just have to actually try to kill the totems much faster than that, though. How do I feel about King's Rest? Oh, yeah, like, really bad. I don't like this. Here. Yazi. Yes. This dungeon is genuinely, and I do not say this lightly, probably easily one of the worst Mythic Plus dungeons I've ever done in my life. There's a genuine world here where I think I would rather be doing Vortex Pinnacle. Actually. Yeah, it is a bad dungeon. I don't like it. I think this is bad. This dungeon is really not good. Yeah. I'm a pretty positive guy. This dungeon is not good. It ain't it. Pretty much everything about this, aside from the trash before second boss, is anti-fun gameplay. The target counts, the way the mobs work, the way the bosses work. I don't like it. I think the first two bosses are at least... I think if you're going to make something bad, at least make it easy. Those two don't bother me as much. But it's just not fun. Like, what makes a Mythic Plus dungeon fun? I don't think this dungeon has. The type of damage that you're going to have to heal, not fun. The way that you have to tank it is not fun. I don't know. Feels off. It feels like this should never have actually been a Mythic Plus dungeon, if that makes sense. What year do I move to? Do you think it's the best 20? I do, you know, but I also think it depends. Hold up. My brain is processing. I'm still processing. You know, I'm going to have to ask you a question, and I will answer your question. Is your name supposed to be pronounced without a Y? Because my brain is doing a thing, and I just can't tell. I genuinely, just help me out here. All right, next. There are a lot of stereotypes about Asia, and I think that Thailand is the country that shatters almost all of them. It's simultaneously a respectful culture, while also having the most freedom of expression that I have ever seen anywhere I've ever lived. I've never been to a place that had more genuine ability to just be however you want to be. That's actually why it has such a reputation. People can't process the fact that it is so that you could just be whoever you want to be. I actually think that's part of the reputation of Thailand. Because, sometimes I'll tell people I live in Thailand and they're like, oh, lady boys. And I'm like, the fact that you think that is weird. When you're here, nobody cares. No one ever stops and goes, wow, ladyboy. They're like, how many ladyboys do you see? I have no idea. Why would I care? I don't look. You look? It's a different mentality. I've lived here for almost 10 years now. And why does it matter? That freedom of just, you can do whatever. If I walked outside right now with fox ears and a fox tail, nobody would give a shit. I could go on public transportation. 0 people would give a shit. It's just a very weird world where you have the benefits of an Asian country that have a genuine sense of identity. It means something to be Thai. So there's a collective sense of what that might mean. Obviously, there's still politics here, and people have different alignments, and people have different opinions on what should be done in the direction that the country should go in, sure. But it does mean something to be Thai. I don't know if it's because it's primarily a Buddhist nation. I don't know if it's because of the history or what. But you get the benefits of that while also having the opportunity to just be yourself. It's a very honest culture, so I feel like it's easy to talk to people here, but it's also it can really take people by surprise as well. Like Thai people are just not afraid to tell you how it is. If you're on public transportation and you're, for example, very overweight, somebody might literally just be like, why are you fat? And you'll be like, oh, you can't say that. But in Thailand, it's like, they're just asking a question. They don't mean harm by it. It's just genuinely, they're actually asking you a question. They wouldn't ask if they didn't want to know. That's obviously, this is a big generalization. I have to make generalizations. It doesn't speak for everyone living here. But there are just a lot of little things I've noticed. It's interesting. I mean, they're not, yeah, I mean, you go to a store, you go to the mall, and you say, where should I buy oversized clothing? And they'll just be like, that shop. And the shop is called Very Fat People Shop Here. Literally, I mean, it's just, every name is Chubby Girl here. I Like Food here. I'm serious, like, it's not subtle. It's an anti-subtle culture. But, again, done with the level of respect that's hard to quantify. What tank trinkets are for next season? There's no cheat death trinkets. In terms of what exact trinkets we're playing, hard to say. I'm not testing with overpowered trinkets right now. I just basically equipped this bottomless bag today. Just seems like a random proc. Probably not that good. I don't like testing PTR with absolutely Omega Bis. I am using a lot of the items right now. I do think the Guillotine is pretty good. This is off the last boss. It'll be a higher item level on Mythic. But in terms of exactly what Crozy, that'll change a lot. There was an overpowered tank trinket. They already nerfed it. There was another overpowered tank trinket, which they nerfed again. So I would say, yeah, it's a different type. It's a different culture, basically. I also kind of like that. Like, I'm that sort of person as well, where it's not malicious. It's just kind of honest. I like that as well. I agree that it is not offensive because I know where Thai people come from. Thai people can be offensive, but that's not what they mean by that. Where if in America somebody says that, part of the reason why it's so rough to say something like that is because it is kind of meant to be offensive. And that if somebody were to say that to you, there's a very real world where they are in fact trying to be offensive, and you should take offense to it. But here, I don't really find that. I'm gonna say the shattering stereotype. So Japan, Cambria, I would love to visit Japan. I would love to. I think, my history with anime and being kind of a fanboy of Asia a little bit, I think I would love to visit Japan. However, I think I would hate living there because culturally, that is a very reserved culture. You are kind of not supposed to express, as far as I know, and I'm speaking from a completely outsider point of view, I've never been, but as far as I know from people who have lived in Japan, you are not supposed to express yourself in that culture. It's a very reserved, work hard, keep your head down, conform type culture. As that's to the best of my understanding. I don't know if that is correct or not. But Thailand is not like that. And I would have to confirm with somebody who has lived in Japan, not visited, not like visited with a bunch of money and stayed in a nice inn with a bathhouse, like actually living there. I don't think I would like it because I'm a rebel. Because I really like being able to do my own thing. And as far as I know, I would be punished for that in Japan comparatively to here where I'm almost rewarded for it. What's up with the weird name with the numbers? What do you mean by that, Andy? Also, hi. I managed to change the name. I turned 40. You're smooth, right? I got you. I turned 45 days ago. Oh, congratulations on 40. I guess that means you need to hire me for physical therapy now. That's the big age. Big 4-0. Gotta start taking care of your joints now, smooth. But yeah, in my opinion, there are many things, and I'm speaking in big generalizations. You can find exceptions to this no matter where you go. But every country has an underbelly, and I just kind of like that Thailand is sort of honest about theirs. Let's do the weird name and numbers. Yeah. I think I'd love Brazil too, possibly. Maybe. I don't know. I've never been to Brazil. I sort of want to go. I don't think it's the same. I don't think anything's the same anymore now that we all know about it. But I feel like I would have liked Carnival. I don't actually know if I would like that now. But I think I would have liked Carnival from what I understand about it. It was just something I would love to experience. Bro, you ready to see one of the worst bosses ever? This boss sucks. I question their design philosophy with this boss. I think they just gotta remove some of the circles. I feel like that's gonna be a big... You just take out maybe some of the circles at least. I don't know if the mechanics are that punishing or that unfair, but... There's a tank frontal as well when he gets this. And then you have to dodge, but look, there's no safe spot. And if I move with everyone, then I'm gonna hit them with this frontal. This is the hard part. So the next movement here, I have to keep them facing away, but they have to cleave the boss. So he hits me with this gilded thing. It's a frontal wave. And on the next set of circles, if I move with everyone, then it's tough. I mean, isn't that everywhere? Not that I want to get into it too much on stream, Harith, but I mean, is there a place that doesn't have corruption? Like I said, let's not like dive in deep here, but I didn't know that there was a place that didn't have that. That's news to me. I think it's just about, I don't know if it's an oh boy if only you knew type conversation. I genuinely think it's just a how honest are you about it. I think I'm pretty sure every place has. Really? Especially if you live, I think that's a joke. I feel like it's just like a part of living in today's world, dude. I don't know how to move this boss. Like, where am I supposed to... How do you do this fight properly? Like, I'm kind of just kiting around. So this is the frontal. Okay, so I need a defensive here. And then where am I supposed to go? I'm just going to take that circle. Where am I supposed to go? I'm looking at how to do this fight better. Hi, sleeping. Let me be res. This just seems... It's like chaotic for almost no reason. I think just reducing the circles would be pretty helpful on this fight. Or at least the overlap of the tank soak, like the tank frontal right here. because this gilded destruction, like I'm trying to be in a corner and telegraph that I'm moving toward this because it's a frontal and people will just immediately die. Dude, this dungeon, Gelf, it's not good. It's not. I just think that it's not quite what people are looking for here. The poles are small, forced RP, etc. though. Yeah, but Harith, not again. I don't want to get into it too much because you have to understand that I'm very limited in this conversation and cannot express my full views. Obviously, right? That's everywhere. You know what I mean? But I'm quite limited. I think there are some things that I can canonically say with a little bit more certainty, but like, isn't that everywhere? Recently in LA, there was billions and billions of dollars that were supposed to go toward the homeless that people have been paying taxes on for a long time that have vanished. And there are many stories. The most famous ones was the noodle vendor who was like charging $120 per person that they fed, which is a great program and initiative, but every time that they were feeding somebody, it was just ramen noodles. So how does that actually kind of work out for it to be $120? That doesn't really make sense. And to replace a single concrete block on the road that's like this big apparently cost $10,000 US, and you're like, that doesn't seem right. But where does it go? I think that's everywhere. Isn't that everywhere? I don't think there are no valid complaints, but one of the taxiers was like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's almost naive to say that this is somehow, like, my country is the worst. It's like, well, we shouldn't compete here. Ideally, that's not true at all, but it kind of seems like it's just sort of everywhere. You know? I don't think there's a place that doesn't have any issues. What time is it right now? 7:30. Although I don't know, I cannot speak about how bad it is. I think if a country is doing it right, you wouldn't know how bad it is. I think if you know how bad it is, then it's probably actually not even that bad. Took the bear, no, you know what I mean? Like, in a lot of ways, I feel like, If you know how bad it is, then it's probably not that bad. Careful, Sonic. But that's why we can't actually get into it. That's actually taking a stance. I don't want to take any stances on this. Dude, I one time was like, I remember there was a day on stream a while ago, I've mentioned this many times, where I decided, I was like, let's have a reasonable conversation about politics. And the day after that, we no longer had conversations about politics on stream. It's that simple. It was a one-time thing that I attempted to just dive in. I was just like, yeah, I'm sure everybody will be very reasonable. It was not. Yeah, that's going to be an immediate veto on this topic. You can understand why. But I'll tell you why. The reason why, yes, you can understand why, is because I enjoy having conversations. When people talk about these particular issues, they don't want to have a conversation. They want to win. And anytime you walk into a conversation with the intent to win instead of converse, I don't want to talk to you. If you are trying to prove your point to me, we can do so in a friendly debate. We can do so in an actual conversation. No, the corruption is better. No, sorry. Cultist, like I said, I have views and I do have opinions. I just cannot, I won't even begin to share them because when, like that, to be fair, like I'm actually okay with you keeping that message there. Like I'm not going to mod you for saying that because I just think that's true. But there's also a lack of understanding. I can promise you this. Even if you have majored in poli-sci, the understanding of how things actually get done across the world is vastly different than what you think. Because, oh boy, here's what I can tell you. Right. The winners write the history books. The history books are what you study. Wherever you are in the world, I guarantee you that part of what you're learning is incorrect. Or not fully truthful. That is just I don't think you can argue with that. If you argue with that, please continue to buy products on TikTok. You have to understand that in 2026, at the very least, so much of what you see is targeted for you. And that's statistically proven. That's not that's not an opinion. That's if you are of this age and this demographic and identify with this gender on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, and you are in the US, you are shown this. And you can just look it up. Like if you're a girl between the ages of, 15 to 18 and you're on Instagram, the news that you get is like 95% one way. And if you're a boy between 15 and 18, depending on what state you're in, the news is 95% the other way. The divide between both genders, parties, and everything is so intense because we're just constantly getting tunneled down one direction. And if we don't develop a little bit of critical thinking to say, hey, just because I've seen something on a podcast or just because I've actually watched something on Instagram does not actually mean that it is 100% the truth, bar none, and I should take it word for word. Like, it's 2026. You have to have a little bit more critical thinking than that. And you can do this experiment. Don't take my word for it. Do the experiments. Find somebody with a completely different political leaning than you. Wait for a political event to happen. And then all you have to do is go make a friend that's completely different than you. Make sure your algorithms are set differently, especially if they are the opposite gender. That'd be great. And then wait for a political event to happen. Share every single reel you get about that event. Compare and contrast. Do it. I dare you. Every speech, every clip of the speech, share it. Every version of the event, share it. Watch what happens. Very interesting. What's up, ISO? Love your guide and insight on things. Thank you. I'm excited to make more content for WoW and stuff. But all I can tell you is that if you were to do this, okay? Yeah, it's interesting, Blake. But so if you were to do this, one thing that you would learn very quickly is my YouTube that delayed? I don't know why my YouTube's that delayed, by the way, Smooth. That's very interesting. I should not have any delay. And it's just so tough. It absolutely though. Still sneeze on your stream. Why does it sound like a battle cry? Because when you sneeze, it's very loud. Yeah, because Kitty, you sneeze like an old man. I mean, you do not sneeze like your age whatsoever. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can answer that question for you. You don't have to wonder about that. Yeah, like you are, don't get me wrong, super hot, very attractive, would do you constantly. But you sneeze like you have seen some things. Yeah. I would never lie to you. And you do sneeze. I like it. Maybe that's an indictment on me. That doesn't put me in the best of lights, but honestly, I'm willing to admit it. I'll stand on principle. I'm not going to back down just because, as a young boy myself, I'm not allowed to like old man sneezes. Like everybody's got their thing. We don't judge here. But the point is, yeah, it is. I think if you're watching on YouTube, you just might have to redo the thing. You've got to understand that a lot of the content you see is it's predatory. It's straight up, it is. It actually is just predatory. And it's sad to me that many people don't realize that. This will be a fair test for damage, by the way, because it's a 15. We can pull a little bit more aggressive, and like I think I grab this guy in with that caster if we get a grip. How old are you? 29. But I feel older. It's not about how old I actually am, Gelth. It's how old I feel. My feelings are valid. Thank you very much. But Cultist, it's so tough. That's why I just watch cat videos. Do you know I make cat videos? Can we get a grip on this mob? Maybe one grip, please. Maybe one grip. Little bit of a grip. DK grip. Harith, careful. I do go to, well, I mean, recently, so I was I still think it's really funny that I was banned for some reason recently. Yeah, but that's very funny. Do exclamation socials, whether you use Facebook, TikTok, or Instagram. I started posting my cats like at the beginning of this year, and then some of them randomly went viral, and now I just do that, I guess, every day. Although one of the problems is that someone somehow got my social media banned, and then recently it's been having reach issues. Apparently I have to get it back. I don't know what that means. But yes, my cats are very cute, especially one of them. I don't know. A lot of people think that he doesn't like it because he just likes attention. I wouldn't say that he loves wrestling, but he just wants attention all the time. So if you're playing with him or wrestling with him or kind of tossing him up and down, he actually just enjoys it. And trust me, he's pretty vocal and he's got very sharp claws. He tells me if he doesn't. There are times where I will go to play with him and he says no. And I say, okay. And I respect it. But I think that a lot of people, for sure, he likes roughhousing, basically. I can get him right now and show you. So anyways, a lot of the things that have gone viral are me just roughhousing with him. He's a weird cat. Interesting. So Prop Alley, just casually, I guess it depends again on polls and timing and stuff, but we'll see how the Guardian Druid feels. Maybe I should just play OP trinkets and enchant my rings and stuff for testing. I think I could. So here we're going to hold Apex and otherwise just do single target though. Because I leveled up Prop Pally. It'll get nerfed, but they have a crossroads right now. And Cultist, thank you for, first of all, being respectful of the fact that I can't fully get into the topic, although I think you can tell I would like to. I have strong opinions on our ability to be kind, empathetic, or rather just, how about functional human beings. And I really believe that if we just identified that we're not really at odds with each other as much as we are led to believe we are, I think the world would be a better place. It bothers me how crazy, divisive everything has become when fundamentally I just don't inherently believe people are malicious. I'd like to have a pretty positive outlook. I think that people do bad things, but I don't think that people are malicious. I think that there's a reason for almost everything that people do. I don't agree with that, Allegro. I've seen enough. Not everything, for sure. I think that people conflate evil actions with evil. They're not the same thing. People can do I don't mind having this conversation with you, Allegro, but there are two things to clarify. Number one, if you want to engage with this, and I will happily engage with this, and you can tell me exactly what you think. First and foremost, do you think I am a bad person? Am I an evil person if I want to engage with? If I have a different opinion, could you just tell me first of all if we would be able to have a conversation about this? I don't know how long you've known me on my stream. This is not my first time seeing you, so I know I think you've been here before, but I don't know how well you know me or my history or my past or anything. So I'm asking a genuine question. Even mosquitoes. Can't get rid of them. And I hate them. I don't like mosquitoes. I get super red. All I'm saying, if any creature on this planet is evil, it has to be a human. Okay, fair enough. Are you familiar with the mating rituals of ducks? I'm serious. Probably not. I'm not that familiar with it myself. Yes, we can go to dolphins next. Sure. Or sea slugs. Are they evil? Is that evil? I mean, it's pretty vicious. This is fairly counter to what we might like to believe in. But is it evil? Assigning morality is a very easy way to prevent yourself from understanding the fact that we almost all exist in a gray area, Allegro. No one is a saint. And in fact, if everybody was a saint, this world would suck. Can you imagine like 1,000 saints all getting together? Can you imagine how insufferable that would be? Oh my God. Just think about that for a second. Imagine you had to deal with 1,000 saints all lecturing. They would just end up murdering each other. And the reason is because they would all need to have a certain level of the high ground. And if there was 1,000 of them, they might not have that high ground, so they would have no one to lecture to. They'd all be lecturing in different corners. You need variety. Whatever the best qualities you think are only fun. I was about to die there. I got distracted. Are only good qualities because there is a counter to them. So you have to respect the fact that duality is a thing in this sense if you were going to assign it a word, but even that is not a proper explanation of the fact that you only know what is good, not because there is evil, but because there's something different. Good and evil simplify the topic way too much. And if anything, prevent you from having a relationship with this world that might really serve you. And one of the main arguments as well, there are just some people who are, if not downright evil, at the very least, there are some very selfish people out there in the world. I don't inherently believe the word selfish is bad. I think that it's been commandeered to be bad. In other words, I think that selflessness is code nowadays for I help you at the expense of myself. And I don't know about you, but I've known many people who are way too freaking nice. And they have no boundaries. And they get stepped on. They get walked on. Not because other people are malicious, but because just sort of, I don't even want to say it's how it works. It's how it's ended up. We've created the situation, and it's good. I would so much rather live in today's society than society 500 years ago. We used to throw shit out the window every morning, and if you were on an unlucky walk, it was a bad morning for you. If any creature is evil, I would say it's human, but why? Why not the ducks? And also, let me ask you, when I was 17, I can tell you the real story here. I'm just going to have to filter it a little bit. I had a very interesting childhood. When I was 17, I got to meet somebody who, this is going to be a tough one, but you know what? I'm willing. Would you be willing to listen to something that's a little bit intense? I'm debating on how much I need to filter this. I would like to, let me think about this. I'm going to have to filter it a little bit. I have had the privilege of meeting many interesting individuals. No, Big Grizzly, this is a very sensitive topic. But I'm going to engage with the topic. I'm just thinking about how to put it through a little bit of a thing. Because ducks didn't develop a morality system to get stuck in this. Well, the benefit of morality is that we get to live in the world that we live in today. And without the morality, we'd be in trouble. The problem of morality is that it prevents us from understanding that things don't have a black and white cause and effect. When I was 17, I got to meet somebody who was related to an individual who raised money for military personnel to go rescue children from human trafficking and organ harvesting in other countries. I had the unique privilege of getting to ask that individual, will not give you her name, about some of these experiences. You tell me that your life is hard. Good luck. The person who started this has saved, by that point, this was a long time ago, thousands of children from just the worst. You couldn't really argue that there was much worse than what these kids had gone through, okay? Absolutely insane. She only started that because something really bad happened to her when she was younger. Is the thing that happened to her good or bad? When I was 17, I asked myself this question. Both or neither. If the bad thing didn't happen to her, she probably would never have saved so many of the people. By the way, clip that. The bug still happens. Somebody clip that real quick. Completely forget about the conversation we were having. Fun fact, that Ruby Life Pools bug still exists. Fun clip. I think it exploded on a pebble. I'm almost it either hit somebody or it exploded on a pebble. I was so sure that they would fix that. Did it hit somebody and explode, or did it actually just explode on that pebble right there? Amazing. I know we were having a really cool conversation right before this, but also Ruby Life Pools. This is still the best dungeon of this week's testing, but I cannot believe that I'm pretty sure that boulder just exploded on a pebble. They've got a face. What was it? I mean, it was right in that corner there. Oh, man. And so just the idea, though, is when we define good or bad, Allegro, I'm just so cautious about that because so many of the good things that we have today that you would probably argue are objectively just such good things only happen because bad things happened. And so when you stop looking at the world as good or bad and you start realizing that it isn't really about evil or non-evil, and in fact, we are just human beings. Some of us do things that probably shouldn't do and may, in fact, significantly affect everyone else around us. At the end of the day, it's not evil. Circumstances matter a lot. Animals don't know what's right or wrong. You sure about that? Are you positive? I'm not positive about that. I think we barely understand what animals know, to be honest with you. I think it's absolute hubris. It is arrogance in its finest for us to basically say that we 100% know what animals are thinking. I feel like we would have next to no understanding of what actually goes through animals' heads. They're a little bit more complicated than we might imagine they are. Like that's a lot. There's a certain level of arrogance you have to say, yeah, I mean, dolphins fucking, oh, they got big brains, but like fucking they're dicks. How do you know that? Based on what? Based on what? And you're like, well, whales apparently have one of the most complicated dialogue systems of all time, and we pretend that we understand that? You understand the creatures? They have no morality? Are you sure? Are you sure? I mean, holy, I think that's, I feel like, well, they both simultaneously do and they don't, right? Smooth, am I light? Not through medical school, no. Through different organizations, but I'll clarify, not a doctor of physical therapy. I work in physical therapy, but not a doctor. I did not go to med school. I've seen Finding Nemo. Well, the only way that we can process things is through the lens of what we can see. But that lens is limited. And just remember the story of Sarah. You guys remember the story of Sarah? I've told you the story of Sarah before. But the story of Sarah is the best way to highlight this. Because you don't know, you only know what is good or bad or this or that because of the environment you grew up in. Your circumstance, whether you like it or not, is the thing that ultimately defines most of your worldviews. And now you can change and adapt and grow, and you can aim to become a better person by consistently challenging those worldviews. But to say that it doesn't matter at all is it's a rough way to look at it. Even if your upbringing wasn't quite what you wanted it to be, and it might have scarred you for life, you can, again, aim to be doing the work to manage those scars for your entire life. But the way that you grow up and the morals and the environment that you're taught is very much responsible for most of your worldview. And I'm going to tell you the story of Sarah just to really highlight this point, because Allegro, if you believe that you are a moral person, is eating people good? Like, is that a good or a bad thing? Just in general, like, give me your thoughts on cannibalism. Tough one, huh? Yeah, not so easy to answer because, everything operates in a bit of a gray area. This one shouldn't be that hard to answer. I'm not going to lie. I feel like this one should be this one is you could say yes and a no on this one. I feel like most of the time I'm going to check you on that and be like, well, it kind of depends on your perspective. I want to say that the answer to this is evident. You should be able to say yes. This is not a test. That was a question. I'm not testing you. I'm not trapping you here. There's no entrapment going on. I ask you, that's a yes or a no, and the answer should be absolutely, unequivocally yes. I'm going to answer it for you, Allegro. I got you. Don't worry. I'll take care of you here. The answer is yes. Eating people is not good. That's not good. That's a no. It is not, in fact, good to eat people. Morally, not great. Physically speaking, not great. We can't even digest people that well. I think it's actually very difficult for our digestive systems to even process it. I think you get like a lot of diseases and have like crazy problems from it too, unless you're genetically engineered for it. But I mean, most people don't have that sort of skill. I bet you Kitty does. I wouldn't be surprised if Kitty was able to eat people, like without any sort of physical issues, morality aside. But the idea is this, okay? I want to tell you the story of Sarah, okay? I can hear her laughing downstairs. She thinks I'm funny. Sarah is a girl who grew up in a village, and in her village, everybody's a cannibal. It is, in fact, everyone eats people. It's just what they do. Okay? So Sarah has grown up in an environment where she's the first person in generations to not want to eat people. And it's crazy because her family is like really having a rough time with this. The whole village ostracizes Sarah. Sarah does not feel great about this. She's been different her whole life, and her parents are like, Sarah, why can't you just be normal and eat the damn leg? And Sarah's like, Mom, Dad, I don't want to eat people. And her parents are like, Sarah, please. Everyone's looking at us. Sarah, please, fucking Sarah, just eat the arm. And she's like, no, I don't want to eat people. And it's a whole thing, basically. The whole village thinks that she is just an absolute freak of nature because for whatever reason, Sarah was built differently. She just ain't built the way everybody else built. She just don't want to eat people, man. And Sarah grows up her entire life feeling as though she is just ill. There's something wrong with her. But she survives. And Sarah eventually moves to a different village. And she finds out that it is, in fact, not that normal to eat people. But she spent her entire life hating herself because she just wished, she prayed, she was on her knees at night just praying to any of the cannibal gods saying, please just give me the taste of flesh. I want to like it. I promise you, I'll fix everything. I won't ever lie to people anymore. Just make it so that I want to eat other human beings. Please, God, please. Yeah, nobody clipped that. But the idea is that was her environment. And her whole life, she felt like that was the goal. All she ever wanted to do was learn how to eat other people and like it. But when Sarah went to a different village, she realized that isn't normal. She would have no way of knowing. Don't you see? Thank you, cultist. It's a tough one because I have to skirt around issues while talking about the issues simultaneously. I'd like to think that I try my best to be a good streamer and do this well, but Neltally, it is difficult to do. I am simultaneously having a real conversation while also making enough jokes that also people are gonna be able to process it, because what's the point of having this conversation if I just use real fancy words that no one can follow along with? I used to do that when I was in high school. Yeah, you never know what to expect on my stream. It's true. Yeah, don't even get me started on divorce. I don't know, something. Can I add something? Of course. Yeah, tell me, Allegro. I'm not trying to call you out. And I understand that I do debate team. I was a terror to debate. You didn't ever want to debate me. Because when I was in high school, cultist, I was very contrarian. I didn't like to copy people. And I want to say it's because of the weird circumstances of my childhood. And I learned to think for myself, and quite uniquely. But I also had very low self-esteem when I was younger. And so I needed to be right. And I would fucking argue people into the dirt. Like dig their grave and everything. And I was proud of that. For a long time, I was very proud of this. Until I realized that I was just a dick. Thank God I figured that out before I was 50. And I did not spend my entire life trying to be right. Being right is so overrated, it's unbelievable. What is the point of being right if you're not happy? I would rather be an optimist and a fucking idiot than a cynicist and right. Goddamn. Allegro, by all means, add whatever you'd like. I'm not here to judge you. Nothing you say can make me feel like you are lesser? I don't even know what to use here, though. We pollute the environment, it's bad, right? As far as I know, that's up for debate. But also, so that's actually fair enough. I will openly tell you, I know nothing. Everything I could tell you about what I think we do to the environment is from a podcast and/or social media, which is a problem because I fundamentally don't believe I know jack shit about it. And I am very okay with telling you I don't know enough to comment. So I would have no way of knowing that because I actually don't know. Yeah. I wish more people did that. There are some things that I've spent my entire life studying, learning, observing, and it's not just a take from Instagram that I saw the other day. That one would be. Yeah. No, I mean, that would literally would be, I would pull information out of my ass, and I know some people really want to be in there, but it's not, you don't want that. You think you do, but you don't. And I mean that. That one's a real one. That's not like Blizzard saying that. You don't want to be there. I have a weird digestive system. It's not a happy place. Cultist, I hope that one day I can grow my stream to the degree where we can have these conversations on a bigger scale. I would love to be able to have these conversations on a bigger scale. I don't know how I would do that one day, but it would be cool if I could ever figure that out. Are you an environmental scientist, Captain? Are you? I'm sure you could teach me a lot. Jarvis, no, cultist, you're fine. No, I was saying I want to. Please teach me a lot. I really enjoy these conversations. I do. I wish and I hope that one day I can aim to have more of them. Again, on a grander scale. Oh, super cool. What's the biggest misconception that most people have about the environment, Captain? If I could ask you, is there possible to answer a question like that? Would you be able to answer that question? Also, what was my damage there? This breakdown is funny. This is nothing of here is single target, unfortunately. What's up, Oslo? No, he can go straight. Ooh, okay, so you would have a lot of interesting things to say about here. Okay, all right, Captain. Tell me. What's the question? What is the biggest misconception that people have about the environment in general? Like, if you took 1,000 people and you were to just say, what are we doing to the environment? What do you think most people would get wrong? Just a very generalized, not specific question, Captain. As somebody who has actually worked in that. I can give a top 3. Great. Give me a top 3. These things have elements that pollute in the environment and yet save millions of lives. Alex Straza, that's where you get into that gray area of, I just don't, if we assign good and evil and we assign black and white, we probably don't actually get to experience the world in its entirety. We significantly limit our understanding of things if we ever try to simplify it to the degree of black and white. And that's simply just because it's very difficult to say. The result of something is not necessarily what gives it its... Let me put that in a different way. The end result of something isn't told in the moment. And I think that we are way too apt to give meaning for something that's happening at exactly this moment in time. Meaning can be determined after the fact. And if that wasn't true, then nobody would have bought the books 50 Shades of Grey. Because I think that book, you know, I've never read it myself, but it was a very popular book. And it really goes over the importance of not viewing things in black and white. And it goes over how there's 50 different ways to look at something. And I think that's important, you know what I mean? I don't actually know. I've never read the book myself, but I think that's what it's about. Because everybody bought it. It was like millions and millions of people. Yeah. There was even a movie about it. It was just, I thought it was a very good philosophical film, basically exploring how you have to be so careful about assigning very strict meaning to these types of things, right? So glad that exists. What healered Mistweaver? Shinder, that's easy, Mistweaver. Mistweaver is the answer to that question, 100%. You want to have this conversation, Kitty? Can if you want. I got to figure out what I'm posting tonight, and then, yeah. Actually, sorry, yeah, I should. Oh, Shinder, are you in this key? No. I just bet I'm not sure I have time to do another key. Was making a point that it's not all bad. Oh, correct, Alex Strauss, and I would agree with that. Also, it's so easy to harp on the negative things, right? But that's not actually. I'm not usually up this early. How long do you usually stream? This is a late stream. I went out earlier today, Gelf, because I figured out technology. I am very happy. Least preferable heal, Holy Priest. Easy. Least preferable, Holy Priest. Because of the way they heal, they make me feel very unsafe. Yeah, Holy Priest. Gelf, this is pretty late. I went out today. I figured out how to transition the stream from my PC. Yeah, well, I'm going to do more of them because I figured I bought this microphone. It was a little expensive. It was like, this microphone here was like $200. And I also bought some other stuff. And now what I can do is at any point, if I want to go outside, I could just take you outside with me. So we walked around Thailand a little bit today. I want to do a lot more. Okay, individual understanding their compounding effect is fractional, right, to industrial wasting. That makes sense. But even being fractional is still demonstrably impactful to the infrastructure, okay? Individuals in industry don't understand what contaminants and pathogens we can detect in water. Could you clarify the third one for me? As in, we can detect a lot more in water or a lot less in water? I think the first and the second one are important because a lot of times people will, for example, tell me, please make sure it works. No, it does. No, it works this time. Yeah, no, I got it this time, Sonic. Yeah, I figured it out. I just had to buy a better mic. That's why I bought it. So, this is a plastic water bottle. Yeah. Here. Captain. This is a plastic water bottle. Yes. Is a plastic. Do I make any difference whatsoever if I decide not to buy plastic water bottles? Me, a human being in Thailand. That's the type of question that a lot of times people would say, well, it's not about whether you are going to buy it. It's about the perspective. It's about the opinion or the perspective. And I just think to myself, there's no way that me as an individual choosing to either drink from this or not would have any meaningful impact because the companies that are responsible for this type of thing, they produce this shit in literal tons of, you know what I mean? Like, but if everybody asks the same question, that's a good point, Allegro. Not going to happen. Maybe that is where I am too cynical, but I don't fundamentally believe that everybody would ask that question, and I definitely don't think that everybody would answer that question in the same way. Long shot of it happening. Although maybe that's too cynical, for what it's worth. What's up, Game Day? Guardian Druid question. If I have a current defense up and running from Bark, this season, yes. Just Lunar Beam on cooldown, pretty much. Next season, a little bit different. Two of my employees are immigrants from Thailand. They're the sweetest. Thailand is amazing. Yeah, I want to take you around more often. In fact, what time is it right now? Kitty, you want to join the conversation about environmental stuff? Let's do it. Let's talk about it. All right, maybe I should make stream title. Human beings are bad for the environment. No, I'm just kidding. But I'll go downstairs for a second. You watch this. Okay, so this is what we can do because my phone is charged now. Watch this. What? That's Apothen. Fair enough. That is a great argument. Yeah, can I come downstairs? Me there. Great. Fair enough, Apothen. On the risk of being political, I can't answer that question. Is that okay? Swapping from bottle to home filtering water and actually you reusing bottle is actually impactful. Cool. You've been on time, and no, I just wondered if she was busy and like doing something. Well, is it possible for me to be simultaneously heavily optimistic while kind of very cynical about the impact that I would have on a larger scale? Is that possible? Is that a thing that I'm allowed to do? Because I swear, if I had to answer your question, in theory, yes. Apothen, in practice, I actually would answer absolutely not. I just fundamentally don't think that it matters. If I had to choose, I would say no. Although you make a good point. Do you also not litter because one paper wrapper make the ground look bad? One person rarely changes anything, but each person who makes the change. Okay. Let's continue this downstairs. I wanna give you my perspective on this, if I may. Because I might have an interesting one. But give me a second to just set this up, because I just need to activate the phone and go like this, and then I think I put the gimbal downstairs, so it's going to take me a second to get there. But basically, I just watch this technology. Look at this. Watch this technology here. Very nice, very nice. All I have to do is hit basically go live here, and then bam, I can take you downstairs with me. Watch this. Watch the observe. Wow, yeah. Perfect. I am now live here. I can't read the YouTube chat though, just remember. I won't be able to read YouTube chat when I do this. Okay, then I go... voila. And then I should be talking through this microphone now. Cool. Yeah, good? All right. Hello. Wait, you can't say that. Why can't I say that? I'm just kidding. Sit at my desk or downstairs? Hold up. Don't go in the bedroom. I just realized that that's the bedroom, and I'm not supposed to go into the bedroom. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right, but I want to get you a microphone. You want a microphone? Yeah, I do want a microphone. Yeah? You want to hold the phone for a second? Where are you going? Like to get in the bedroom, but I don't want to show people the bedroom. You can show people the ceiling. You just hold the phone for a second. No, I can't. I opened the door and I was like, and I literally did that. I was like, whoops. I was too casual. Yeah. What do we do if I get a sudden work call? You just take off the mic. Yeah, if you get a work call, no problem. Well, angle that shit away. Oh, God damn, that was really close. Didn't I put the other microphone in here? They can probably still hear me. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit out here. As that was close. All I can tell you is we live a very active lifestyle, you know. A lot of weights in here, dumbbells, fitness equipment, some good bands. Keep myself limber in the bedroom because my job is in fitness and I like to work with people's health, so I want to make sure I'm a shining example of health. Yo, I can't actually find the other microphone. It might be downstairs. She also has the phone, so I'm sure that people are like, oh, that's very funny. That's a good joke. I should totally like and probably send gifted subscriptions. Oh yeah, it's here. It's okay. Sometimes I watch back my own stream and I make myself laugh, and I think at the end of the day, that's probably the only thing that matters. Although we can talk about if that's the only thing that matters, because I love conversations about morality. I think if I keep having conversations about morality, I might get some. Where are we sitting up here? Are we going like downstairs, or are we sitting up here?
Let's sit here so I can keep working as well.
Okay.
I'm just doing graphic stuff at the moment.
All right.
Yeah.
What's up, JJ?
Let me clear my desk.
Okay.
You want to take that?
Hi, JJ. DK here. So this is why you were like, oh, hi, Frizz. Yeah, well, even though it'd be like this. Wait, you gotta wait. Hold up. I need to put this in the phone first.
Wait, I have good lighting.
Okay, she wants to make sure her lighting is good. You just rip it. They'll always clip you in the most unflattering context. Wait, no, I just put that down for a second. Okay, this might get a little sketch for momentary. Moment, please.
Oh, ew.
Ooh.
Oh, ew.
I'll put this in here. Bam. Okay, wait. Pause.
Take it.
Power on. Wait, that's not. Oh my God. Ooh.
Do you want me to bring up the chat?
You know, normally people don't actually. No, you can see the chat on the phone. Look at the technology. Technology.
Technologica.
Yes.
Technologica.
Indeed. Off topic, how long have you lived in Thailand? A long time now. Am I fluent in Thai? Absolutely not. It's a very difficult language. Okay. You want a microphone? Yeah. Should we test if the second one even works?
Yep.
Never tested it. There you go. Just remember, we can't talk at the same time.
Welcome to my office, guys.
Put that on the shirt.
You put it on my shirt.
Off
What?
camera. Because are you even...
You can't see anything.
You're very
Clip
extending.
it.
It's, you gotta understand.
Clip it.
stream.
Clip it for me.
That's not how that works. You gotta also mute yourself. That stream back there.
I just want to see what I'm seeing.
She doesn't understand how to be on stream sometimes, so she's just like, sometimes I'm like, oh, like let's do something. on
Okay,
stream.
I did this. Like, that is not inappropriate.
It's bordering. Also, the mic is right there. You can't like grip the mic. Like, this is what I mean. This is the whole thing. You can't, but this is the thing. You can't be like, listen. If you're on live in front of people and we're having a conversation, you can't just be like, can you clip the mic like right here? I'm like, honey.
You're wrong.
Mine are technically fine, Captain. I know that one.
You want to keep it there or you want to push it back? And watch out, girl.
Can you hear her okay? Is the mic working for her? I've never tried using both, but this is a brand new mic. You're just sleuthing.
No, I have to also be at my desk, so either fix your
Okay.
camera so I can work at the same
Okay.
time, or we
Alright,
go
I can do
downstairs. I can like be here.
Okay. So the advantage of Kitty is that since she knows me in real life, she knows that I'm qualified to talk about the morality subject. Because I always find that those who are strongly lacking in the subject are,
fix this.
generally speaking, the ones that have the most interesting perspectives. You know what I mean? Also, I don't know what was in your plate, but the cat is interested. She just
Not
licked
poke
it.
nachos.
What?
Poke
nachos.
Yeah.
She's never a dull moment. This
Sorry.
is what I mean. This is exactly what this is. I could
help
see
it.
the gears
It
turning
just-
in your head
It
too.
just comes out.
Oh, because I told them, I was like, you sneezed like a grandpa, and then as you went to sneeze, I saw you wind it up, and you went,
No.
but then you remembered that I said that, so you went, like it was like a balance of
I
both,
tried to make it
right into the mic. This is what I mean. Yeah, you gotta learn your skills.
I know. How do I sneeze with the mic on?
You don't.
What the hell happens?
think-
Happens to the sneeze?
You think you're allowed to have bodily autonomy when you're on stream? You gotta, honey, the microphone is tilted completely in the wrong
Okay,
direction.
well, fix it.
This is called learned helplessness. She's the most capable individual I know. Respectfully, I don't want to reach across your chest while we are live on camera. If you hold the cat, just be very wary of putting the cat across the microphone because to them, it will...
You can hear her cute noises.
That cat scares me. She does. She's
She's
so
not
cute.
that bad.
She is the cutest cat, but you definitely saw her about this way. That's why I'm all the way back here. You are probably one of the most adorable cats I've ever seen. The face.
Boop.
Yeah, but she's very angry all the time.
She's so angry.
She is angry.
She was born with spite for the world.
She does seem like she was born with spite for the world.
Oh,
Okay.
lip gloss.
What were we talking about?
Lip gloss.
Lip gloss.
Yep.
We were?
I was.
Oh. Don't worry. I think you look highly impregnable. Don't worry about it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. That right there, guys, that's Riz. Try that. Next time, don't actually try that. It's a bad idea. So,
I still can't fix it.
Apothan, are you still here? You mentioned something earlier, and
I think it's an important thing to talk about. I would like to give you my perspective on it. Are you still here to have that conversation, Apothen? I might have gotten distracted, as I do many times. Oh, you are? Okay, great. I think that human beings love to discuss things on a macro scale in terms of everything is about 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or when we talk about our effects on other people, we talk about it in terms of society, countries, politics, instead of the effect that you have on your best friend or the person that you call, or my stream, just as an example. And when we look at things on a macro scale, there is always an argument for both sides. And I actually find that to be interesting because it's never boring. You know that? If you want to argue on a macro scale, it's completely dependent on your perspective, where you're from, where you're at. You could make an argument for anything. And if you're good at talking, you could argue against what you said earlier. You could totally argue for what you said earlier. A lot of my perspectives have actually been when I've tried to localize those arguments to my immediate life, where instead of thinking, how can I be a just human being, I thought to myself, how can I make an impact on the people around me? Because the global issue is just impossible to contend with. And also, I really do inherently believe that I am simply one very small cog in a very large machine. I don't think that my actions have a crazy difference on a macro level, but they absolutely do on a micro level. These conversations are important. This conversation we're having right now is meaningful. It is not devoid of meaning because there aren't 10,000 people here. So the idea that what I represent in the actions of should I drink from a plastic water bottle if I care about the environment, I think is almost looking at it too big. Although sometimes that also trips me up. The counter argument to that is that I might not care enough where I should.
I also feel like, you know, when it comes to like the environment and things like that, there is a responsibility with governments to kind of put in those restrictions, not on the personal level, like not saying like everyone must recycle and do all these things, but more about like the materials that people use to make water bottles and stuff. Because like there's the actual production aspect of it, you know.
So before we dive into that subject more, which also if Captain's still here, you can teach me. Kitty, you might know more about it than me. I don't even know what materials it's made of. I don't know where they source the material. I don't know where the material goes. I don't know what happens when I throw this out or recycle it. No idea. Zero. I wouldn't begin to tell you. So on a macro level, I am clueless. On a micro level, or more of that personalized level, I can tell you, I think that most of the time the reason to do something is because it affects me today and tomorrow. And the idea that we have to care about things because of the downstream consequences that I can't see today is actually a scapegoat often for what we do right now matters. Because sometimes we put things down the road and we say the environment will matter because of 20 years from now. I think that deciding who I want to be today matters. And I think I would rather fight for something than nothing. So if I make a decision, it's not because I know what's going to happen 20 years. I don't know if we could know what's going to happen 20 years ago. Or 20 years from now. I don't know if we know what direction the world is going in.
Ow!
The cat's...
Girl, you've already had your dinner. Stop bugging me.
But it might not be about that, because that's a conversation that we could endlessly debate, and we don't know. But I think that deciding to care today, as long as it's put in the right direction, might be very impactful. And that could help me directly today, because who I decide to be, you have to stand for something. Does that make sense? Apothen, I believe that might be where my thoughts lie on this. even if I don't know enough to comment on the exact topic. And even if I tried to learn, I wouldn't be able to learn enough today to probably alter my opinion. But honestly, it's like, I don't know if it's as much about having an opinion about each individual topic. I've disabled the mic. Either you've disabled it or I've disabled it.
Did yours just run out of battery?
No, I think I just needed to re-enable it. Can you hear me? Or can they hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear her? It's flashing green. I don't know what that means. But I saw that that swapped. There's going to be a delay. We still hear me. I think we're hearing me through hers. Oh, yeah. So this one, maybe it is actually out of battery again.
Damn, they
Alright.
run out fast.
Apparently. Well, was using it all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the charger. Is that
Do you
charging?
want to take this one? And I'll just
Yeah.
speak through yours.
Well, I'll hold it in the middle. Clip it. There you go.
Do you want to like clip it to a thing?
Okay.
Oh,
Better?
I'm sure I have a thing.
You want the
Here.
Yeah, the clip. Let's do it.
Wait, I feel
Sounds
like this
like
is
the
more
phone
exciting.
mic. I don't know if this one's working either right now. Oh, it is the phone mic. Oh, did that lose battery?
That charges separately, right?
Dude, the phone mic is really bad. It might charge separately. It's definitely the phone mic.
Do you want to use my mic?
Sure.
Let me pick up both of us. But we are a little fucked if I need to go on a call.
Okay, I'll put it back on. Okay. Plug it in. See if it works. So this thing, I have to charge this. I kept it out after I got back home.
Okay.
Try that.
See? Yep.
Yes.
Can y'all hear us?
Can you hear us? It's now through that microphone up there. How's the audio quality? If we're gonna have a real conversation, I don't want to have it on the phone mic. I think it's charging now, right? It says this one's just out. Yeah. I don't know if
Do you want to plug it in? Here. This one,
I think the
I have a.
case has battery. I was charging earlier.
Well, may as well just charge it faster. This is a fast charger.
Very nice. Okay, cool. Her mic is the one I use when I film outside of the
Yeah,
balcony.
it's quite nice actually.
Okay, let me look back because we were having some good conversations here.
Cool.
Some casual mode. If you want to go down a rabbit hole, look at the origin of plastic and making it renewable. Sort of like they discovered you could make a plastic container and never need a new one. And then they had to make it non-permanent in our minds to make money. That does not surprise me, if that was
It's
true.
the same as like rayon. Like so when I was in design school, they taught us these case stories about how you have to design products with some kind of like end life, because otherwise your product isn't going to make money forever. So there's this case study about a pair of tights, right, where they made the perfect pair of tights. Sorry, and essentially they never ripped, they never went bad, they never stretched out. And that company went out of business because they were too good. And so they had to start making faulty tights because otherwise, who's going to ever buy tights again? That's just part of the design process that they teach you these days.
I feel like when you say that, nobody should be surprised to hear it. But we completely forget that that's a pretty global concept, because anytime money's involved, that's going to be a factor.
Yeah.
It happens in health and fitness too. It happens in the medical system, where if the goal was truly to heal people, they wouldn't come back. Like, if I solve your problem, I realized this early on. When I was doing more PT work instead of training work, I was like, this is a terrible fucking business model. Because, like, I fix you is the problem, but then you don't need me anymore. And I'm like, wait.
No, I'm
I
not
just
getting
worked very
paid.
hard to find your kid, because I had to, because it takes a lot of effort to, like, each individual person I have to really think about, brainstorm. And I mean, I bring my work home with me, so you'll hear it too. Where I'll be like, hey, so I'm thinking about how to help this particular person, or I'm thinking about how to do this, or it's like, okay, I've got this new client, and I'm thinking, but so I spend a lot of effort, and then if I fix you early,
And you're out of a paycheck.
Yeah, then I have to find somebody else to work with. And it's like, oh, I stopped trying to do that. And that was not the direction I wanted to take my career because it's actually a bad business model. But if that happens to me, imagine how the very, very successful hospital would operate. You know? So I feel like that.
I feel like the only healthcare model that is fully sustainable without having to try to get people to come back again and again is the ER. Because you can always rely on human stupidity and accidents.
Do you believe, it's a little conspiratorial, but do you believe if you owned a hospital and an ER and I told you that I could double the amount of people that you get every day?
From a business point of view? Like,
Is there a different
like-
point of view?
well, yeah, there's a do I care about people point of view.
Does anyone own a chain of hospitals that operates in a second?
There are
Yeah?
humanitarian hospitals.
No, I mean the chain of hospitals.
Yeah, I doubt if it's
Like a big hospital.
for-profit hospital. Probably not.
Aren't they all technically for profit
Nope,
on some level?
not all of them.
No? I don't know, Gil. Also, healthcare in different countries is weird.
Yeah.
What about
Like-
the privatization?
Like
of
the
ERs?
Thai,
Is that-
the Thai public hospitals
really need to
are
happen.
definitely not running for profit.
Oh,
Ah!
fucking hell. Wait, is it the
Learn, like,
to
charge
things?
your
No,
stuff.
listen, it's not about. No, wait, well, no.
Even if you're
All right, plug
coming
it in.
out
Plug it in.
from being on stream, even if you're coming out, do you just want to like hold it somewhere? You don't need this. You don't need this one.
You just gotta plug it in.
You need, okay, I need to plug that one in. Where do I plug it in?
Right there. I'm just really bad at. Why do I just feel like all electronics will work regardless? It is crazy to me that in 2026 we still require electronics that need a charge. Holy shit! I'm sorry, Kitty. Do you have anything sensitive that they're not allowed to see?
I don't know.
The gimbal. This is on. You're on a robotic arm. I do have a tripod that does. Oh my god.
Okay, let's move this back.
Nope. I'll get the other tripod. You hold this here, and then you wait there.
You can. You guys can chill with me, the person who actually knows how charging works. What's Mayo Clinic? I keep hearing about it on TikTok.
I leave you for 2 seconds, and you're like, "Oh, I heard about this news on TikTok." TikTok is not a reliable source of information.
Why would you bring that one? It's so big. Get
What else am I
mine.
supposed to bring?
Get mine.
Where?
It's on the bench.
This one works.
Dude, there's no space on my desk.
Okay.
Think. TLDR, some deep pocket group bought the ER, and the ER doctors refused to work because the private groups were telling them do the same job for less. Well, yeah, that is also very fucked up. But I think that's also just another trend in general, that wages are just not keeping up with times. Yeah, this one.
I don't know how it works.
It's a tripod.
Yeah, but It's your tripod. What do you mean?
What do you mean you don't know how it
Yeah,
works?
it's to put it
It's a
up.
tripod.
Allegro, thank you for being willing to have a conversation. And I appreciate that you were still wanting to watch a video of mine, even though you had initially come in here and we had a conversation. For what it's worth, that we might have had differing opinions. I hope that we can continue to have conversations, even if we don't have
I want it
the
at
same
that
opinion.
height because that's
Okay.
my angle.
How are we going to get the phone horizontal on that tripod? Is it going to fit in there?
Fits my phone.
What's up, Anda? Where are you going? We've had some technological errors
Take no
Everything
notes.
was working very well until it wasn't. So we're just loosely figuring this out. Hi, Anda. All right, I've got this. Watch
Got
this.
it.
Bam. My phone's very hot. Okay. Barely, Captain. It's a struggle every time. Honey,
Yes.
can you help me with the tripod? It's not. Nice.
Is this why you
Thank
never
you.
used it?
Yes.
Because you couldn't.
Yeah. Because it's your tripod, it's not my tripod. I couldn't figure out how to. It's not. It doesn't move right.
You could have asked Claude.
I have to read. Of course. I could have asked Claude.
Yeah, you
I
could.
don't depend on Claude for everything.
You depend on Claude.
I don't
for
depend on Claude.
everything.
I didn't even know Claude existed.
Okay, what about your
Just a
mic?
few.
Oh no, we're on my mic. I forgot.
Yeah, Ron. Hey, Cigarette, thank you for the sub. Hi. Hello. I mean, I think that there are many. This is actually my old chair, yeah, but you can see whose chair it is now.
It belongs to Ju.
Can you identify whose chair it is now? Can you see this right here?
Or Ju.
It looks like my bedroom wall when I was 16.
So edgy. Wow. This doesn't look good.
Stream changes you. Stream changes you.
Yeah, just get way more funny.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they love it.
I'm gonna get some milk.
Will you? Oh, we have water. I have water, thank you. You know, I would love to be on stream more. Unfortunately, I also have a full-time job. And alas, I am always stuck at my desk.
Cigarette, if you don't mind me asking, just because I'm curious, if you have come at this point in stream, how did you find my stream? I'm always curious about that. Like if we're just doing like a random hangout and people are, and then they show up and they sub and they say hi, like where do they come from?
My job? I do design stuff.
I've been watching her edit some green lines for like a while.
It's
Wow.
that's those are chairs.
What?
Like this, imagine you're looking like from above, right? This is like a festival. Those are chairs.
Those are weird looking chairs I haven't seen in my life.
Oh, I can show you some weirder ones right now.
I'm sure you could.
I have
I believe
throughout this
you.
project, I have just been looking at the wackiest chairs ever, and it's been a really fun project.
You can't show it because it's on their computer.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
also
actually.
because it's like work, so I can't actually show it.
But if I have to explain it to you, Allegro, you know how basically in Naruto there's the 5-finger seal, and then there's a circle that happens like this? It looks like that. That's pretty much it. Yeah, people go out on a limb anymore, right? Everything nowadays is just a repeat of proven concepts. So they're just reusing the Naruto symbol.
Totally. I totally had Naruto in mind when I was designing this.
I know. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Clearly, I am just the world's biggest Naruto fan.
Yeah. That makes sense. Do you like anime, Allegro? Every time I show Kitty anime, also, is the stream breaking out because of the new system?
It just makes it look weird and gray when it does that.
Yeah. I don't know
I'll
why.
keep it up so you can see.
It's like the connection here is just seemingly bad. But that doesn't make sense. Yo, first time tank this season. A guildie suggested your YouTube. Oh, you're welcome.
Wow.
You've been playing since Classic. Welcome to tanking in retail World of Warcraft. I have had an itch for Classic recently. I've been wanting to play Classic, actually.
And I think you should. I think it would be nice for you to like switch it up.
What's Classic?
The old version.
What's
Like
retail?
the one that you pay a live subscription. And then the old one, it's like really slow, and it kind of, you like the way you explained it to me, it was kind of like the way you play Diablo. Like it's just slow and grindy. That's how you explained it.
Okay.
So my knowledge is as good as your explanation.
I don't disagree with that.
And that's why you like Diablo. It's like the same game.
I don't think they're the same game, but the idea is that you can play both casually. Also, we're on a different mic, Captain, because all three of the mics that I had ran out of battery.
Yeah, there's this like wild concept. We just discovered it. It's called charging things.
Stream changes you. Where's the sincere, non-sarcastic woman I moved in with?
I don't know where.
I swear.
Yes.
What voodoo magic have you worked in me here? I was gonna say something.
This is my office. You can't say anything bad about me in here.
No, this is because...
It is divinely protected.
No, because you went to watch Love Island or whatever trashy reality TV show with your friends yesterday, and now all of a sudden you show up on stream and you're like, oh, wait a second, I'm live. So now what I have to do is, you know, I gotta be like, oh, I hurt the door.
Do you have any concept of what Love is Blind is actually like?
Love is Blind? Yes. Love Island? No.
Oh, that's what I meant.
I
Love
actively
Island.
avoid islands.
I really want you to watch it. I think he would love Love Island. You would. They're like the worst people. Like they'd be so fun to party with. And that's it.
Do you remember when I said I would hate Love is Blind?
Yeah, and now it's like your favorite show.
Well, it's not my favorite show, but I did
It's
watch
like
it.
pretty up there. It's like your top 5.
But no,
No, I know it became. I know it became one of your favorite shows because you watched an entire season without me. You just binge watched it by yourself.
It was an accident.
And it was not. You were very purposeful about it.
We watched like the first 3 episodes, and
And then you didn't wait for me.
I don't remember exactly what the scenario was, but I remember that there's more to this story that we're not hearing.
Yeah, the story was I went out and you betrayed me.
That's tough. That's tough.
You know,
So I'm
you,
being
you
called
think
out live like
you
this.
think you know somebody.
I do distinctly remember doing this. For what it is worth, I do remember that I did this. Yes.
Yep.
That's fair. I accept. It was also season 10 too, and I was like texting you the whole time,
And
I
that was
like,
the one.
oh my god,
That was the one I was really excited to watch with you because it was Ohio.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
shit, he
and I
did
was like,
what?
oh, I want to watch the Ohio one with you because you lived in Ohio, and then I can ask you all these Ohio questions, and you robbed me of the Ohio questions.
I remember, yeah, because I was like, dude, he is such a villain. Oh my god, like, yeah, it was pretty like that.
Yeah, I can't believe you've done
But
this
now
to
at
me.
some point they all kind of just blend together, and I'm sort of over it.
You need to watch season 1.
No, I feel like I'm kind of
No,
over it.
season 1 is legit the best. Season 1 is really good.
What's an Ohio question you would ask me?
I don't know. I had to have watched the show in real life. Just gonna people where in Ohio? Do you know that person? They're from Ohio. Is that your friend from Ohio? Just like annoying Ohio questions.
When I lived in Ohio,
Yeah.
I didn't meet anyone, like barely. I didn't like anyone there. It was pretty tough. Oh, what's up, Saffron? Hi, Saffron. Saffron, have you ever traveled? Oh, no, that's
To Ohio.
No, there's no way she's been to Ohio.
What's wrong with Ohio?
What's the first question? You have a chance to make a new friend. What would you say? She's great at making new friends.
Do you like Powerpuff Girls?
There you go.
I'm wearing a Powerpuff Girl shirt. I want to show the back of it.
I am
It's tough.
just
I have a lot of
nervous.
hair. Look at my Powerpuff Girls. Yeah. So tough. What season is what city is season 6? Green one is the best.
I like Mojo Jojo.
I like him.
There you go. She's great at meeting people. I'm not so good at it. Here, let's pretend that Saffron came in, but it's not you who's on stream, okay?
Okay, but you're just gonna be something necrophilia.
What? I was gonna say nothing of the sort.
You say it all the time.
I haven't mentioned necrophilia in months.
Okay, you said it like last week.
I haven't mentioned necrophilia in a week. What? I was gonna ask her if she was a furry.
Much better.
Thank you. I am sociable.
No, it's just I'm thinking of the times when you're like really excited to show me a reel, and you open Instagram, and the first thing is furry content.
It's not furry content. It's not actually furry content. It's just like a really
It's just
cute.
content of furries.
What do you mean furries? It's just the dog. It's just a really cute dog. What's furry content? Wait, no, that doesn't count. No, the last thing I showed you was the girl who made her entire. Oh boy, it's not actually looking good for me. I showed you a reel of a woman who turned one of the corridors in her house. She covered everything with fur.
Oh, that's true, and it looked weird. It looked like mold. She is not a designer.
But that's not furry content. That's just everybody likes fur. The texture of fur is nice.
No,
That's not furry content.
that is furry content.
No, it's not. Everybody who
It is-
doesn't like fur?
How else would you categorize it?
You're right that there's no way to describe it as being not furry content. But it's simultaneously not furry content.
Mm-hmm.
What is your cat upset? Everything.
Yeah, he's always upset.
Saffron, you want to meet my cat? Let me just up this legging real quick. 1 second. Buddy, they can hear you from all the way. You're actually being very quiet right now.
He is being very good right now.
Yeah, this is amazing.
What is he doing?
Just loafing.
Okay, what is the other one doing for him to be quiet?
Something she's not supposed. She is very quiet right
Yeah,
now. She's just trying to get.
figured.
Oh, she did get into the trash.
Ugh. Cats. cat is on the way. Don't you worry. Okay, that looks like you could walk between them. And I'm too lazy to do that one. This is taking too long.
Phone out of battery. There's no way it happened again.
No, it's just when you have a low bit rate, it's not transmitting like all the
Maybe
information.
Turn on Wi-Fi.
We're literally next to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, maybe turn on Wi-Fi.
Is yours not on?
We have the WoW screen. Oh, it's like doing the it's just a bitrate thing. No, you can turn it. You can do it on the corner there.
You're still there.
Scroll from the bottom top. Yeah, there's no cell reception right here for some reason. And then go back and see if that actually interrupts it. You guys want to see how cool this cat is? Look at this. He goes like, and he goes like, here. Oh, there's a feral druid there. And it goes,
That's getting somewhere.
I wonder how good this microphone is.
Mine?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty. I know it's somewhat decent, but I'm curious to see what I sound like on it. Because I take all my meetings with this, so I want to know how people hear me. Yeah. I think we need to delete this one. Have you heard any BDK PTR feelings?
I'm distracted by the fuzzy cat now that we got him. Yep. You wanna go down, buddy? Oh, Jesse. To answer your question, no, you don't. You don't want a vocal cat. That's a definite you think you do, but you don't situation. He's so loud. He's actually being
He's
so
so
good right now.
loud.
He's being so good right now.
I think I have some treats in here.
He's so good. Oh, he's being so cute. He's being so good. Don't give him treats. He's gonna eat. What? Oh, do you have treats?
No, I don't actually.
He does deserve treats, but if you give him treats, then he's gonna act up.
I don't have treats, so you are safe.
Oh, thank God. They're very food motivated creatures.
As am I.
Yeah. I think the older one is actually starting to get to that age where she doesn't remember you've given her dinner. I do notice it. I think you're right. Like, you give her food, and then like an hour later, she forgot that okay. And then she forgets that she's eaten.
And then she'll come bug me for dinner.
Yeah. Should I role play?
Yeah.
Would this buy too much into the furry though? Because
I mean, you're far too gone for that.
What if I role play like really well? Yeah, this is what she does basically. Yeah, the camera's good too, and I've got one legging on, so it's kind of like perfect. So she goes like this. Yeah.
You're hurting your head on my chair. I heard a growl somewhere.
That's what she does. She just does that all day. You have the patience of a damn saint.
I do.
Yeah, that's how she put up with me. Thank you. Thank you. It's better if you don't know what I'm demonstrating, to be honest with you. I find it's probably way more entertaining. if you
I
didn't
do
know.
think you should post that as a clip, just no context.
I feel like context ruins things sometimes.
Yeah.
It's
that
like getting
that needs to
spoilers.
be no context.
It's like getting spoilers for your favorite movie.
Mm.
Yeah. It might be better just to leave that. I'm a good actor. I could be in a movie.
I bet you could.
Also, every time I watch movies these days, don't you get the feeling that you could write movies as well, and you've gone into the wrong line of work? Because it doesn't seem like it would be that hard.
Nah,
You don't think so?
never had that thought.
I have that thought constantly. Absolutely.
You do have the audacity.
I do have. It's not audacity. It's just straight up. This is bad, and I could make a better product. I really think that.
You know
Pretty
what?
much almost like
I bel-
90% of movies right now.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
I believe you could make the same quality of movies that are out today.
Wait a second. That doesn't seem right.
I'm agreeing with you.
No, I can make quality movies like they were like 5, 10 years ago, like more than that.
Dude, we've been watching, what is it? What's the show we've been watching? The
Person
AI
of
one?
interest?
Yeah. Yo, that's so good. It's so good. I really like that show.
It's just weird because I know you, and I know that you know you're on stream, and so you keep altering the way that you say things. It's actually very, I will say, it's very difficult to learn how to be truly comfortable on stream.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a pretty unique skill that I have, where I'm just here, and I really, the only thing I have to say is I can't get banned. That's the hardest thing for me on stream, is like not saying something truly outrageous. But otherwise,
I think you are very good at being
I'm very
yourself.
comfortable on the stream. But
Yeah.
it's a little, it's weird knowing that you're live, right?
Not really. Only if I'm in like a bad mood. But I'm also half focusing because I'm trying to get work done. So that could be it.
Why would you put the chair there?
Because I need more chairs.
I don't think it needs more chairs.
Well, that's why you're not the designer.
People love standing.
Okay, how about next time we go out? I
Uh-huh.
dare you not to sit the entire day.
That'll just prove me right. I think if you really want to prove me wrong, you would stand and I would sit.
No, I want you to be so right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate your support. What time is it?
It's 9.
Okay. I'll try to remember how to charge my microphones in the future.
Yeah.
Razan.
You know, I'm gonna be at my desk for a little while longer. If you want to stay on longer.
Okay. I should move around though. I'm lightheaded.
Yeah. Do you want to do some quick jumping jacks or something?
Yeah, I'll just think about it.
Yeah, do some right now.
Well, I wanted to answer his question about Guardian Druid first.
Do that.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think about Blood DK first of all?
They're hot.
Now you know where the necrophilia comes from. It's not me.
It's not me.
Does it ever disturb you though that it is a It's an actual fact. It's not even up for debate. Two people with necrophilia could not be in a relationship with each other successfully.
They could. They
Mhm.
would.
They would need a third.
No, they could be with each other. They just also.
Need a third.
I am unsure how detailed I could get into this argument because
Not
I
very
do have a very logical argument for it, but I am afraid to make that on the internet.
It's probably that's thinking like a streamer. I'm very proud of you.
I filtered. Yay me. Come here, Bubba. Bring him in. Oh my god.
She actually hates this. You want to get that piece of shit? It's been stuck in her mouth for a second.
Yeah, I can get it in a second. Hi, Daddy.
As long as it's not too stuck. Yeah. That's
Oh, good girl. Good girl. Let me get your mustache.
If that one is stuck, don't peel it too much. That one might not be ready. She does need a bath. I've been meaning to give her one.
Yeah, I don't think that one's ready. Good girl. I'm not talking to you.
This is what she does. I'm telling you, this is the other cat. She's doing exactly what I was doing earlier.
You want to peel the shed off of her mouth?
I don't know if they should meet like this.
They'll fight each other.
She'll fight. The lizard fights everyone. Man. She hasn't had a lot of time out recently, right? You've been busy.
I take her out when I'm starting my day.
You don't like lizards, think? She big. Look at her tail. Well, I never get to be down here.
You should be down here more often.
The thing is, you can see that Carly's just staring at the cat right now. They really
Like, if
don't
you could
like
see
each
up close,
other.
this is what she looks like.
She's very judgmental.
Alan! 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 Alan!
No, so this is basically she's just the only person who's allowed to hold this cat is mom, not me.
Yeah. We've been through it.
Wanna run around for a second? I have two lizards, but the other one he's not doing so well. I gotta take him to the vet. Be
That's
nice.
sad.
Be nice. You can ask her for permission. Can they see? Is that angle right? They can see what's happening back here.
No, Juice chair is in the way.
Supervised access only.
Let's turn her around like that. No, just put her up against the wall. I'm also wheelies.
Cookie, you can say hi, but you just be nice. Yes. If she starts running, he thinks that she's a toy. Look, sniff, sniff. He's not gonna hurt her. He's just sniffing. But she doesn't. Don't lick your lips. That's rude. The problem is that she doesn't like it when he sniffs her, and then she gets upset and attacks him. Be nice. No, don't do that, buddy. You can't. I saw that. No. Be nice. She's not a toy. Don't move your chair. She's behind you. Go, twin. Don't tempt her.
Goats win.
Don't move your chair. Carly's right behind your wheel.
That's a fair question. Goats win.
Yeah. 3. Wow. 10. No, she's not doing anything to you. We're just chilling. They see that? We're just chilling.
You guys are right behind me.
We're in her vicinity, I guess. Okay, we're just chilling. We're just doing some squats. What stream category is this?
Just chatting.
Hmm.
I would like more of these, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
Can we get a hot tub?
Bye.
I feel like for just chatting streams to be successful, we need a hot tub.
I would be inclined to agree.
There you go. Should start a hot tub fund. How much do we need for a hot tub?
Girl.
Okay.
Has she pooped recently?
No.
Okay. She's not on my shirt then.
I'm just an observer, Jesse. I feel like if we were both in bikinis and we had a hot tub, I might be able to afford you goats.
You know, I think you could afford me goats now.
I don't think so.
How expensive do you think a goat is? You Google it. You're the one buying it for me.
You think they have it on Lazada?
You know what? I actually do. I do genuinely think you could buy goats on Lazada. Like 100%. She has to sit next to me always, and it's very cute.
We might be out of water.
Can you order some more later?
Actually, wait, that's my phone.
Like later? Or do you want me to order on my phone now? I don't think I'm gonna have time to cook dinner again tonight.
If we ever proc a 24-hour stream, could we figure out a way to get this set up, except on your computer somehow, so that I can have my phone to play Hearthstone?
No, because I will probably need my computer for whatever I want to do, and my Hearthstone.
I could play on your Hearthstone.
But if I'm playing Hearthstone on my computer, you can't play it on my phone.
You're not playing Hearthstone.
You want to play Hearthstone right now?
Yeah, I just can't show them how I would actually sit, and I would need the microphone, so I don't want to have to sit.
Well, like you can play Hearthstone now. Let me just order stuff.
This is charged now. We can put the actual
Yeah.
microphone in.
We don't need it. It's not charged. It wasn't been charging.
No, it's charged in the case, I think. This is a nice microphone.
Just we're already plugged in. Leave it. Right.
God,
What do you
plan.
want from the store?
If people are here for the life, then here we go. You know,
What do you
honestly,
want from the store?
Bleeze,
Why?
I'm not going to immediately mod that because it's a good question. Two things. One, she's way out of my price range.
Yeah.
Okay. Two, that's rude. Three, understand where the humor is coming from, but this is not the right place for that humor. So, fair warning. Happy to engage in conversations, but you might find yourself in areas of the interwebs that you don't actually. We may not get along, and you know what? That's okay. It's okay that we don't get along. You and I don't have to get along on everything. You're welcome.
What else do you want? Milk?
Just water.
Just water?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I want a Sprite too, but I shouldn't get one. You are a very enabler. If you tell her, yeah, she wants like 1 sprite maybe.
Full fat. Okay, I'm gonna
You
go
wish I had
bathroom.
muscles?
You sit. I'm gonna go bathroom.
How do I get muscles?
You can sit there.
Okay. Honestly, you know, the most underrated part of muscles, in the last 3, ooh, it's very warm. In the last 3 months, you wanna know how many times I've been to the gym? Like 4, maybe, because I got the flu and I was very sick. I also have barely been able to eat. I just haven't been able to eat that much at all. So I am, I would say, at my worst fitness in the last fair bit of my life. The only reason that I have much of any muscle definition right now and still have any amount of strength is specifically because I've just been doing this for a very long time. It would be near impossible for me not to have this strength. Genuinely. It'll work for one arm, but again, please. I am a sarcastic individual. I appreciate sarcasm. But the thing is, it's way more effective to use a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer. Because when you're using a sledgehammer, you actually become so abrasive that you lose the force. You don't gain a lot of effectiveness from this. So if you want to say something like this, you must innuendo it. You have to be subtle. You gotta be subtle. You can't just go for it like this. That's the sledgehammer approach. What you have to say instead, because this is, I'm sliding away, the microphone. More, wait. Yes. No,
You're
no,
in
no,
my
more.
chair.
No, wait, slide me back. You've started this process. You cannot end this process. Yeah. Whee!
I can't swing you around in here.
Yeah. I'm gonna get bit. Allow me to explain. If you want to say inappropriate things on the interwebs, you have to think about the result that you're after. If you're after community, then what you've done is actually a great suggestion. And the reason that what you've done is a great suggestion is simply because you will very quickly find out if you are wanted here. It's a very quick way. If I walk into somebody's stream and I say something absolutely outrageous and wild, I will know very quickly if I am desired. But if your result is to imply Riz, this is not the way to do it. And if your result that you're after is in an effort to start a conversation, this is not the right way to do it. Because the sledgehammer approach actually just distances you from other people. And I don't think that's good for you, please, because I think you might be lonely. And that's a problem. You want, for example, at this point, to develop connections that will help you feel less depressed. And the way to do that, fine tune it a little bit more to scalpel. So if this microphone here, you want to basically take this nozzle, and you just want to tune that a little bit more. Yeah. So this right here, this is a motion that might help you depending on your proclivities. That is a scalpel. I've said something very inappropriate, very innuendo-ish. And the people who get it will get it and be like, eh. And the people who don't get it will also be like, eh, because they don't understand. That's fine. But the way that you've done it is going to basically isolate everybody, and the people who get it are going to be like, I heard this 20 years ago in a Halo 2 lobby, and the people who don't get it are just going to be like, I don't like this person. So you're not winning anything. If you want to win, and you want to actually establish a little bit of a bridge, you got to fine-tune your approach a bit. Genuine advice. And I don't normally like to give advice, but this one is important. Yeah. That makes sense?
Can I have my seat back?
Yeah, you can have your seat back. Can you Titanic me one more time, though? Nice. Wait, more. Faster. Go really. Whoa. Woo! Nice. Ah, so now we've gone to the ad hominem attacks. This is indeed the tool of the desperate. Yes, please. Unfortunately for you, I also click, if you'd like more fuel for the fire, I also click. Ooh, you know I don't strafe either? Yeah,
Damn.
I know.
I don't know
It
what
is
that
crazy.
means.
I'm terrible at the game. I don't know why anybody takes advice from me. It is wild. Yeah.
Crazy.
That's insane.
Okay, you can try to take the chair back from Jew now.
I was just gonna
Would you change
the microphone for a second.
Would you like me to move Jew for you?
Oh no, I actually just don't take offense to things. Like, here, try to insult me. Go for it.
What's your feet?
You try. See if you can do so cleverly. I'm just gonna take this out for a second, so the audio is gonna get cooked for 1 second. Good? Okay. We should be back to this microphone now, which means I can walk around a little bit. And if you want one, I think that was the thing that wasn't charged before.
Okay. Mic me up.
Okay. You want one?
Yeah.
All right.
I will hold it appropriately.
Yes, please. That's a top-down camera angle.
Is this appropriate?
You don't need to yell it. There you go. You are now mic'd up.
We need to get the same mic necklaces that Love Island has. This is awkward.
So, in essence, the way that I have just handled that situation, no please, it basically means that I have created a bridge between you and I. For the people who are listening and watching, it's possible that they look at that and they go, I understand where Wu's coming from. But to be honest, I would never actually judge anyone for coming in and saying some really stupid shit. Honestly. I don't know if you played games 20 years ago, Kitty, but I played Halo 2 back in the day.
I've only ever played single player games because I was an only child.
So you never got to actually experience just the absolute atrocities that were said online 20 years ago. Yeah. And the truth is, there's a lot of communities where that's the right thing to say. If you walk into somebody's stream and you're like, wait, is there a woman working right now? I can't believe she's out of the kitchen, whatever it is. There's a community where that's accepted. This is not that community for what it's worth, just so you know. And second of all, I would rather give you the opportunity to know that, which is what I tried to do, because how would you know? I play World of Warcraft. There is statistically a chance that that type of communication will work. So there's a lot of people, please, who you would come in and say something like that, and they'll just immediately slap you. They'll immediately mod you. They'll immediately do this. I don't believe in that. I'd like to give you an opportunity to understand this might not be the environment to make those types of jokes, because I thought they were kind of funny 25 years ago. And there's a lot of people who will be like, oh, you're not allowed to say that. 25 years ago, I was like 5 years old and stupid. I thought everything was funny. And at that point, you actually just think that things are funny because they're surprising. Shock value is a big funny reason, like when you're 9. And so you're on Halo 2 and somebody says something and you're like, what? Oh my God. Like, you know, everything is a big, you know, sometimes too big for my little brain to handle. And I think that I'd like to believe I've matured at least a little bit. But maybe not. Extremity, thank you for the sub. I hope this conversation resonates with some people. I just think we have to be a little careful about being judgmental online for that reason. Because there was a world back in the day where it was funny. I personally don't think it's funny. If I found somebody attractive and I went in and I was like, well, I can't even say that. I actually think that's like TOS. Scalpel. Do I talk this much off stream?
Sometimes. Now that he streams all the time, he certainly talks less. But when he wasn't streaming, this was pretty much how he was all the time.
That's because my voice hurts.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say.
You do.
Yeah. It's important to be confidently wrong, Mr. Pants. All right, Bleeze. Let's find some comment. Are you still here, Mr. Bleeze?
This is correct, but I need to add the...
Do you like cats? Cat or dog person?
Paths for these. Okay. Did you know you're famous?
I am.
Mm.
Wow.
Wow.
Look at that.
Okay. So I need to add in.
I like that he actually likes it when I rock and hum to him.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't, Jesse. You don't want another cat. It's a lie. Also, Gelf, yeah. I have very firm boundaries. I'm actually not the type of person that will ever let anyone walk all over me, unless that's what I want them to do. I am stubbornly independent, actually. Like, I would say I'm sensitive. I would describe myself as being sensitive, but
baby.
you want the baby? The baby doesn't have to watch the microphone.
Give me the baby.
This is not a good transition. He's not gonna like that. Nope, nope.
You're my baby. I am your mother. Yes.
Just beware of the mic. A lot of people depend on either external validation or other sources of confidence. I like to believe I've gotten to a place in my life where the only person's opinion that I really care about is me and then
Look
Kitty.
what I found in his head.
Fur? Is that a nail? Is that her nail?
Yeah.
Is that... Oh, baby.
Oh, did your head hurt?
He just had a nail stuck in there? Oh.
When did they fight today? I checked his head earlier today.
He's so angry all the time. There is actually just a little nail shedding in here.
To be fair, sometimes I find them in her too.
I care about Kitty's opinion. I would say that if Kitty actually turned around and decided she didn't like me or said some mean things about me, I would be really hurt. I care about my mom's opinion and my dad's opinion. I like my parents, but ultimately, I'm really the only one who can determine if I'm having a bad day or a crisis of self-confidence. Objectively, I have a very good life. I certainly cannot complain about my life. But it also means that, unfortunately, since I don't require that external validation from World of Warcraft, I have a problem of not trying hard enough in World of Warcraft. Like, I used to care a lot more, and when I cared a lot more, I worked much harder for score, for achievement. The competitiveness was fun, but now the competitiveness is a task and a chore, and I don't really like it. You know? Enjoy, Corvus. I don't like alcohol. I think it tastes bad.
You like Smirnoff Ice?
Yeah, because it tastes like Sprite.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna drink something, I might as well like it.
Let's stretch, Bubs. You go. Good stretch.
But you're showing them just the cutest side. Jesse's gonna want to get another cat because of this kitty.
Get another cat.
Don't get another cat.
You're right. Don't get another cat. Get 3.
That's a bad idea. I cannot recommend. Should get ducks.
When are we getting ducks?
if you don't want to taste it. But why would you want to taste it? That's like a weird, it's a weird self-flagellation ritual. People who like the taste of alcohol are the same people. Like it's like the people who couldn't find a steady religion back in the day. So they were like, maybe if I just whip myself in the bow, that's too much. But you know what I mean? Like you're like, oh, I like how bad this tastes. What? Why don't you just have a milkshake?
I
want
would
to tank
prefer
next season.
alcohol over a milkshake any day.
Yeah, that's the depression talking. It gets better.
I don't get the hype with milkshakes.
I have my Guardian. Would you recommend leveling any other tank? What's your goal, by the way, Seiko? Should you get some pigs?
My
want
aunt had
maybe like a
pigs.
little pig, like a little teacup pig. Seiko,
There's
what,
no
what
such thing
what's
as
your goal?
teacup pigs.
Tell me first of all, what is your goal for tanking in the season? You can add alcohol to milkshakes. It's like very disruptive to the
I'd rather just have the alcohol.
I'd rather just have the milk. That's why we're good partners for each other.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Are we distracting you?
No, I am just indecisive, and I should know better.
Seiko, I think it depends. In terms of what makes a good
No
tank.
seats there.
If you're looking for what's going to be meta, the truth is we don't know. And the only way to properly answer that question would be level all 6 if you really wanted a proper meta. But if you're looking for something like 3K or 3.4 or more of a reasonable goal, I would very much say don't re-roll.
So now we just
This is not the right answer for your solution, because the result you're after is going to be expressed mostly through the comfortability and mastery over whatever tank you decide to play. Mostly tanking is reps. Tanking is understanding what kit you have to offer, no matter what tank you're playing, and then making a plan involving that. But you need to actually see the thing. As an example, Seiko, you play Guardian right now. A little off topic here. How is Druid feeling on PTR? I actually think Druid is feeling very tanky with the Apex being fixed. I was doing pretty reasonable single target and not terrible overall damage. Not testing the most overpowered trinkets. I was doing 85, like 80, 85k single target. Didn't actually feel terrible with Apex being fixed. So I think okay. I feel tanky in particular. So it'll just be about group buffs. The only problem right now with Druid on PTR is the fact that Boomy is the best DPS. And if you have Boomy being the best DPS, then rest in peace Guardian for the meta slot. But Seiko, watch this. I'm gonna lay down for a second. You can hear me on this microphone, correct? I believe you can. I won't be able to see the chat. Observe. Yeah, I'm gonna get into my thinking pose. And you're thinking, what's the Greek thinking pose? Is it this? Is it this? Or this? No. This is the best thinking pose. So now that I'm in my thinking pose, give me a dungeon. Any dungeon. Kitty will read the dungeon for me. Shoot. There's a small delay. I'll wait. Kitty, whenever they come up with a dungeon, tell me what the first thing
all
is.
the blood to his head.
Thinking pose.
Pit.
Pit of Saran, great. The very first pull of Pit of Saran. As a Guardian Druid, I understand that I want to tag the right Graveblade. And I'm not very good at visualizing, but I have this memorized like it's a Word document. So what I'm going to do, in higher level pits, it's not that important to do this, but nonetheless, since I'm doing nothing else. At 3 seconds before the wall comes down, I will go into cat form, then I'll go back into bear form. I will hit Frenzied Regen. And then from here, before I go into Moonkin form and Starfall, I will make sure that I actually walk right, but I will not Stampeding Roar. I will Moonfire the one Graveblade, which will auto-tag the right ghoul next to him, and then I will Moonfire the left ghoul next to him to make sure that I get it into my rounds. And then from here, they won't reach me, not even close. And then after I Moonfire them, I will basically walk to the left and down the center. The very first pack to the right is a caster and an enforcer. The problem with this is that I don't want to waste my kick on there because I need to save my kick for the Icy Blast, which will happen within that 15-second period. So Moonfire, walk to the left, and then I'm going to go into Boomkin form. I will hit Starfall before I hit the Caster Enforcer pack, and then I will use Stampeding Roar here to go back into bear form to save myself a global. I will walk through, I will thrash the first 2 to the right. Then I will walk directly after that to the left. I'm going to walk into the pack to make sure I have aggro to the left there in front of the first prisoner. I'm going to Moonfire the far Lich, and I'm going to Taunt or Moonfire the far pack. And then from here, everything will gather perfectly if I've done the sequence of events. Then I want to make sure that I delay my in-card press by a few seconds, and I'll have Lunar Beam the pack as I walk into it. So then I'm going to hit Frenzied Regen, of course, both of them as I'm running through. So Thrash Frenzied Regen, the Lunar Beam, the Taunt, the Moonfire, everything walks in. And then from here, I just basically go into my Thrash, and then I'll make sure I go Thrash, in-card Thrash when I get 5 stacks and flashing up. That is reps. That isn't what's the meta tank. That's just me saying, I've played Guardian in that dungeon so many times that I know exactly what I'm going to be able to do. If I was playing a VDH, I would make a different play. And I would say, Pit of Sauron comes down, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I tag the first thing with a glaive, but I understand after playing VDH in that dungeon for 3 times, I'm going to also need to throw a Sigil down because whatever. You make a plan, and so whatever tank you like, in order for you to get that plan, you need to be able to express mastery over it. And that is a huge part of tanking that nobody talks about, where it's not so much of the individual power level, but just sticking with one thing long enough to get that mastery and those reps. Because anything could work, but you need to know, hey, as a prop paladin, I commit Ardent 10 seconds into this pull, otherwise I die. Or I don't commit Ardent because I need it 30 seconds into the pull. That sounds very complicated, but once you play one tank for long enough, it becomes second nature. And you know, bark here, save it there. Survival instincts, that you kind of make a plan. So I think that chasing meta, especially for tanks and healers, is oftentimes counterproductive unless your goal is to pug your way to a key level where you won't have access to develop those reps. But any tank played long enough will develop the mastery that you will be able to tank the dungeon successfully and express your skill on that tank. You just need to actually get the reps in to make a plan. Does that make sense? What are they saying?
Someone else says Court of Stars. Someone else says Lamau. And then that same person, Jesse, said, this sounds kind of crazy as someone who doesn't know what these dungeons are.
Yeah. Court of Stars. Pray that people understand the second and third boss of that dungeon. Court of Stars. I didn't like that dungeon. I think the hardest part for me with Court of Stars was I don't think I had exit lag back then, and actually dodging the first boss was something that was super stressful for me back in the day. I remember having a really hard time dodging and jumping on the first boss, as silly as it sounds. Everything else I could make a plan for. I was also a main healer, I'm pretty sure, that season. And so healing the first boss was just very twitch heavy, like how fast you can react instead of how well you can heal. I think that I either have an ant bite or a mosquito bite on my finger. This is very funny.
Come show me.
Ugh. I'm in my thinking pose.
Come show me.
Can I show you in 5 minutes?
No.
What time is it?
It is 9:40. Why am I working?
Should we do a 24-hour stream?
I feel like I will be working late tonight.
Damn.
I should order dinner if that is the case.
You want eggs?
No.
That seems reasonable. Do you want milk?
No. Ew.
Unfortunately, I am now out of options.
Yeah, it's called I'll order something.
That seems reasonable. What do
Did you want to play Hearthstone or not?
Nah.
Well, come sit and play Hearthstone next to me. I'll just get Thai food though.
What's up, my drunkie? I've been taking for 3 months, thanks to your videos. Nice. No, I absolutely love Guardian Druid. I'm glad you like it. And seed first poll, what am I saying? No, I don't think I could actually do a 24-hour stream. You see this?
Oh yeah, that's definitely mosquito bite.
Ugh. Mosquitoes. Secro, does that make sense? Since I am new to tanking, I will stick to, I think that you should stick to Guardian. It is basically, if you like Guardian Druid, you should stick to it. And for your goals, you'll absolutely be able to play Guardian.
Do you want me to move you?
So that I can not worry about my life as I'm standing in front of her, actually.
Yeah. Do you want the
Possibly.
chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Come here, Mama. Come here.
I'm standing here passively. Come on.
Come on. Up, up, up.
She doesn't like being moved from her chair.
Over here. Come on. Go on. Get.
There's no way that's how you get her off the chair.
Right, get off my chair.
You just tip over the whole chair.
Yeah. It worked.
All right.
I will order dinner and then you can play hot dog. I don't know what I want for dinner. Just something simple.
Apparently. So, if you like the current iteration of Guardian Druid, it will change a little bit going into next season. I already, based on my testing today, so long as they don't change values on stuff, I know exactly how we're going to play. I felt pretty decent, honestly. It is a different rotation. There are a few little min-maxes that I have to figure out. But there is a build which plays similarly to how we currently play. And so if you like the current playstyle of Guardian and you want to keep playing like that, no problem. You'll be able to. She is walking toward me and asking for her chair back.
Put your feet up.
She's just going to swipe at me.
No, but she'll nibble the back of your leg.
She'll nibble the back of my leg.
Yeah.
This cat does not know restraint.
She's spoiled just like I am. That's a good way to do it.
You know, with these leggings halfway down my leg, I don't think that this is, I don't know if this is allowed. This is like a hot tub stream without it being a hot tub stream.
I don't know what to
Oh, yeah, of course.
eat.
Yeah, Seiko. But the thing is, we have to wait because right now tanks are pretty unbalanced on PTRs. And I actually think that most tanks feel decent. But there's one tank that's overperforming. Blizzard is in a unique balancing decision. They were in this position last season too. And I honestly think they made the wrong choice. But
No.
there are two things that happen from this point. One, they nerf Prop Pally to the other tanks. Or they buff all the other tanks up to Prop Pally. I don't know what they're going to decide to do. It's a question. I don't know. Sometimes the way that they decide to do that is off. It's very early PTR. Well, it's not that early PTR. Actually, it's weird. When is the season coming out, dude? They haven't officially announced it for a while. It's weird because it should be 3 to 4 weeks from now. Should be like a month from now, but why? What's up with that, actually? You just can't get into prop. You don't have to play prop. I mean, it depends on what level extremity you want to go to. If you want Blades to not judge you harshly, then you probably do need to re-roll to Prop Pally, just so that you can get 4.1k, and so that he'll be willing to take advice from you. That is important. But if you don't care about that, then you should just play what you want for fun. I think August 11th. That was the idea, right? It was come out August 11th because Turbulent Time Ways, and historically speaking, it's August 11th, and then the season starts 18th. Does Kate play WoW at all? She's going to say yes, but the answer is no. She tried it at one point, and it doesn't count. I don't think it counts, really. 1 second.
I got to levels, like, what, 60?
Does that count? I don't know if level 60 really counts. On retail. You didn't get to level 60.
Yeah, no,
It's like level 40 on retail, not classic.
I never played Classic.
You would have liked classic more. You would have, actually. And also, watching you play really helped me realize that the game does a very bad job of teaching new players how to play.
Yep.
Because I was watching you literally walk around for dozens of levels, and you're like, why is this so hard? And I was like, I don't know. Why is it so hard? And then I looked at you, and I was like, you didn't put any abilities on your bars. And you were like, how was I supposed to know? And I was like, that's a great question, actually. Did they never tell you to open your talent tree?
No.
Nope. They just had starter build and auto selected things or whatever, right? So you were playing a hunter and you selected marksmanship, but you didn't have aim shot or rapid fire on your bars or something like this. You were just arcane shot, steady shot.
Yeah.
And you were like, why is this so hard? Where did they didn't tell you that at any point that you were missing those abilities, which is wild and very funny.
Yeah, I remember you came over once and you're like, I think I was like level 17, and I was like, yeah, I don't get it. Like, I feel like this should be easier at this point. And you're like, no, so this is how you open your talent tree. And I was like, oh.
I should make a video about that at some point.
Okay. I don't want to do this. Over this. Okay. I'm gonna finish up quick.
I only have one call tonight, but I probably should just end the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless I come back to stream after. But I don't know. There's no. I don't cheat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to wrap up and eat
Yeah.
dinner and go straight to bed. I'm supposed to like do
I have
this thing
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Yeah, I have a ton of stuff to do tomorrow as well.
I sort of hope they just announce Classic Plus. I think that'd be cool. I don't know. I think I'm just old, and as Blade mentioned earlier, I'm sort of washed up.
Just a little.
Yeah, I blame you.
Me?
Yeah,
I bring the spice to your life. What are you talking about?
I know. The problem is we just have so much that I'm not motivated to try.
Okay, we'll
so much
try
anymore.
harder.
Yeah. Thanks. I feel very inspired now.
Welcome.
I'm ready to go out there. I think one of your cats is very upset. And trying to knock over the trash can.
That's what you get for stealing her chair.
Yep.
Yep.
It's not burnout necessarily. I still love the game. It's just maybe a priority check. I think that's what it is, Extremity. I just feel like I interact with games differently. Also just in life in general. Like, it's pretty rare that I just have the chance to just sit here and go into my thinking pose and tell people about tanks. I'm in a new era of WoW content creation where my plan is that I'm basically just going to walk around Thailand and tell you how to fix your routes and stuff. Like, I'll give you advice on how to do things, but I'm also going to do it on my own terms. So you're just randomly going to queue into a video and it's like, how to fix your routing for the end of season 1.
Kind of awkward when I know you guys can
But
hear
it's just
him,
going to
but
be
I
me
can't hear
walking
him.
down the streets of Thailand and helping you out. Because the way that eventually you understand routing is kind of what I was saying earlier about the Pit of Saran. You can give me any dungeon and I can tell you exactly what my cooldowns are on pull 2, pull 7, pull 9 with almost pitch perfect accuracy. And that's just reps because we've been playing the season a bunch, but also because I figured it out to that degree. The season has lost a lot of meaning because now if I was to push, for example, past the mark where I am, I got my 4K in May. I mean, I haven't had any desire to push to 22 or 23 in, 6 weeks now. I feel perfectly happy about my accomplishments this season, Extremity. I've been tanking this season very well. I put the work in. I got very good at it. I was 100 points above the 0.1 percentile or whatever it was when I actually got it. Missing just one key at that point. And I got the flu. And yeah, it's weird, Jesse. Part of the joy is developing those reps. Now that I have the plan in my head, I don't really need to challenge that plan. It just is execution, and that's when I feel bad. Because execution implies the other thing is I want all the other 4 people of my team to put in the same level of effort that I do, but they don't. They put in much less effort. Maybe the healer is on the same page as me. But the idea of pushing into 22 Seat of the Triumvirate is anti-fun behavior. But it just doesn't seem like a good idea. Doesn't seem like something I would find a lot of value in.
And that's the thing for me, I think. If I were to make a video, I think I would talk about that part of it. What's up, Tuna? Long time no see. How you doing, Tuna? Your cats would hate his username.
They would love it. What
No.
are you talking about?
No, because there's never too much tuna.
There is such a thing as too much tuna.
Does she want to mute me? She's just upset with work. This is actually not directed toward me at all. She thinks I'm very funny.
Oh yeah, I'm just frustrated
Watch
with
this.
work at the moment.
Watch this. I think a wolf is very funny and also has a massive show that he uses on me only in perfect
I'll probably
ways.
get rid of him.
So anyways, yeah, she likes me. She's trying to do some work.
I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, that's why she's upset. She wants me to
tired.
succeed with streaming so that she never has to work.
Yeah, dude, I want you to be so successful
Yeah.
that you are making so much money that you can retire me and I never have to work for money again in my life.
The problem-
I want to just work for fun.
Yeah. So the problem is that that's it's not anytime soon. It depends very much on the generosity of the stream on any given day. But I'm gonna be honest with you, probably ain't gonna be tomorrow.
That is expected.
Yeah. Lucky for me and my massive will take care of things.
Okay.
Massive what, you say? Ego, apparently. Massive confidence. Massive self-awareness. Massive thinking. Not a massive brain. That's a problem.
Okay, I think I just do 4 more bits and then I quit.
I thought about it, Jesse, but then I realized that I'm funny and I could just stream regularly and probably make it work.
I wish you would do this more often. I wish you would come hang out in my office with stream and just hang out with me while I work because actually it makes me a lot more happy than if I would have to sit here by myself and do it.
Okay.
I like this.
Noted.
And I like having stream here. I miss being on stream.
Okay. I will keep that in mind.
Yes. What is that supposed to be? You're right, you should sell your body on OnlyFans so I can be happy.
I don't even think you're allowed to say that. I'm gonna veto that.
Sorry.
All right, mods.
Sorry.
Get her. Mods.
I'll mod myself.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Damn it. It's been a while since I've been on stream and I'm tired. I'm sorry.
And with that, it's been great. I'll see you guys later.
I feel really bad.
That's okay. It's not actually a problem, but I'm pretty sensitive to those things. It's worth being considerate about it because there's no real advantage to not being considerate about it.
I looked up and it was right there.
Oh, they can say that. We cannot say that.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's actually not a problem. Easy, you're fine. You said it. I had to end anyways because I work. I go back up to the computer for a second.
Yeah.
Streamception, what's up? How's it going? Hello. Not. I missed something. I'm reading the YouTube chat. What's up, Illusion? Welcome back. Thank you. Wait, because you said as you walked away. Hold up. I'm reading back the YouTube chat. What's my workout split, boss? Any advice for a 39-34 Windwalker? Commander Calivan, are you still there? I would love to answer your question. I have a really good answer for you. Wait, when did you ask that on YouTube? I'm just seeing this now. Let me read it for everyone. Any advice for a 39-34 Windwalker trying to get 1%? Bro, re-roll. I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Don't do this to yourself. Like, to be honest with you, like, if I made the rules, play the game, 100%. But I don't know why you would do that. That's tough. Twitch, they do that sometimes on me. Don't worry about it. I actually have noticed that happens a lot. Yeah. That's why oftentimes they do that on YouTube too sometimes, which is why so many channels do the whole, if you haven't subscribed, feel free to like and subscribe or whatever it is. I got to try to do that more. Supposedly. People keep telling me I got to do call to actions in my YouTube videos. Thank you, Neltily. I was a 9-hour stream today. I really like stream today. As long as my voice holds up, which sometimes I actually do lose my voice if I talk a lot. I would love to do more streams like this today. I had a good time streaming today. Just like going to the gym, chilling. I almost don't even want to I wish I could, but I do have to work and then I'm going to have stuff to do. So I have to, but I almost wish I could just stream all day. Because as long as I can be myself and do what I want to do, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm actually very happy with it. Yeah. Wouldn't even mind. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Moonglands. I want to show people more of Thailand too. Although I suppose it'll get a little repetitive if I just go to the gym. I also want to see if they'll eventually be mad at me for streaming at the gym. Because it's not a problem. I know a lot of people film there. But I don't know if it's truly accepted or not. Unsure. I might just ask them. Honestly, wait a second. I think this is one of those situations where it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Because I liked it. So maybe I just roll with it in that sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way. Just feel them judging your camera. My gym's pretty cool, man. I don't know. I mean, I already walk barefoot and everything, so maybe, I don't know. I don't want to create bad will or anything like that. Who is this? The first person on my... Oh my god, I'm hearing my own stream right now. Whoa, where is it coming from? I can hear myself echo. Where is this? Where is it coming from? I can hear myself. Where is this? No, this is too loud. Where is it coming from? Can you hear me echo? What is open? You're not even allowed to FaceTime anyone? Holy shit. That actually makes sense. To be honest with you, that makes sense. I bet you that makes sense because people do that. In the US, it's like a big problem, right? That like there are like weird creeps trying to film people at the gym and then everybody thinks that you're a creep even if you're not actually creeping on them. Isn't that a thing? Just like an actual problem in culture. That doesn't happen here. I have zero clue who this is, but they're here. Let's say designate gyms to be social media space. I think it's a good idea. I mean, I liked it, so I'll just do it until they tell me not to, pretty much. All right. who is Nivaria? All right, who dis? I don't know. The first person I'll suggest, let's go make a new friend. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh. Okay. If you're on YouTube right now, I apologize. I need to figure out a way to get YouTube chat showing on the streams on the phone and stuff. Oh. Damn. I will try YouTube. I gotta figure it out. Also, ask me about fitness another day, Tyler. I have a lot to say about it. Wait, no, that wasn't you. I'm sorry. That was Dr. Din. Love the health dedication. I fell at the gym. Aggressive gallstone attacks. I hope that you feel better. Genuinely. Dude, medical stuff sucks. I've been through my own medical stuff recently, which is why I feel like it's important that I actually have the chance to stream at the gym and take care of myself. All right, I'll be back.